Building progressive alternatives. It should go without saying that it is always a dangerous predictions game to label something a classic upon its first publication. This is a judgment for people to make in the future, once they have seen the lasting impact that the book has made. I say all this now because I want to escape the charge of being wise after the event when classic status is subsequently ascribed to Robbie Shilliam's Race and the Undeserving Poor. Hindsight is indeed a wonderful thing, but its benefits are unnecessary to spot the potential legacies that this book might leave. They will, I am sure, be as clearly evident in other readers' first encounter with Shilliam's text as they were in mine. The text itself rockets along at action-packed pace. This makes Race and the Undeserving Poor that academic rarity, because it has all the feel of a genuine page-turner. Yet the rush to find out what happens next only ever occupies part of the mind. The other part becomes increasingly fixated on unsettling questions that the reading experience throws up. The first one I kept coming back to as I made my way through the chapters was, why did I not know this before now? The second elicited much more personal emotions. It felt as though I was being taken on a journey through my family's past and that I was being prompted to join the dots where my family's oral history draws a frustrating blank. That journey is from a racialized other to working-class respectability in what is now the archetypal Brexit county of small-town Lincolnshire. The second uncomfortable question accompanying my reading was therefore, why did I not know this about me before now? There might be a fairly straightforward answer to the first of these two questions. It is well documented that historians have generally been very slow to situate race at the heart of analyses of the British national past. It is as if a national society had formed imperfectly and incompletely, as all such processes necessarily are, that nevertheless asserts unproblematically an essential whiteness as its template. This might be thought of in terms of the originating myths on which popular conceptions of Britishness are based, the stories which link these myths to more distant events that are now typically seen as preemptive moves towards nation-building, the heroes whose actions drive a chronological narrative of British national achievements, or the events which appear in school textbooks as exemplary illustrations of the context in which the British national character was forged. All of these, along with many other similarly formative statements about what Britishness is and where Britain came from, tend to conflate historical agency with whiteness. There are exceptions, but to encounter them requires the reader to travel very much to the margins of British political history. To write from a perspective that situates race at the center of the analysis means that it is always necessary to speak louder to make yourself heard. The great merit to be found in Shilliam's book is just how clearly his voice comes across. He explores the lineage of repeated political attempts from the 18th century onwards to bracket off the deserving poor from the broader category of the poor in general. Some marker of difference must be called upon to distinguish those who do from those who do not merit political sympathy for their plight and state support to lessen their day-to-day grind of making ends meet. Shilliam shows that, often, the simple characteristic of what you look like was enough for a person of color to be relegated from the deserving category. At other times, behavioral traits became the means of differentiation, but assumptions relating to the propensity to display proscribed behavior have been so frequently racialized that this symbol of exclusion has also been reduced to the issue of skin color. Race and the Undeserving Poor demonstrates how practices of British working-class respectability have historically been inscribed with underlying images of whiteness. If it is to prove possible to build progressive alternatives as per the name of the series in which this book is published, the process will have to involve reflections on rejuvenating working-class political agency. Oppressive political structures have been institutionalized throughout the recent past that have increasingly removed from working-class communities the feeling that their destiny is in their own hands. Shilliam reminds us, however, to be attentive to the way in which constructions of working-class political identity in Britain have so often relied upon the deliberate projection of a racialized other. He could not be any clearer nor yet any more correct in concluding that the working class is not an abstract category whose inherent whiteness can be accepted unquestioningly. Chapter 1. In 1885, influential jurist Albert Van Dicey, 1889-38, defined Britain's parliamentary sovereignty as the right to make or unmake any law whatever. For Dicey, the strength of this sovereignty was such that no person or group could override or set aside the legislation of Parliament. Parliament's sovereignty was ill-disposed towards the sentiments of the people entering the halls of Westminster in an unmediated fashion. Rather, the people's representatives had to exercise independent reason in deliberation and decision-making. For right or wrong, parliamentary sovereignty has always demanded representative rather than direct democracy. Except that when, in June 2016, the British public voted by 51.9% to leave the EU, influential politicians and pundits claimed that the non-binding referendum result was a direct, unmediated expression of the popular will. The government, they argued, was bound to legislate on this will. In the months following the referendum, it became routine for politicians and pundits to claim that the will of the people was paramount, even over parliamentary sovereignty. In the first Conservative Party conference following the referendum, Theresa May, 2016b, commanded her government to respect what the people told us on the 23rd of June and take Britain out of the European Union. When, in November, the Supreme Court of Justice ruled that Parliament had to legislate on Brexit, the Daily Mail newspaper accused the judiciary of being enemies of the people, Phipps 2016. The Justice Secretary, Liz Truss, was noticeably slow to defend the judges. 2. Meanwhile, Nigel Farage of the United Kingdom Independence Party, UKIP, warned that a 100,000-strong People's Army might march on the Supreme Court to ensure that the popular will was enacted, Payton 2016. But who is morally worthy to count as the people? Pouring scorn on the European Parliament just days after the referendum, Farage, 2016, argued that Brexit was the will of the little people. Douglas Carswell, 2016, UKIP's first elected MP, envisaged his party becoming the heir to the Chartists, a 19th-century labour movement for working-class suffrage and representation. Similarly, when introducing herself to the public as the new Prime Minister, May, 2016a, appealed first and foremost to the just about managing. In describing what she envisaged to be Britain's post-EU shared society, May, 2017, placed the ordinary working class as its prime deserving constituency. What, then, counts as an ordinary member of the working class? To answer that question, it is useful to chart the re-entry of class back into the political grammar of mainstream media and debate. The language of class returned largely in the wake of the global financial crisis that took hold of Britain in 2008. A BBC poll conducted in March of that year for Newsnight found that 58% of the working class believed nobody speaks out for people like me in Britain today. Accompanying the poll, a white season of shows was broadcast on the national network. The season controversially drew attention to a sense of unfairness amongst self-identifying white members of the working class in contrast to the positive discriminations purportedly enjoyed by Britain's black and minority ethnic populations. Rhodes 2010, 83, Kenny 2012, 23. Parliamentary politics responded. Looking ahead to elections in 2010, the Fabian Society, a gradualist and reformist left-of-centre organisation, hosted a meeting at the 2008 Labour Party conference that sought to clarify for the party the putative demands of the white working class. Svensson 2009, 4. Phil Woolas, Labour's immigration minister, argued that skills shortages had to be met by better equipping Britain's indigenous population for work. Moore 2008. 1 year later, and to the delight of the Daily Mail, Hazel Blears, then Communities Secretary, acknowledged that lower-income white people felt their acute fears over immigration had been ignored. Read 2009. Panicked by the possible loss of their voting base, in the 3. Last months of the election campaign, Labour shifted back to associating social injustice with class rather than with race. BBC News 2010. Such a shift was consolidated under the new Conservative and Liberal Democrat coalition government and most commonly expressed in criticisms of education, a proxy for social mobility. Even in 2008, education was considered a key arena wherein unfairness towards the white working class took hold. Then, a Department for Innovation, Universities and Skills report was released that primarily addressed gender gaps in higher education. However, the Telegraph seized upon a minor part of the report which mentioned the relative paucity of white working-class boys attending university. These boys, the newspaper claimed, were becoming an underclass. Payton 2008, see also Gilborn 2010. In 2012, the Telegraph once more sounded the alarm that private school bursaries available to poor pupils were increasingly and by implication unfairly being claimed by children from Asian, Afro-Caribbean and Eastern European families. Payton 2012. Shortly afterwards, in 2013, David Willetts, university's minister, suggested that when it came to higher education, white working-class boys should be targeted in the same way as other disadvantaged groups were by the Office for Fair Access, Silverman 2013. These concerns continued to be voiced during the next Conservative government. In 2015, newspapers picked up on a report by the Equality and Human Rights Commission that white working-class boys were falling further behind other social and ethnic groups at school. Telegraph 2015. In February 2016, 4 months before the EU referendum, David Cameron wrote an article for the Sunday Times, which drew attention to the relative paucity of black and minority ethnic students in prestigious universities. The Spectator took issue with Cameron's focus, but he is wrong about the ethnicity of those students and wrong about where the problem lies. It's working-class white boys who fare the worst, not black boys. Young 2016. In March 2016, 3 months before the referendum date, Liam Fox, a Conservative MP, soon to become a key Brexit minister in May's government, opined, "Everyone talks about the need for diversity and yet nobody seems to worry about poor white boys. We need to stop obsessing with particular minorities." Charlotte Street Partners 2016. 4. What might be drawn out from these commentaries and debates? Fundamentally, this, in the years preceding the global financial crisis, inequality was rarely spoken of or legislated on in the language of class but rather through proxy concepts such as social exclusion. Griffith and Glennie 2014. Since then, class has returned to the diet of parliamentary and public discourse as a constitutively racialized phenomenon. By racialization, I refer to the way in which racist attributes and hierarchies come to determine the everyday meaning and common sense valuation of an entity or phenomenon. Criticisms have gathered over the often glib or metaphorical use of racialization. Murgy and Solomos 2005. My use of the term in this book is specifically concerned with the shifting distinctions between those considered deserving and undeserving of an acceptable level of social security and welfare. With this in mind, consider the way in which class has returned, racialized, as the white working class. At a minimum, whiteness infers respectability. Yet by the 2000s poor residents of council estates were explicitly racialized as white at a time when whiteness normatively inferred middle-class respectability. This white underclass was thereby imbued with a hypervisible social dysfunctionality and a moral character undeserving of welfare. See Lawler 2012. Now contemplate May's recent comments, which normalize the working classness of whiteness. Indeed, in the years leading up to Brexit, the white working class have been more and more defined as the deserving people that neoliberal politicians and global business has unfairly left behind. Open Society Foundations 2014. Despite these recent shifts in meaning, the racialization of the working class is not a new phenomenon. Neither has the white working class always been considered a constituency indigenous to the British Isles. In actuality, the category of the white working class has a much longer genealogy, one that is embedded in a colonial past, and thus requires us to gazette a historical field wider than that of an island story. For much of the 20th century the white working class was part of an analytical vocabulary used by socialists and anti-colonial activists to investigate the racialized division of labor in the United States and apartheid South Africa. Oftentimes the category was deployed in arguments over the possibility of class unity, for example Johnson 1936, Kennedy and Leary 1947, See also Roediger 1991. 4. 5. 5. Instance, James S. Allen, 1938, 44, member of the Communist Party USA, wrote on the eve of the Second World War of the special task of the white workers, who had to wipe out all traces of the white superiority idea in themselves and be the first to demand and fight for the special demands of the Negro people. In South Africa, Isaac Tabata, 1945, of the non-European unity movement argued that the white worker had so long fed on color prejudice, that he has been completely blinded to his real position as a worker and has aligned himself with the exploiter. By the 1970s, academic critiques of racialized class structures had spread to discussions of the struggles over quasi-apartheid rule in neighboring southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, whose white settler elite had broken away from British dominion, for example Walp 1972, Maxey 1976. In Britain, the category of the white working class gained prominence through all these vectors as well as via the influence of the global Black Power movement in the era of decolonization. Black Power was met positively by many young black scholars and activists in the late 1960s, and woven into existing traditions of struggle transmitted from Caribbean and South Asian heritages. Activists and intellectuals questioned prevailing concerns for the orderly integration of non-white Commonwealth immigrants and framed the problem, instead, in terms of the structural racism of British society. See Allen and Smith 1974. For instance, commenting upon racism in English trade unions in 1973, black activist and Pan-Africanist Cecil Gutsmore argued that the white working class tend to be more or less willing agents of the ruling class in regard to blacks, which is precisely why one section of the working class finds it is necessary to use industrial action against another. Bailey 1973. By the early 1980s, the mildly liberal Institute of Race Relations had been transformed into a radical organization. Its new journal, Race and Class, became a key forum for discussing the white working class and its hierarchical relationship to the black working classes within British imperialism. The evidence is striking. Decades before the global financial crisis, the category of the white working class had already become regular currency in scholarly and activist debates over racism and neo-imperialism. Then, the white working class was a fundamental part of a race-class equation, and a term that signified a hierarchy of 6. Oppression within a division of labour that exceeded the British Isles. This historical debate, with coordinates embedded in Britain's past imperial hinterland and post-colonial present, prefigures but is also silenced by contemporary debates. Today, the white working class is introduced as a forgotten indigenous constituency, independent of colonial pasts, and unfairly displaced by multicolored newcomers. This disjuncture should give us pause for thought about the claims being made on behalf of a deserving white working class in distinction to undeserving others. In the following pages I seek to demonstrate that the white working class is neither an indigenous constituency, nor its own progenitor, but a constituency produced and reproduced through struggles to consolidate and defend British imperial order, struggles that have subsequently shaped the contours of Britain's post-colonial society. To be crystal clear, I am arguing that the white working class is not a natural or neutral category of political economy. As a constituency, the white working class has rarely been self-authored, self-empowered or self-directed. Rather, this constituency must be apprehended as an elite artifact of political domination. Over the course of the book, I will utilize elite in a purposefully capacious rather than sociologically exacting fashion. This is because I wish to demonstrate how race cuts across or at the very least problematizes common sense political divisions between left and right, as well as common sense distinctions between the domains of politics, law, economy, culture, and knowledge production. Furthermore, even on those occasions when non-elites have been actively involved in processes of racialization, I will argue that they have been guided for the most part by the directions laid down by elites. My core argument, then, is that elite actors have racialized and re-racialized the historical distinction between the deserving and the undeserving poor through ever more expansive terms that have incorporated working classes, colonial natives and nationalities. Elite actors have always been driven in this endeavor by concerns for the integrity of Britain's imperial and then post-colonial order. That has been the case from abolition to Brexit. Nonetheless, I would not presume to tell a smooth story of political domination. Instead, the book seeks to chart the consistent shifting of these racialized coordinates by connecting various moments of struggle and crisis across British Empire and post-colonial. 7. Britain, namely, the abolition of slavery and poor law reform, 1780s-1830s, Anglo-Saxon Empire, eugenics and national insurance, 1840s-1910s, welfare and colonial development, 1890s-1950s, universal welfare, trade unions and Commonwealth migration, 1940s-1970s, social conservatism, workfare and the emergence of the white underclass, 1970s-2000s, and, ultimately, the rise of the white working class as a deserving constituency in the years leading to Brexit. Throughout the narrative, special attention is given to the Caribbean and black peoples more generally in the racialization and re-racialization of the distinction between those considered deserving and undeserving of social security and welfare. As will become clear, there is a solid historical reason for such a methodological bias. Briefly put, the enslavement of Africans was a fundamental reference point for the initial racialization of deserving and undeserving characteristics, with the slave and thereby the condition of blackness exemplifying the latter. At various points in the argument I shall demonstrate how other subjects of empire were blackened in the process of also being made to carry undeserving characteristics. In all this, there is a moral relationship but not quite coincidence between whiteness and deservedness and blackness and undeservedness. Additionally, the book's focus in Britain narrows to the English context due to the country's dominant position within the Union and its empire. This and the focus on black subjects strengthen the thread of the argument. But the story I tell certainly needs to be tempered through more expansive histories of empire's dominions and mandates, of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, and of refugees and asylum seekers too. In summary, this book narrates a history of political domination told through the moralizing discourses and rhetoric of the undeserving poor. The narrative places these discourses and rhetoric in a shifting constellation of legal, economic, cultural, and political structures full of contentious interests. Via this strategy the reader will gain a sense of the stakes at play in the various racializations of the undeserving poor over centuries of British imperial history. The book's point of departure concerns the deserving and undeserving poor as adjudicated by 18th-century poor relief. But before long, the scope of this adjudication widens to attend to the political order required to balance. 8. The tensions and duplicities of capitalism in its imperial and post-colonial determinations. Principally, I claim that crucial to this adjudication of order has been the racialized distinction between those deserving and undeserving of social security and welfare, including the most recent return of the white working class as a deserving constituency. The title of the series in which this book is published, Building Progressive Alternatives, speaks to the fact that Brexit has placed social justice back on the political agenda, albeit precariously. So why is this book primarily a story of political domination and not devoted to scoping out alternatives in the current conjuncture? For my part, I am concerned with how Brexit has at the same time revealed an entrenched inability by Britain's elites to consider justice outside of the normalization of race and empire. Hence, this book is designed to complicate and challenge any present-day attempt to pursue social justice in the name of the white working class, whether implicitly or explicitly. Because this constituency is an artifact of political domination, I have felt it necessary to devote the book to exposing its imperial and post-colonial histories. Such a task, I believe, is a necessary requirement for any critical pursuit of social justice in our Brexit era. I do, though, finish by laying out two principles through which these histories and complicities might be confronted for the sake of building progressive alternatives. 9. Chapter 2. English Poor Laws in Caribbean Slavery. Since at least the Elizabethan era, poor laws marked a formal distinction between those deserving of relief, the lame, impotent, old, or blind, and those who were able-bodied yet idle or vagrant and undeserving. To the deserving poor, relief was provided in the form of money, food, or clothing. The undeserving were often sent temporarily to houses of correction. The poor laws were inherently patriarchal in their assumptions and applications. The fate of women and children was by and large determined by the character of their husband/father. Implemented locally, at parish level, the poor laws were secularized instruments of religious charity, framed by moral commandments. By the late 18th century, poor laws had become indispensable to the maintenance of political order in Britain's fast-evolving commercial society. Customary tenures in England had long guaranteed use and access rights to land while defining reciprocal, albeit uneven, obligations between lord and subject. From the later 1600s, however, a variety of means were utilized by large landowners to force peasants to sell their customary tenures in order to consolidate land holdings into private property. These enclosures cut personal ties to local parishes and led to a growth of masterless men who threatened the political order of the rural idyll. Enclosure facilitated the marketization of agriculture, which can be understood for our purposes as a shift from 10. Moral obligations regarding the provision of subsistence to a far less personal and amoral mechanism of supply and demand. Concerns over masterless men led many to ask whether poor laws could check the apparent disintegration of rural order. Regardless, in 1773 Parliament passed an Enclosure Act by which common lands would ostensibly be better cultivated, improved, and regulated. However, by this point in time the political problem posed by England's rural poor was already being apprehended in more expansive terms, referencing African enslavement and the plantation economies of the Americas. In the first part of this chapter I explore late 18th century claims as to the distinctive political heritage of England, said to be characterized as a tradition of orderly independence. Moral philosophers and legal scholars argued that at the foundation of political order lay England's common law, which guaranteed private property rights and patriarchal inheritance. Under common law, England's subjects were embedded in paternalistic hierarchies that connected the lowest servant to the highest master through dependent relations. The good servant was said to be comprised of characteristics associated with the deserving poor: industriousness, prudence, and patriarchy. But I also examine arguments by abolitionists who perceived plantation slavery in the American colonies as a threat to such hierarchies. While in common law the lowest servant could be a small patriarch himself, through commercial law the male slave, being the property of another, could not fulfill such a function and hence severed paternalistic hierarchies. In the aftermath of the American War of Independence, I argue that the Caribbean slave took on all the characteristics associated with the undeserving poor: idleness, licentiousness, and anarchy. What if Caribbean slavery came to England? In the second part of the chapter, I turn to this question, mainly by addressing the work of William Cobbett, a famous defender of the rural poor. Cobbett railed against enclosure, the marketization of agriculture and the destruction of the old cottage economy. I show how Cobbett presented this process as one wherein English rural labourers were reduced to the status of slaves, thereby undermining England's paternalistic hierarchies and patriarchal foundation. I make the case that Cobbett analogized the English poor with black slaves. Through analogization, Cobbett argued that marketization unjustly cut the deserving poor from their patriarchal filiations, condemning them 11. To social death. I also detail how Cobbett's arguments resonated with the wider and growing movement against factory work. It was from this position that Cobbett attacked the proposed changes to poor laws in the early 1830s, claiming that such changes would further reduce the status of the deserving poor to that of slaves. Finally, I examine how the commissioners tasked to scope out the changes to poor relief in the early 1830s also used the slave analogy. Yet unlike Cobbett, they claimed that the existing poor laws had already induced slave-like characteristics in the rural population, namely, idleness, licentiousness and poor parenting. This chapter therefore presents slavery and abolition as a foundational moment in the racialization of the distinction between the deserving and the undeserving poor. In the course of the argument I introduce some key concepts that I will return to regularly in following chapters: the English genus, the little platoons, the slave analogy and the blackening of the poor. An early poor law, the Vagrancy Act of 1547, imposed slavery as a punishment for refusal to work, Davies 1966. Notwithstanding this short-lived instrument, villenage was the closest legal approximation to slavery in England, pertaining to a bonded tenant who could not leave his lord's land without consent. 1618 saw the last recorded case wherein a villain had been set free, Drescher 1999, 17. And as the suffering of this form of slavery receded from jurisprudence, the condition of liberty gained clarity by way of the common law tradition. Writing his definitive commentaries on this tradition in the 1760s, jurist William Blackstone argued that liberty's defense lay fundamentally in the inalienable ownership of inherited property. Blackstone's argument reflected a gradual political realignment whereby a land interest gained increased independence from monarchical and aristocratic dominion, especially through the appropriation of private property via enclosures. For Blackstone, the focus on the right to inherit private property and its productive potential was a claim to the liberty of property owners based upon an independent political and legal identity. Mitchell's 1993, 200. 12. Individual liberty under common law was deeply qualified by the patriarchal order and paternalistic hierarchies that made the inheritance of property possible. Blackstone, 1766, was explicit that the right to inherit property under common law pertained to the father/husband alone. Upon marriage, a woman would lose the right to own property to her husband, and this held even if the husband was himself dependent upon a patriarch. Mitchell's 1993, 2023. Patriarchal inheritance therefore depended upon paternalistic hierarchies that bound all together in various levels of dependency. An unpropertied man, unable to meet his family's subsistence needs independently, could rightfully enter into a dependent relationship of master and servant wherein his benefactor would also be his moral guide. Blackstone 1766, Stanley 1998, 11. By this logic, even though common law outlawed slavery, it did not equate a man's property in himself to freedom from servitude. Both political freedom and economic unfreedom could co-determine a man's status. In short, common law assured the sanctity of private property through the rule of the patriarchal household. Crucially, the paternalistic stewardship of the property-owning master was supposed to cultivate in his free-laboring servant and dependents deserving characteristics: a rational response to material needs in the form of self-interest, a commitment to improving productivity through industrious activity, and a deferral of gratification for the prudential management of meager resources. Above all, the servant would learn to become a small patriarch, taking his orderly place in the hierarchy of paternalistic dependencies. Increasingly, then, the deserving poor normatively referenced those servants whose labor contributed to the enrichment of the proprietor and who accepted their relationship to that proprietor as one of paternalistic dependency. The characteristics borne by the undeserving poor threatened this order and its values, whether it be due to idleness, failure to produce, impropriety, disrespect of property, or licentiousness and vagrancy, i.e. failing to uphold the patriarchal order. In this respect, the deserving/undeserving distinction became the normative calculus that underpinned what scholars had begun to call commercial society and what we would now call capitalism. Enclosures were one of the key elements in the rise of the land interest, whose inherited property common law protected even. 13. Against appropriation from monarchy and aristocracy. At the same time, enclosures threatened to unravel the patriarchal order and paternalistic hierarchies that ensured such inheritance by creating masterless men. Hence, while the poor laws had initially consolidated as an instrument to calculate the just receipt of Christian benefaction, they came to serve as a legal device to discipline the working poor even as economic conditions progressively destabilized the political order. Key to such discipline was the moral distinction between the deserving and the undeserving poor. The distinction itself was wielded as an instrument of political domination. England, though, was already a colonial power when it joined Scotland in the 1707 Acts of Union. In fact, empire was considered, in Blackstone's era, to be a civic analogue of the paternalistic relationship of British father, king, and British child, colony. The drama over the deserving and the undeserving poor played out on this wider field. If enclosures threatened the patriarchal order within England's countryside, African enslavement did the same on England's world stage. Brown 1999, 282-3. Concerned with the abuse of monarchical and aristocratic power, Blackstone argued that common law explicitly outlawed pure and proper slavery that gave absolute and unlimited power to the master. He additionally claimed that English soil could not abide slavery, unlike in the Caribbean where, even if repugnant, the practice was possible. Mitchell's 1993, 204. The principles of common law espoused by Blackstone could not conceive of the legal status of enslaved Africans in the Americas, which alternatively fell entirely under commercial law. Yet not even commercial law possessed the specific category of a commodity that was also a person. Such law had to be innovated such that a person could be robbed of any claim to legal personality. Bush 1993, 443. So long as enslaved Africans remained in colonies across the Atlantic, they presented no direct challenge to the principles of English common law. But their presence on English soil upset common law's delicate compact between liberty, property, and patriarchy. In 1772, an enslaved African called Somerset was brought to London from the American colonies by his master, Charles Stoyart. See Drescher 1987, 1619. Somerset promptly escaped, but then was recaptured. Before his ship was due to return to the colonies, an application of habeas corpus was made by his supporters. Granville. 14. Sharp, a prominent abolitionist, used the force of common law to argue against Somerset's detention on English soil. Key for Sharp was the political danger that slavery posed to the traditional liberties of the English subjects of common law. Davis 1975, 375, 392. Against the claim to Somerset by his master as a purchased piece of property, Justice Mansfield, presiding, ruled that Somerset was to be freed on the basis of common law, having no precedent for the return of a slave from English shores. But while Mansfield's ruling targeted the unlawful detention and potential deportation of Somerset, it was ambivalent over explicitly outlawing slavery in Britain. Hulsbosch 2006. A similar ambivalence can be identified 15 years later, across the Atlantic, when James Madison wrote Federalist Paper No. 54, an essay discussing the apportioning of seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. Madison confirmed that enslaved Africans should be considered property, albeit a peculiar property that possessed some sense of personhood, hence requiring their representation to be scaled down to 3/5 of a person. Still, when it came to the English poor, common law did indeed make a fundamental distinction between servitude which was accepted and enslavement which was outlawed. So why Mansfield's ambivalence? Consider the difference between common law and commercial law. When it came to enslaved Africans, commercial law had no legal conception of servitude, which is why slavery could not be considered a patriarchal relation, only a despotic one. Paradoxically, this meant that setting Somerset categorically free on English soil logically rendered him freed even from servitude. This was worrisome because servitude was the foundation of the patriarchal order and paternalistic hierarchies which gave integrity to inherited property rights. That is why Blackstone himself was compelled to argue, in a twist of legal fiction, that even English soil did not rescind the contract that the slave had apparently made in the colonies to serve his masters in perpetuity. Blackstone 1766, 412-13, Press 2007, 111-15. If we read the Somerset case as an early legal argument for the abolition of slavery, then it becomes clear that the category of free labor held significant ramifications for Britain's commercial society just as much as it did for plantation colonies. Crucially, Somerset's case suggests that fear of radically freed labor did not organically derive purely from England's enclosure movement, it derived 15. conjointly from England's colonial project. Scottish philosophers such as Adam Ferguson, James Stoyart, and Adam Smith are well known to have inquired into the moral constitution of Britain's commercial society. What is less well appreciated is that by considering the prospects of the freed slave, abolitionists, including some of those Scottish philosophers, were already clarifying the political stakes at play in the regulation, through the poor laws, of masterless men. In these ways, the dangerous logics of slave abolition, which targeted commercial law, implicated the problem of masterless men, which referenced common law. As we shall now see, the distinction between the deserving and the undeserving poor began to be racialized by analogy to the black slave. Many early plans for the emancipation of enslaved Africans in British colonies did not so much dispute the need to sustain plantation production rather than question the form of labor deployed for this purpose. Key to these considerations was the extent to which characteristics associated with the deserving poor, industriousness, prudence, patriarchy, could be ingrained in emancipated laborers who had previously been enslaved. For instance, the first English publication to offer a concrete emancipation scheme, written in 1765 and published anonymously in 1772, suggested that young African boys could be taken from European trading forts on the African continent, educated in England, and then sent to North America. There, they would train emancipated Africans in the spirit of industry and achievement so that their work would be cheaper than that of slaves, cited in Brown 1999, 276-7. Adam Smith, perhaps the most famous philosopher of commercial society, took part in these debates over emancipation. While slavery might appear to be the cheapest form of labor, it was, Smith argued, costlier when it came to productivity. The slave could not acquire property because he was property himself and so had no interest other than to eat as much as possible and to labor as little as possible. Smith 1986, 488-9. In other words, in Smith's estimation, by working for the master the slave had no incentive to improve the land voluntarily. Whereas, a free laborer who had to pay rent to a landlord, would have far more rational interest in making the land productive, and indeed be paternally trained in this faculty by the landlord. Smith 1978, 185-6. Through this logic, Smith argued, as did abolitionists, that the fear of hunger, prison, and unemployment 16 would affect a man's rational nature in ways that the fear of physical coercion could not. Davis 1975, 466. In short, for Smith and other abolitionist thinkers, slavery did not encourage the slave to cultivate deserving characteristics within himself. Abolitionists shared with Blackstone a commitment to patriarchy as the order which best ensured private property inheritance. Like most abolitionists, Smith also believed that the successful cultivation of deserving characteristics in the slave depended upon the provision of a patriarchal order and the encouragement of marriage. See Smith 1976, 720. As property, argued Smith, the male slave could not marry and consequently could not be a patriarch. Smith 1978, 176-8. Rather, slavery broke the chain of paternalistic hierarchies between male servant patriarchs and master patriarchs. That beautiful gradation, wrote colonial administrator and writer William Burke, 1760, 118, from the highest to the lowest, where the transitions all the way are almost imperceptible. This natural inequality, as abolitionist James Ramsay put it, was considered to positively restrain the actions of all men. Davis 1975, 378. In the absence of such gradation, prostitution, vice, and debauchery would grow amongst all of the poor of the colonies, white and black. Burke 1760, 120, Smith 1978, 178. But what if abolition was pushed forwards by the enslaved themselves, without the paternalistic supervision prescribed by white abolitionist and moral philosopher? This was the question that forcefully presented itself with the beginning of the Haitian Revolution in 1791. Authored by the enslaved themselves, Shilliam 2017, the revolution in the French colony of Saint-Domingue was in part a strategic response to the twists and turns of the French Revolution, begun 2 years earlier. These regicidal developments across the English Channel disturbed many English commentators who saw in the growing Jacobin disposition an anarchical promotion of radical equality shorn of orderly hierarchies. Interestingly, as early as 1792, some English pamphleteers were characterizing white abolitionists as the Jacobins of England, Turley 2003, 183. The association of Jacobinism with slavery is instructive. For in the opinion of many, the logical conclusion to the French Revolution lay in the Haitian one. 2 commentators deserve attention in these respects. Edmund Burke, travelling compatriot of William Burke, was an influential MP and a political theorist who is retrospectively considered a father. 17. Of conservatism. Henry Brougham was a founder of the Whiggish Edinburgh Review, an abolitionist and future Lord Chancellor during the 1833 Abolition of Slavery Act. While evincing somewhat different political persuasions, both Burke and Brougham looked upon the Haitian Revolution with the same trepidation. What they feared, above all, was the self-authored destruction by slaves of all ties of servitude and slavery, to be replaced by an anarchical, absolute freedom. In his critique of the French Revolution, Burke contrasted the selfish and mischievous ambition of the French revolutionaries to the public affections generated by membership of England's little platoons. Burke 1910, 44. By this term, which later gained greater currency in conservative thought, Burke identified a political order that was underwritten by a set of local filiations that together comprised the paternalistic hierarchies of patriarchy. Burke believed that reform had to be predicated upon a defense of England's patriarchal order undertaken by the little platoons and their extension into Britain's colonies. In his estimation, it was the spirit of Christianity and of the nobility that enabled commercial society to progress in a civilized rather than anarchical fashion. Effectively, Burke shared the abolitionists' solution to slavery, the paternalistic treatment by masters of their charges and the concomitant training in slaves of a civilized, patriarchal and proprietary sensibility, see Cohn and O'Neill 2006. Thus, Burke presumed that the little platoons could carry the English genus into the world at large, even if by way of colonialism. These 2 interlinked terms, little platoons and genus, are quite central to the argument of this book. Let me here explain my use of the latter. Genus glosses a heritable root, a legacy transmitted through birth. In Burke's time, this filial legacy was apprehended via a patriarchal and civilizing moral discourse, but as we shall see in the next chapter, the same legacy could also be apprehended through the race science of eugenics. In any case, defenders of the English genus always referenced its exceptional ability to engender in its members, the little platoons, an orderly independence at every level in the grand hierarchy, as opposed to the disorderly and anarchical terror of revolution. It is no surprise, then, that Burke was bitterly opposed to the regicide in France. But what is of especial interest is how his famous 18 reflections on the French Revolution were given, at crucial points, political salience via an analogy to the Haitian Revolution, see Wood 1999. By analogy, I mean the identification of correspondences between seemingly disparate entities. For instance, at one point, Burke compels the reader to imagine an England that has suffered the Jacobin fate, its royalty and aristocracy executed, its propertied classes expropriated, and its Christian laity disbanded. Asking whether, in this condition, England should be considered less a geographical space and more of a heritable root, Burke follows the imagined refugees of Jacobin atrocities, the English nobility and gentry who seek succor elsewhere in Europe. How might we feel, Burke asks, if, instead, these refugees were to be taken prisoners, delivered over as rebel subjects, to be condemned as rebels, as traitors, as the vilest of all criminals, by tribunals formed of maroon Negro slaves, covered over with the blood of their masters, who were made free and organized into judges, for their robberies and murders? Burke 1796, 90. Here, the destruction of commercial society is analogically envisaged by Burke as undertaken by slaves. Rather than be guided by their masters to develop deserving characteristics, slaves self-author their own anarchical freedom and hold the English genus ransom. In 1803 Henry Brougham wrote a tract that sought, in part, to clarify the ramifications of the Haitian Revolution for England's colonial policy. Arguing, similar to Burke, that filial submission was the root of political order, Brougham, 1803, 145-6, identified the terror of the French Revolution as arising from the unavoidable fact that the stability of civilized government required hereditary succession. More worrying for Brougham was the sense that slavery had arrested the civilizing process amongst Africans, and here he echoed the sentiments of his fellow Scottish moral philosophers with regards to the civilizing effect of free labor and patriarchal marriage, Brougham 1803, 144. Without being inducted into these arrangements, the tribes of Saint-Domingue, who were in the process of gaining their independence, would be capable of governing only through the caprice and violence of the human passions, Brougham 1803, 148. Moreover, Brougham, 1803, 153-4. 19. Worried that the enslaved Africans in British colonies would learn from the example of Haiti. Hence, African barbarism might spread over the fairest portions of the New World, Brougham 1803, 183. For both Burke and Brougham, then, the threat of the French Revolution to the English genus was given political salience through the problem of slavery. It is telling that abolitionists also looked towards Haiti in the aftermath of revolution and asked the question, might those self-authored free men still be amenable to instruction from England in the deserving qualities of industriousness, prudence, and patriarchy? Elizabeth Hayrick, an original member of the Anti-Slavery Society, replied positively and argued for immediate and not gradual emancipation. Her support was based on her assessment that, after the revolution, Haitians demonstrated the deserving characteristics of industriousness and orderly independence, Hayrick 1837, 9-10. Thus, in the various debates for, against, and over abolition we can identify three broadly accepted propositions, albeit mobilized for different purposes. First, slavery preserved and even promoted the qualities associated with the undeserving poor. Second, abolition necessarily required the instruction of slaves in the qualities of the deserving poor: industriousness, prudence, patriarchy. And, third, self-authored freedom of the enslaved would, in the absence of proper instruction, threaten to unleash a mass of indolence, licentiousness, and anarchy. In the era following the abolition of the slave trade, 1807, these considerations subtly came to frame political debate around the undeserving poor in England, especially with regards to the Poor Law Amendments of 1834. Confronted with increases of malt tax, enclosures, and a decline of poor relief, rural labourers in the south and east of England rose up in 1830. On behalf of a fictional Captain Swing, they destroyed threshing machines, workhouses, and other objects associated with rich farmers and poor law guardians. Dyke 1993, 185, 195. William Cobbett, a self-made man born to a farmer and publican, is best known for his ethnographies of early 19th century rural England, and for his qualified support of the Captain Swing riots. 20. Cobbett's sympathies ensued from his abiding concern for the rural labourer and the food scarcities and pauperism that they increasingly suffered due to enclosures and the marketization of agriculture. Against these trends, Cobbett defended the moral economy of the traditional English farming community. In what follows I will provide an extended engagement with Cobbett, who has been lauded even from a leftist position as one of the seminal defenders of the 19th century English poor, Rustin 2003. But Cobbett's writings are instructive for another reason. They demonstrate the extent to which a putatively anti-elite stance can incorporate so many fundamental coordinates of the elite distinction between the deserving and the undeserving poor, including, especially, the racialization of this distinction. As we shall see later, Cobbett preempted the duplicities found in much of the 20th and 21st century labor movement, a commitment both to social justice and to racialized hierarchies of labor. At one point in his early life, Cobbett was favorable to Reverend Thomas Malthus's proposition to limit the birth rate of poor populations. By 1807, however, Cobbett had denounced Malthusianism as a scheme that allowed the real producers of misery, politicians and profit-mongers, to reproduce unchecked. Crucially, Cobbett criticized one key instrument that Malthus had proposed for checking the population growth of the poor, making marriage conditional, not a duty. Cobbett identified in such a move the forced introduction of undeserving characteristics amongst the poor. Instead of kind husbands, virtuous wives, affectionate parents, and dutiful children, Cobbett prophesied that England would become one great brothel of unfeeling paramours, shameless prostitutes, and miserable homeless bastards. Kedgel 1958, 253. Indeed, Cobbett bemoaned any intervention that might cut off the chain of connection between rich and the poor. Cole 1924, 266-7. In these respects, Cobbett's defense of the rural economy incorporated Burke's conception of the English genus, albeit placing the poor laborer to the fore. For Cobbett, the countryside was composed of little platoons bound through the paternalistic hierarchies of laborers, tenant farmers, and landlords. See Dyke 1993. But this defense depended upon a specific rhetorical strategy, the analogizing of the Caribbean slave to the English rural poor. 21. Let us briefly consider Cobbett's public life prior to being the champion of the English rural poor. Writing as Peter Porcupine, and influenced by Burke's tirades, see Wood 1999, Cobbett spent the revolutionary years of the 1790s on the east coast of the United States publishing pro-monarchist and pro-slavery material. Like Burke, Cobbett was outraged by the Haitian Revolution and especially what he perceived to be an inadequate response to it by the white world. He warned that the revolution would lead to revolts in the South spearheaded by a united front of black, Jacobin, and Irish insurrectionaries. Share 2003, 8-9, 13. For Cobbett, not only did the Haitian Revolution reveal the unreconstructed indolence and anarchism that lay at the heart of the slave's being, the revolution's message of radical equality even threatened to undermine the patriarchal order that disciplined metropole and colony, white and black, master and servant, and male and female relations. In various articles Cobbett imagined the pubescent English girl as desiring of black men, with the effeminate Jacobin/abolitionist inclined white husband unable to intervene. Share 2003, 16-18. Upon returning to England in 1800, Cobbett reinvented himself as pamphleteer of the rural poor. But his work as Peter Porcupine still informed these latter travelogues and commentaries principally by framing the challenges facing the English rural idyll through the spectre of Caribbean slavery. This is immediately evident in straightforward political economy terms, for example, in his linking of the taxation burden suffered by the helpless people of England to the need to maintain the Caribbean colonies. Cobbett 1912, 2:7. However, I want to focus on the normative register of Cobbett's critique, wherein he analogizes the disintegration of the cottage economy with the introduction of black slavery. In Rural Rides, an anti-Malthusian travelogue, Cobbett, 1912, 243, describes the English rural diet most beneficial to maintaining the autonomy of the cottage economy. It includes none of the slave produce. He also comments positively upon the working people of Worcester and notes that the pursuit of glove manufacturing, unlike that of cottons, does not make who do the work slaves. Here, he notes, there are no masses of people called together by a bell, and kept toil by a driver. Cobbett 1912, 2:121. Obversely, in describing the decline visited upon Withington by tax-eaters, loan-mongering robbers and blaspheming Jews who now control the land, Cobbett 22. 1912, 2:131, depicts the rural laborers as more completely slaves than the blacks are the slaves of the planters in Jamaica, with the farmers acting in a capacity corresponding with that of the Negro drivers there. With these various examples, Cobbett makes a normative distinction between the detrimental dependency produced by capitalist incursion and the dignified autonomy of the traditional cottage economy. This distinction, though, is mediated through an analogy to plantation slavery, an especially powerful one whenever Cobbett utilizes it to point towards the disintegration of the patriarchal order. For instance, in cutting off the chain of connection between rich and the poor, Cobbett worries that marketization is intent upon reducing the community to two classes, masters and slaves. Notably, Cobbett contrasts these two classes with the common law arrangement of master and man, Cole 1924, 266-7. Cobbett's analogizing of the English poor with the black slave was by no means exceptional or idiosyncratic to the times he lived in. Between 1807, the year of the abolition of the slave trade, and 1834, the year of the Poor Law Amendment Act, abolitionism featured centrally in British debates over labour and the poor. Anti-slavery sentiment was in fact well established within the labour leadership of the factory movement, which agitated for the reduction of working hours and amelioration of conditions in the cotton mills of the North. Many in the movement considered the abolition of slavery and amelioration of the working conditions suffered by the English poor to be complementary if not identical issues. As Seymour Drescher notes, it was almost impossible to find a meeting petition or tract in favor of the 10 Hours Bill which did not borrow from anti-slavery, Drescher 1981, 11-12. Here lay the wellsprings of a workers' abolitionism. Alternatively, some supporters of labour reform charged middle-class abolitionists with obfuscating the terrible condition of England's own labourers, see especially Hollis 1980. Furthermore, they often chose to accept propaganda spread by pro-slavery voices that depicted the Caribbean slave owner as a diligent father to his black dependents, meeting all their basic needs adequately. There was a corollary to this defense of slavery. As slave trader and polemicist, Gilbert Franklin argued back in 1789, because the English labourer was free, he was paradoxically a slave to necessity, and 23. Necessity was deemed a harder taskmaster than the African finds in the West Indies, cited in Davis 1975, 462. Such pro-slavery reasoning was deployed by Chartists and Tory radicals alike, the latter evoking the long-held fear that slavery threatened to break the chain of patriarchal order. Consider, for example, Samuel Roberts, a campaigner against the use of child chimney sweeps. Roberts berated Sheffield abolitionists who waxed lyrical about the separation of child and parent in the slave markets in North America but who lay silent on the fate of kindred children of their own form and color bought and sold as chimney sweeps. "This is no nigger," remonstrated Roberts, "no pickaninny sold by a strange slave trader in a foreign market." Still, he despaired, children were being enslaved in this land of liberty, in this slavery-detesting town. Smith 1834, 232. Similarly, Richard Ostler, Tory radical, famously criticized the despotism that factory owners exercised over child labor to the detriment of filial, if poor, patriarchal authority. For Ostler, the despotic owner should be considered akin to the plantation master. The pithy term wage slavery began life here, as a rhetorical analogue. See especially Persky 1998. Although his principal concern was for the rural laborer rather than factory worker, Cobbett positioned himself against the missionary philanthropy of middle-class abolitionists and undertook parliamentary campaigns against anti-slavery, Thorne 1997, 308. Cobbett also drew generously upon pro-slavery stereotypes of fat and lazy and laughing and singing dancing Negroes in order to judge the black slave as undeserving of any pity, Drescher 1981, 16. Writing to William Wilberforce in part about the factory movement, Cobbett pleaded, "Will not the anxiety of a really humane Englishman be directed towards the whites, instead of towards the blacks?" Cole 1924, 259. Cobbett also decried the £20 million compensation granted to slaveholders in the 1833 Abolition of Slavery Act as compensation for the loss of their property. "Why," he asked, should poor Britons ultimately pay for the freedom of comfortable West Indian slaves? O'Connell 2009a, 96. Only by this logic, combined with pressure from his North of England constituency while he was an MP, did Cobbett at one point support emancipation without compensation in 1833, Share 2003, 20. So far, I have shown how Cobbett clarified the political stakes at play in the destruction of the cottage economy via an analogy. 24. 24. To plantation slavery. But the attentive reader will have noted that slavery, for Cobbett, performed a double function. First, the slave was a figure composed by undeserving characteristics and colored as black. Second, to be reduced from an English freeman to a slave speaks to a distinct injustice, a sullying of the English genus. These functions come to the fore in Cobbett's advice to young men and, incidentally, young women, published on the eve of the 1830 swing riots. Cobbett consistently advises his interlocutor to live as an independent, self-determining being. In his advice, the figure of the slave takes form as the opposite to this being. A slave, for Cobbett, is the condition that results from abject poverty, bare bones and rags, and especially the lack of owning property in one's own labor. He who lives upon anything except his own labor, claims Cobbett, must rely upon servility for survival, and servility breeds idleness. To be a slave, then, is to inhabit a condition that robs the human of his moral character. Slaves, argues Cobbett, 1829, 144, are always lazy and saucy, nothing but the lash will extort from them either labor or respectful deportment. Slaves are also frequently well fed and well clad, but only on condition that they dare not speak, they dare not be suspected to think differently from their masters even if they are in possession of superior understanding. Such a state of idleness with slavery, deems Cobbett, is fit only for the refuse of nature, the unhappy creatures whom nature has marked out for degradation. Cobbett 1829, 15, 55, 344. The slave is constitutively undeserving. In this line of argumentation, Cobbett presents slavery less as an external imposition and more as a choice determined by character. To be fed and kept healthy by the will of another is to make oneself a white slave. Let this peculiar kind of slave, spits Cobbett, no longer affect to commiserate the state of his sleek and fat brethren in Barbados and Jamaica, let him hasten to mix the hair with the wool, to blend the white with the black, and to lose the memory of his origin amidst a dingy generation. Cobbett 1829, 350. To be clear, Cobbett's white slave is neither a slave under commercial law nor black, analog is not equivalence. Instead, through analogical miscegenation, Cobbett makes the English subject invest himself with the undeserving characteristics of the black slave. To be a slave in English is to be blackened. To be blackened is to sully the English genus, its patriarchal inheritance and its common law traditions. 25. 25. Through the slave analogy, Cobbett racializes the undeserving poor of England. Cobbett's decision to present blackening in his advice as a voluntary procedure is strange considering his focus elsewhere on the imposition of slavery on the English poor. This, though, was a rhetorical device, with Cobbett attempting to press a political point. For if the slave stands in all its horror as the abrogation of morality, of independence, of the English genus itself, then who would possibly dare to force enslavement upon Englishmen? Cobbett accused those who wished to reform the poor laws of pursuing precisely such a heinous act. In advice, Cobbett provides a genealogy of the poor laws from ancient common law to church canons and finally to its return as Acts of Parliament in the Elizabethan era. Cobbett thereby renders seminal to English tradition not simply parliamentary sovereignty but also the legal and secure provision for the poor, so that no person, however aged, infirm, unfortunate, or destitute, should suffer from want. Cobbett 1829, 14-15. In other words, the poor laws cannot be considered a mere gift to the working people, as suggested by greedy landowners, they encode, rather, the fundamental right of the English poor to be protected against destitution, Cobbett 1829, 3, 16. Crucially, because their governance is localized at the parish level, the poor laws, for Cobbett, strengthen the paternalistic hierarchies of the little platoons. With this argumentation, he renders the provision of poor relief organic to the English genus as a supportive structure for the maintenance of orderly independence. If slavery promotes undeserving characteristics, the poor laws reinforce deserving ones. For this reason, the English rural labourer, in Cobbett's opinion, should be considered the most orderly, the most independent, yet the most obedient, the best fed and the best clad, and, at the same time, the most industrious, and most adroit working people that ever lived upon the face of the earth, being, along with these qualities, the best parents, the best children, the most faithful servants, the most respectful in their demeanour towards superiors, that ever formed a part of any civil community. Cobbett 1872, 3. 26. 26. To better understand why Cobbett believes that poor law reform will turn free and orderly Englishmen into slaves, we must pay attention to a certain thread of reasoning in his advice. Cobbett argues that under slavery it is not the flesh and blood and bones that are bought and sold but the labour of man. In the case of the black slave trade specifically, it is even an advantage to the slave to be private property because the owner has then a clear and powerful interest in the preservation of the slave's life, health, and strength, and so the master will provide adequately for his basic needs. By contrast, public property is never so well taken care of as private property, and this, too, on the maxim, that that which is everybody's business is nobody's business, Cobbett 1829, 345. A number of elements comprise this argument which are worth highlighting. First, Cobbett wrongly codes the status of enslaved Africans through common law, not commercial law. This is a crucial, perhaps intentional slippage. In common law, labor power might be commodified, i.e. bought and sold, albeit as part of a relation of servitude, yet the person cannot be sold, while in commercial law it is the labor and flesh, blood, and bones that are commodified. Second, Cobbett softens Atlantic slavery further by reciting pro-slavery propaganda that enslaved Africans are well kept by a paternalistic master, Cobbett 1829, 345. It should be noted that this was always a fallacious claim. Only in the South of the United States and only after a certain period did policy shift towards breeding a population of enslaved Africans, and then only by nefarious means, most of which could hardly be called paternalistic. In most other plantation economies across the Americas, such populations were sustained only by buying in new bodies. Through these faulty elements, Cobbett contrasted the comfortable private nature of African enslavement with the far more uncaring public nature of enslavement, which poor law reforms would promote. Therefore, it is by presenting the English poor as the real victims of slavery, and hence deserving of poor relief rather than discipline and punishment, that Cobbett became a key sympathizer of the swing riots of 1830. Accounting for the riots and uprisings, Cobbett argued that rural laborers were being reduced to land slaves. But what was so worrisome for Cobbett about the proposed reforms to poor relief? The 1834 Poor Law Amendment Act abolished 27. 27. Outdoor poor relief to able-bodied men and their dependents who, if they lacked work, were instead forced into workhouses. Concomitantly, the living conditions of those who occupied the workhouse were kept below the poorest of free laborers so that only truly destitute persons would voluntarily enter. In this way, the workhouse threatened to break the patriarchal order and its paternalistic hierarchy. Often located far from home, Cobbett, 1872, 17, argued that the workhouse had the effect of separating man and wife completely as well as the children from the parents. Stripping away the protective paternalistic hierarchies of the little platoons, Cobbett claimed that the workhouse effected a public slavery worse than the private slavery of the Caribbean by inducing what would later be called a social death. What is more, Cobbett analogized this death as a blackening of the rural laborer, upon their demise the keeper of the workhouse, who may be a Negro driver from Jamaica, or even a Negro, will dispose of the body to the cutters up, seeing that it cannot be claimed by the kindred of the deceased. Cobbett 1872, 17. In Cobbett's estimation, then, the Poor Law reforms especially, but not only, the compulsion to enter the workhouse would turn deserving English poor into blackened slaves and transform the rural idyll into a plantation more despotic than the Caribbean. What, then, of the authors of Poor Law reform? How did they conceive of the distinction between the deserving and the undeserving poor? As Peter Mandler, 1990, has argued, most of the commissioners' intellectual dispositions had been formed through a combination of natural theology and political economy. They accepted that the marketization of agriculture was a process that could not be stopped. Yet they also determined that the existing patriarchal order had to be force-fitted into the new conditions. For these conservatives, as they mostly were, progress was not determined by material comfort but by higher levels of virtue. In order to advance this providential movement, deserving characteristics had to be rewarded and undeserving ones punished. Hence, when it came to the poor laws, the commissioners were mostly convinced that the relief that paupers received must not make them more comfortable than independent laborers. The going rate for wages would determine the rate of poor relief. And if the unwise and careless application of paternalism had heretofore produced this 28. Destabilizing state of affairs, the market had to be relied on as a corrective influence that underwrote political order. In fine, the natural system of just deserts had to be turned into an instructive if painful resource for developing a virtuous character fit for commercial society. That was the purpose of Poor Law reform, made all the more pressing by the swing riots and uprisings of 1830. However, the report of the Royal Commission was written at a time when domestic legislation in general was heavily influenced by the politics of empire. Close to home, the Irish Repeal Association attempted to rescind the Act of Union. Meanwhile, parliamentary debates over the Poor Law resonated across the empire and especially in its settler colonies such as Cape Colony and Canada. See Megubane 2004, 51-2, O'Connell 2009a. But of overriding importance was the issue of legal emancipation. The momentous Baptist War of 1831 in Jamaica, led by Sam Sharp, only emboldened abolitionists to argue for the urgency of their cause. See Taylor 2003. The work of the Commission was largely contemporaneous to the Select Committee on the Extinction of Slavery, and both projects shared an imperial and paternalistic framework of improvement. See especially O'Connell 2009b. The key commissioners, such as Nassau William Sr., the first university chair of political economy in Britain, wrote much of their report prior to the collection of evidence. Interestingly, the documented evidence is often at odds with the arguments of the commissioners. Nonetheless, both evidence and argument demonstrate how the racialization of deserving/undeserving characteristics by way of the slave analogy was not idiosyncratic to Cobbett but widely shared amongst England's elites, provincial and metropolitan. Let us first engage with some of the collected evidence. It is notable that the dispossession of laborers' access to land was often likened to enslavement. "We can do little or nothing to prevent pauperism," noted one member of a propertied family. "The farmers will have it, they prefer that the laborers should be slaves." House of Commons 1834, 35. Many witnesses also disapproved of any changes to poor relief that might undermine the independence of the rural laborer. One Thomas Batchelor from Littlington articulated the effect of such changes as transferring something very much like West Indian slavery into English villages, viz., compulsory labor, enforced by fines and penalties, instead of the Negro driver's whip. 29. House of Commons 1834, Appendix B, 5a. Thomas Saunders from All Hallows the Great described any compulsion to enter the workhouse as tending to that species of slavery which is much decried in our colonies, without possessing its only redeeming quality, viz. that the master has the greatest interest in the life and health of his slave. House of Commons 1834, Appendix B, 110. Considering the integrity of the poor man's patriarchal authority, some magistrates compared the parish apprentice, usually a child bound at 9 years of age without consent from parents, to a slave attached to the soil and often treated worse than slaves. House of Commons 1834, Appendix A, 430. Crucially, some commentators drew alarm towards the potential response by the rural labourer to increased poverty and dependence. Robert Bevan, magistrate at Bury St Edmunds, described such a labourer as a mean discontented slave, ready to cut his master's throat. House of Commons 1834, Appendix C, 456. One respondent at Whitburn contextualized the matter in light of the swing riots, which he directly connected to the Baptist War in Jamaica. The destruction of the property of the slaveholder in the south of England, as in the West Indies, was, and ever will be, the inevitable result, soon or late, of man's inhumanity to man. House of Commons 1834, Appendix B, 165. Notable, here, are echoes of Burke, Brougham and Cobbett's framing of the meaning of the French Revolution through the fear of the Haitian Revolution, now sounding in alarm over Captain Swing. The Commissioner's actual report shared the analogical logic of Cobbett's writings, and especially the pro-slavery propaganda concerning the paternalistic master and the well-fed slave. Echoing Cobbett's normative distinction between the private slavery of the Caribbean and the public slavery of rural England, the report opined that the slave at his sale has at least the satisfaction of knowing that success in the biddings consists in obtaining him. The pauper at the appeal knows very well that the common objects of the litigating parties is to reject him. House of Commons 1834, Appendix C, 551. Resonant, again, with Cobbett's definition of slavery, the report described the effect on the character of the labourer thus: the constant war which the pauper has to wage with all who employ or pay him, is destructive to his honesty and 30. His temper, as his subsistence does not depend on his exertions, he loses all that sweetens labour, its association with reward, and gets through his work, such as it is, with the reluctance of a slave. House of Commons 1834, 49. Despite the shared logic, the Commissioner's argument was the antithesis of Cobbett's. It was the existing poor laws that had already fostered undeserving characteristics amongst the rural population. Poor relief, argued the report, tended to improve the condition of the pauper over that of the independent labourer, such that relief became a bounty on indolence and vice. House of Commons 1834, 28. Overall, while the application for parochial aid was at one time considered by the poor themselves to be very discreditable, presently the poor had lost their conscious independence and had instead become the slaves of pauperism. House of Commons 1834, Appendix C, 20. Incidentally, Nassau William Sr. repeated this argument 7 years later in a reflective note for the Edinburgh Review. There he argued that the prior practice of providing poor relief to the labourer and his family at home, rather than in the workhouse, placed him in the condition, physically and morally, of a slave confined to his parish, maintained according to his wants, not to the value of his services, restrained from misconduct by no fear of loss, and therefore stimulated to activity and industry by no hope of reward. Levy 2002, 54 Note 28. In sum, opponents against and supporters for poor law reform both racialized the distinction between the deserving and the undeserving poor via the slave analogy. Where they differed was with regards to the effect of the existing poor laws on the character of the rural laborer. Cobbett argued that these laws had up to that point provided for the orderly independence of the poor man, and that the increased disciplining of the rural poor in line with market interests would destroy such deserving qualities and enslave the rural population. Alternatively, the Royal Commission argued that existing poor relief had already degenerated the character of the rural labourer to such an extent that they acted as slaves, no matter how painful. 31. Reform was required, if needs be by utilizing the logic of the market, in order to cultivate their deserving characteristics. Conclusion. Most of the politicians, judges, power brokers, and intellectuals that I have recounted in this chapter were concerned primarily with the problem of political order presented by the growing number of masterless men created by enclosures, the workhouse and revolution. Concerned with maintaining order in disorderly times, the racialization of the distinction between the deserving and the undeserving poor was made in the service of political domination. This was just as true of abolitionists insofar as they distrusted the anarchical propensity of enslaved Africans. It was even true of the defender of the English rural poor, William Cobbett, insofar as his defense sought to protect the English genus from being blackened. While they differed significantly on the nature of the poor laws, tellingly, both Cobbett and the Commission racialized those who were falling into pauperism or had become paupers. Of course, these English poor were never legally coded as black in the same way that commercial law encoded the enslaved African as a commodity. Yet, in the arguments on both sides, it seemed as if one section of the English poor had lost or were threatened with losing their filiation to the English genus. Having become undeserving, whether willfully or unjustly, they were not considered to be indigenously white. Whether they deserved it or not, they were blackened. This racialization did not emerge purely out of poor law debates, but out of the integration of these debates into broader problems of colonial rule, chief of which being the nature and consequences of abolition. There are 2 points I wish to end this chapter with. First, in the era of abolition and poor law reform, elite commentators conceived of the moral worth and measured the political agency of the poor through a colonial cartography that exceeded the British Isles. If different laws pertained in England and the Caribbean, the problem space of the undeserving poor conjoined colony and metropole. Slavery and the figure of the black slave were intimately known to. 32. Those who pondered the fate of the English poor in an era of agricultural marketization and rural change. Second, poor law reform in many ways marked a new era wherein the cottage economy and parish community were slowly disassembled by industry and urbanization. We shall turn to these new processes in the next chapter. But few commentators identified an indigenous working class making the transition from an old to a new world. Rather, they essayed the poor as a racialized and morally bifurcated agglomeration, the deserving poor English, and the undeserving poor, by choice or imposition, who, if not black, were certainly not white and had perhaps even lost their English filiation. Chapter 3. Anglo-Saxon Empire in the Residuum. How did the changing contours of British Empire affect the racialization of the undeserving poor? And how did the changing demographic of England's own working poor impact the integrity of empire? In the last chapter I detailed the ways in which the deserving/undeserving distinction was formatively racialized. In this chapter I interrogate the shifting racialization of this distinction beyond the classic concern for the parish poor as Victorian Britain's imperial project responded to several significant challenges. In the first part of the chapter I turn to the post-emancipation era and the way in which the political franchise in Britain was framed by the politics of abolition and empire. I begin by interrogating the humanitarianism that abolition sired, which presented empire as one human family. Questions remained as to whether the now freed black man could cultivate deserving characteristics or would instead be unable to shirk the undeserving essence of the slave. I then examine the 1865 Morant Bay Uprising in Jamaica and its pivotal influence in undoing the humanitarianism that conceived of empire as a human family. I argue that the fallout from Morant Bay decisively re-racialized the imperial family. An Anglo-Saxon family was now envisioned, stretching from metropole to settler colonies, which faced an agglomeration of non-white colonial subject populations that required discipline. I then make sense of the 1867 Reform Act. 34. By reference to these racial politics, the Act enfranchised a portion of the working class into the English genus and hence into the Anglo-Saxon family. In this double movement, the deserving took on a new form. Skilled and settled working men were re-racialized as an Anglo-Saxon constituency. What of the undeserving English poor? In the second part of the chapter I address this question. From the 1840s onwards, considerations shifted geographically to focus upon urban landscapes, especially the slums of London. The populations that inhabited these areas, part vagrant, casual, and unskilled workers, were given a new name, the residuum, or left behind. I consider how the residuum was racialized by analogy to savages and slaves. But I also track how the problem of the residuum was increasingly parsed through the race science of eugenics. I then explore interventionist policies in the areas of family life, reproduction, hygiene, and employment, all of which sought to quarantine the enfranchised working stock from the undeserving residuum. However, I show that the eugenicist project to preserve good racial stock was bound up in the need to preserve the integrity of British Empire in an era of increased inter-imperial competition. The difficulties of defending British possessions, demonstrated by the Boer War, provided the eugenics project an urgent gravitas. I finish by charting how all this led to the first National Insurance Act of 1911. In this chapter I introduce some more key concepts to the argument. The English genus takes on an imperial formation as the Anglo-Saxon family. The slave analogy, although not disappearing, becomes in large part displaced by the turn towards eugenics as a science of race. The undeserving poor, heretofore having a rural and/or parish provenance, now become primarily an urban problem to be known as the residuum. Emancipation and the making of the Anglo-Saxon family. Missionary philanthropy had come to the fore in the moral space created by late 18th century abolitionism. Its basic aim, spiritual conversion, was pursued, in England, by a middle class who often functioned as itinerant missionaries. During the Revolutionary 35 period, missionary philanthropy moved overseas, targeting not just white settlers but also natives, see especially Thorne 1997. After the final legal emancipation of enslaved Africans in 1838, abolitionism decisively morphed into an imperial humanitarian project, determined to save the inhabitants of Africa, especially Asia and Oceania, from the despotism of British enslavers and commercial interests. See Hartfield 2015. The missionary impetus to convert souls remained implicated in this project and led to an obsession with heathenism and its social malignancies. These obsessions returned to England via various travel exhibitions, lectures, speaker meetings, and missionary texts. See Hosey 2012. The abolitionist conception of the black slave continued to inform humanitarian approaches to the plight of continental Africans well into the mid-Victorian era, due to the fact that legal emancipation did not occur in the United States until 1865, Lorimer 1978-70. For all these reasons, abolitionism remained even in the post-abolition era as a central moral framework through which middle-class reformers classified the colonial native and home poor for various social interventions. Thorne 1997, 248-9, Megubane 2004, 42, 47-8, Lorimer 1978, 71. I now want to consider four coordinates of this abolitionist disposition. First, amongst abolitionists, the Negro was widely considered to be human and not an animal or a thing. Such was the claim of the Ethnological Society of London, which emerged in 1843 from the Aborigines Protection Society, itself born out of the abolition movement as empire widened its contours. Fittingly, ethnologists understood their object of inquiry to be the family of humanity. Edward Tyler, the first anthropologist to hold a chair in British academia, was influenced by this intellectual tradition. In 1871 he no doubt made William Cobbett turn in his grave when he boldly stated that, when it came to human evolution, we may draw a picture where there shall be scarce a hand's breadth difference between an English ploughman and a Negro of Central Africa, Tyler 1920-7. Second, though, opposition to such claims of racial equality, although in the minority, persisted. Most famous were the polemics of philosopher Thomas Carlyle. Commenting on the aftermath of emancipation, and writing in the tradition of Edmund Burke, Carlyle argued that the Negro had no ability to adjust his savage calculus to the virtuous laws of supply and demand which free labor had to abide. 36. By setting the Negro free therefore courted, in Carlyle's words, black anarchy and social death for the white race. It is notable that Carlyle used the same terminology as William Cobbett when he had warned of the despoiling of the English genus that would take place with poor law reform. Central to Carlyle's position was a defense of the white patriarchal order from being sullied by the social or reproductive intermixing of races and the unnamable abortions and wide-coiled monstrosities that would eventuate. Carlyle 1899, 529-32. Third, even those who espoused racial equality shared something with Carlyle, and that was a commitment to the idea of civilizational hierarchy. Consider the 1833 Abolition of Slavery Act, which did not straightforwardly free the enslaved, but rather transmuted their chattel status to that of apprenticeship. Evident in this act is a generalized doubt of the capacity of enslaved Africans to become orderly and free laborers without guidance from their white Christian patrons. See Drescher 1981, 1718, O'Connell 2009b. This sentiment was especially pronounced in Harriet Beecher Stowe's incredibly popular American novel Uncle Tom's Cabin. Some even read into this story the requirement for the white English Christian to paternalistically enfold the junior Negro Christian into his household. Take, for instance, the suggestions of the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin Almanac: admit a Negro family into your home, treat them in a Christian spirit, let them eat your bread and drink of your cup. You can no longer doubt of their essential equality with yourself. Lorimer 1978, 74-5. Fourth, advocates of the old factory movement continued to call out the hypocrisy of middle-class philanthropy and sympathies expressed towards distant black peoples living across the oceans. Reynolds's newspaper, the self-styled leading working man's newspaper, regularly castigated middle-class do-gooders for failing to address the conditions suffered by their own immediate subordinates. Which is the better lot of the two, that of the slave embellished with the name of freeman the English worker, or that of the slave who is openly and honestly called a slave the American Negro? Reynolds's newspaper 1850. Pulling these four strands together, we might say that even after emancipation the de jure equality of the Negro could never be absolutely proclaimed in Britain absent of qualifications of hierarchy, paternalism, and racial affiliation. See in General Hussey 2012. It should 37 be no surprise, then, that turns of fate could quickly shift sentiments amongst humanitarians away from the hallowed ground of equality. This was to be the precise effect of the 1865 Morant Bay uprising in Jamaica. The economy of post-emancipation Jamaica was marked by growing poverty and unemployment for the black majority. Despite being a principal desire of the population, no major land redistribution had been undertaken after 1838, and reparations for slavery were only delivered to slaveholders for loss of their property. As the sugar industry continued to decline, the prevalence of absenteeism amongst remaining landlords meant that the island's affairs were administered by a white managerial class. Although the vote was open to black and mulatto subjects from 1840, property qualifications ensured that in practice Jamaican government remained an instrument of the plutocracy. Representing this interest in Britain, the West Indian lobby remained somewhat influential in Parliament, albeit less to do with its economic importance and more to do with the island's strategic value in checking American expansion into the Caribbean. Smith 1994, 132-3. In the early 1860s a series of petitions were made by various groups in Jamaica urging for the alleviation of grinding poverty and pointing to the difficulties in obtaining justice through the local courts. Dr. Edward Underhill, an English Baptist minister who had recently visited Jamaica, passed on these concerns to his acquaintance Edward Cardwell, then Secretary of State for the Colonies. Cardwell subsequently passed Underhill's letter to Edward John Eyre, the colonial governor of Jamaica. Underhill attributed the deterioration of living conditions to the policies of the Jamaican Assembly and the Colonial Office in London. Holt 1992, 270. Eyre's response, however, attributed the cause of decline to black pathologies. In Eyre's judgment, which matched Carlyle's invective, black people had not been able to cultivate deserving characteristics upon being freed and had retained their natural disposition to indolence and inactivity, winter 2016. Officially, Ayre's position won out. Henry Taylor, a veteran colonial officer, drafted the Queen's response to the petitions. Her Jamaican subjects were instructed to work for wages not uncertainly or capriciously, but steadily and continually, for only by adding prudence to industry could they meet their needs. Holt 1992, 277-8. Such. 38. A patronizing response ultimately resulted in October 1865 with an uprising of black peasantry in St. Thomas Parish, its epicenter being Morant Bay. Although the insurrectionists embarked on minimal violence as they temporarily took over the parish, Ayre authored an entirely disproportionate response that included the indiscriminate slaughter of hundreds and the arrest and execution of hundreds more without trial. Responsibility for the uprising was placed upon two prime suspects, a black Baptist deacon named Paul Bogle and a former member of the House of Assembly and fellow black Baptist, George William Gordon. Ayre ensured that both were executed. The uprising and especially Ayre's bloodthirsty response produced a major crisis of conscience in Britain's political and polite society. Anti-Ayre demonstrations began in Britain in November and a coalition of religious and intellectual personalities formed the Jamaica Committee 1 month later with a mission to bring Ayre to justice. The committee's membership included notables such as John Stuart Mill, Charles Darwin, John Bright MP, Herbert Spencer, John Ludlow, leader of the Christian Socialists, and Charles Buxton, son of Thomas Buxton, founder of the Anti-Slavery Society. The committee formed to defend Ayre included just as many notables, such as Charles Dickens, John Ruskin, and Charles Kingsley, another Christian socialist. Ayre's defenders worked in the tradition laid out by Burke, Cobbett and Carlyle, the latter being an active supporter of the embattled colonial governor. Key to their defense was the claim that Morant Bay demonstrated the unchangeable and undeserving character of the Negro, whose freedom had only provided a license for anarchy. See Hosey 2012, 811. In this regard, the specter of the Haitian Revolution haunted Ayre's supporters. Ayre himself had justified the extremity of his response to the uprising by claiming that the island was in danger of becoming a second Haiti, winter 2016. In November, the Times newspaper attributed the cause of the uprising to agitators from Haiti who had broken out the nature of Africa, hitherto dormant in the lazy Jamaican, Erickson 1959, 111. Crucially, the contention over Ayre's response to the Morant Bay uprising brought into sharp relief a deep fissure that had begun to grow in the governance of Britain's empire. From the 1850s onwards, Parliament debated the growing autonomy of white settler colonies and how this process might logically conclude. Eldridge 1973, 32. 39. Concomitantly, by the 1860s, the filial lines of Englishness had become re-articulated in a diasporic framing of belonging, owing much to the proclivities of colonial settler elites. At this point, the English genus took on a decisively imperial constitution through the label Anglo-Saxon, see for example Young 2008, 179-81. In 1868, Charles Dilke published Greater Britain, wherein he influentially argued for a federation of racially distinct and civilization-ally superior Anglo-Saxon polities, Dilke 1869, 346-7, see in General Bell 2007. Dilke's text is testament to the ascendancy of the presumption that white and non-white parts of the British Empire deserved different levels of autonomy, self-government, and equality, see Madden 1979. Outside of the Anglo-Saxon community of equals, Dilke and others expected that non-white colonies and the Indian Empire would still be governed through a hierarchical civilizing mission that, only in the long run, might eventually plant free institutions among the dark-skinned races of the world. Dilke 1869, 348, see also Eldridge 1973, 49. In any case, the pursuit of this civilizing mission had been brought into question by a series of native uprisings that required military responses in Cape Colony against Khoi Khoi and Xhosa in the early 1850s, in India against the Sepoys in 1857, in 1860 against Maori in New Zealand, in 1863 against Ashanti in the Gold Coast, then in Jamaica against Bogle and his followers in 1865. Much closer to home, and occurring just after Morant Bay, the Fenian uprising in Ireland provoked analogies regarding the disorderly nature of Irish and Black. The Earl of Kimberley, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland at the time, isolated the cause of the problem in the character of the Irish race and especially their inclination towards vulgarity, violence, and fickleness. Kimberley even considered there to be strong parallels between Negroes and Irish. Smith 1994, 139. The racial character of the Irish had also been one of Carlyle's obsessions. Although Carlyle strongly favoured British Union, he enjoyed a good relationship with some of the young Irelanders who worked towards national independence and whom he met and conversed with in 1846. His discourse on the nigger question was, in fact, written after a second tour of Ireland in 1949. Carlyle considered black peoples to be incapable of the rationality required to live as free labourers. But his discourse was also designed to critique in a manner akin to Cobbett the marketisation of 40. Agriculture as well as the dismal science that promoted it, i.e. political economy. For this double task, Carlyle presented the future of the free Caribbean as that suffered by Ireland's starvation, to have emancipated the West Indies into a black Ireland, Carlyle 1899. Certainly, Carlyle racialized the Irish as Celtic and thus inferior to the civilized Anglo-Saxon. Conveniently, he tied his own Scottish ancestry to Anglo-Saxon settlers. Nevertheless, he judged the Celt to be more redeemable than the black. For Carlyle, black was a fixed position, constituted in slavery, and formative of undeserving characteristics, see also Duggar 2006. But because Carlyle blackened the Celt, there was a small possibility of that race's redemption that was not granted to the black. Suspicion of the resolutely undeserving nature of black people provides a clue as to why, while Ireland was a far closer problem of geopolitical order for the British Empire, it did not emote the kind of response reserved for Morant Bay. In November 1865, The Times made an especially telling argument. The editorial argued that Morant Bay disproportionately evoked disappointment and damaged Britain's pride. Jamaica is our pet institution, argued the paper, and its inhabitants are our spoilt children, Holt 1992, 77. As I have noted, the grammar of imperial humanitarianism was fundamentally abolitionist and thus predicated upon a paradoxical support of both human equality and civilizational hierarchy. Because abolitionism in Britain enjoyed a historically special relationship to the Caribbean, the Morant Bay Uprising was proof to many that the great abolitionist experiment to paternalistically cultivate the ex-slave into a subject deserving of freedom had failed, see in General Moore and Johnson 2004. If humanity was a family organized through racial hierarchy, its youngest children had proved wayward in the extreme. Perhaps blackness was unredeemable, after all. To understand how such sentiments had gained political salience, we must turn to the aims of the Jamaica Committee. Soon after the uprising, Eyre had orchestrated the dissolution of the House of Assembly, leading to a change in the status of Jamaica from a self-governing entity to a crown colony with an appointed legislature. One of the last acts of the House, however, was to sanction the state of martial law and indemnify all actions undertaken in the putting down of the uprising. In their capacity as private citizens, the Jamaica Committee sought to bring Eyre to trial for murder and 41. Subsequently to try the ex-governor for illegally proclaiming martial law and hence committing acts of oppression against British subjects. In other words, the committee was most concerned with the procedural element of Eyre's actions and the degree to which they undermined rule of law, see especially Winter 2016. Furthermore, the committee's case unavoidably drew attention to the fact that British jurisprudence had heretofore developed no clear conceptualization of a state of siege. Whilst rule over Ireland in the 19th century had occasionally required temporary and special legislation, it was in the overseas empire that martial law was most regularly proclaimed and enacted. What made martial law a grave challenge to common law was the fact that, under such circumstances, only the military could determine to resume rule of law. Strictly dire necessity therefore warranted such a turn of events. In the absence of necessity, argued the Jamaica Committee, martial law threatened the common law bedrock of British freedoms, Townsend 1982. Yet precisely by this logic, the committee's argument invalidated the regularity with which martial law was invoked as a core element of colonial rule, Fraser 2011, 21. In short, the committee's argument, taken to its jurisprudential conclusion, threatened to unravel empire. It could not be allowed to stand. Crucially, the committee's critique of martial law invoked the racialized constitution of Britain's imperial polity. For at the center of their case lay the wrong that Eyre had committed not against the de facto leader of the uprising, Paul Bogle, but against George William Gordon. In order to execute Gordon, Eyre had him physically removed from Kingston, which was still under civil law, and transported to Morant Bay where martial law was in effect. Above all, Gordon was a mulatto. His mother had been enslaved, his white father had left an inheritance with which the son was at times able to leverage positions in the Jamaican legislature. Miscegenation, of course, had always been a vexed affair under slavery. But by the 1860s, race mixing deeply troubled the increasingly ambivalent relationship between the Anglo-Saxon family and the non-white subjects of empire, Watson 1997. Implicit in the debate over Eyre, then, was a question regarding filiation: were mulatto men competent enough to partake of the white patriarchal order, or were they too tainted with black anarchy? 42. There existed a long-standing opinion that mulattoes distinguished themselves through their white heritage. For example, commenting upon George Harris, her mulatto character in Uncle Tom's Cabin, Harriet Beecher Stowe mused that half-breeds often inherit, to a great degree, the traits of their white ancestors, Lorimer 1978, 85. Discussions around Gordon's parentage considered such racial proximity, with some reporting his deferential regard to his father, while Eyre insisted that all feelings of delicacy towards Gordon's family must subside, Watson 1997. John Stuart Mill cleaved to the former position in so far as he clearly considered Gordon's fate to be of universal concern. On behalf of the Jamaica Committee, Mill described the wrong done as the illegal execution of a British subject and called for the obligation of justice and humanity towards all races beneath the Queen's sway, Winter 2016. In this way, Mill presented empire as one human, if hierarchically ordered, family. Alternatively, John Tyndall, physicist and Eyre supporter, cleaved to the latter position: we do not hold an Englishman and a Jamaica Negro to be convertible terms, nor do we think that the cause of human liberty will be promoted by any attempt to make them so, Winter 2016. For Tyndall, the rights pertaining to empire's subjects were racially distinct. The Jamaica Committee lost their legal battles. But in this respect, they unintentionally settled the precedent that colonial subjects could suffer legislation that common law in England would not allow, see Handford 2008. What is more, the acceptance of Gordon's fate cemented a racialized differentiation of imperial possessions and populations. Since the first part of the 18th century, Jamaica had been formally categorized as a settled colony, yet, unlike the Australian colonies, New Zealand and Canada, one in which the majority was composed of a black population. However, the first governor of Jamaica as a crown colony, John Peter Grant, believed that self-governance was dependent upon racial qualities and that Jamaica's population were thoroughly ill-suited to such a system, being that they exhibited not one Anglo-Saxon characteristic, Smith 1994, 140. The general principle was summed up, soon after the Eyre affair, by Arthur Mills, barrister, MP, and expert on colonial systems of governance. Mills conceded that it was hopeless to transplant institutions slowly grown in Europe to uncongenial places or people, and that the Negro was the most conspicuous example of the stationary races, Smith 1994, 140. 43. And so, as the 19th century progressed, the abolitionist disposition shifted. The idea of imperial humanity being one family lost integrity to the idea of a discretely Anglo-Saxon family. Anglo-Saxon settler colonies received more of the rights of governance enjoyed by Britain's own citizens, and they shared in at times led franchise reforms. In distinction to this Anglo-Saxon family, other non-white colonies were placed on a different developmental trajectory. Their populations, being governed by London-centred autocracies backed by military might, benefited little from political reforms even if they were also subjects to the same crown. Bolt 1971, 91, Mantina 2008, 122, Fraser 2011, 23. As the fallout from Morant Bay made its way through the halls of Parliament, so did legislation intent on expanding suffrage in England. For some years the Chartist movement had built a popular movement across Britain for political enfranchisement. The banning of a demonstration by the Reform League in Hyde Park in 1866 led some to suggest that Eyre's treatment of black Jamaicans through the imposition of martial law was now finding an opening in England. Certainly, the problems of empire did not influence franchise legislation with the same intimacy as had been the case in the 1830s. Middleton 2017, Smith 1994, 136, Himmelfarb 1966, 100. Nevertheless, Catherine Hall's, 1994, suggestion of the entanglement of Morant Bay and franchise reform remains an astute one. For franchise reform effectively transformed those who had in the past political lexicon been considered deserving poor into a deserving constituency of skilled and settled workers. In the same movement, these workers were adopted into the Anglo-Saxon family at the same time as this family distanced itself from troublesome non-white colonial populations. Although initially spearheaded by the Liberal Party, the Second Reform Act of 1867 was pushed through by Benjamin Disraeli, Chancellor of the Exchequer, under a minority Conservative government. The Act effectively doubled the English and Welsh electorate by giving the vote to male urban householders and lodgers who paid £10 rent per annum or more, as well as to agricultural landowners and tenants with small land plots. While the rent sum was vociferously debated, Parliament ultimately enfranchised what, in its members' estimations, was a set of workers who demonstrated deserving characteristics: skilled and industrious, settled, small patriarchs. In 44. Making this distinction amongst workers in general, politicians were effectively following the arguments that guided popular protest. By the 1860s, many of the provincial movements that had inherited the Chartist mantle argued for enfranchisement on the basis of the contribution that specifically skilled labor made to the nation's wealth, and such skills were linked predominantly to trades that employed no women. Chase 2017, 21. Regardless, significant contention surrounded the expansion of the franchise. Prominent voices expressing disquiet at the possibility that reform might break paternalistic hierarchies. Tellingly, the anarchy potentially unleashed by political equality was often apprehended through the well-worn analogy to the slave. Take, for example, a poem published in the April 1866 edition of the popular magazine Punch. We lately heard the working men called fellow creatures, but, what then? Why, so sick the grinning African. Lewis 2012, 539. Carlyle provided the most influential and polemical rebuttal of this kind in his Shooting Niagara. Contextualizing the Reform Act within other notable events such as the American Civil War against slavery and the Jamaica Committee's attack on Eyre, Carlyle's chief concern, as it had been with abolition and even the Irish question, was with the disastrous effects caused by levelling the relationship between servantship and mastership. It will be recalled that this same issue lay behind Carlyle's disgust of the political economy. Instead, and looking to the future, Carlyle, 1867, 21, placed hope in the chivalrous and magnanimous character of the English nobleman. Those who demurred from Carlyle's assessment placed their faith in the character of the working men who were to be enfranchised. John Ludlow, supporter of the Jamaica Committee and leader of the Christian Socialist movement, addressed this issue in his Progress of the Working Class. Ludlow was at pains to demonstrate that working men had learnt the value of deference in their recent struggles. For evidence, he recalled a presentation made to Disraeli by G. J. Mantle, previously a vocal chartist: "We offer to the throne the homage of our loyalty. We have as keen an appreciation of our country's 45 honor as any other class of men. The blood of working men, in times of trouble, has flowed as freely as that of the proudest peer of the realm." Ludlow and Jones 1867, 285-6. But Ludlow and Jones 1867, 3, was also clear that he did not mean to include into this family the poor, those who could not maintain themselves other than by occasional efforts. Ludlow and Jones 1867, 252, expressly distanced the deserving working class from the lowest classes, where the real problem lay in individuals and families entangled in evil. When it came to politicians, both sides of the House claimed the new deserving constituency not through the grammar of class hierarchy but, instead, of national belonging. For instance, William Gladstone, then one of the key liberal proponents of reform, described the expanded electorate as our fellow subjects, our fellow Christians, our own flesh and blood. Himmelfarb 1966, 17. On the conservative side, in assessing the danger of enfranchisement, Disraeli counted upon the paternalistic deference that in his estimation made England safe in the race of men who inhabit her, and safe in her national character, in her fame, in the traditions of 1,000 years. Disraeli's speech on the Reform Bill, July 15, 1867. This was the one nation principle that Disraeli introduced to conservatism, which by endorsing the skilled and settled working man, presumed to have dispensed with class conflict. Enfranchisement into the nation also presented the issue of enfranchisement into Anglo-Saxon supremacy. For instance, despite working on his book with Lloyd Jones, an Anglo-Irish socialist, Ludlow's position distanced English labour organisation from its historical entanglement with Irish radicalism via Chartism. In this sense, Ludlow's confirmation of working-class loyalty inevitably courted anti-Irish sentiment that was so popular in the English press. Ludlow's pledge of loyalty can be contrasted to the radicalism of textile labourers in Manchester, many of whom had recently agitated against the Southern interest in the American Civil War despite the detrimental impact of a cotton embargo on their livelihoods. The Morant Bay episode divided Empire's humanity, yet Manchester workers seemed to think that humanity's fate was shared. When the slave ceases to be and becomes an enfranchised free man, argued one of these agitators, then the British workman's claim may be listened to, cited in Rice 2010, 97. 46. The 1867 Act wedded the deserving characteristics heretofore signalled in poor law debates to a respectable constituency of working men. Hall 1994. This constituency, with its adherence to orderly independence, was claimed by conservatives, liberals, and Christian socialists on behalf of the English genus. What defined this new constituency of working men was not class and the disorderly struggles heretofore associated with labour organisation but rather the national family. Meanwhile, the English genus had been geopolitically expanded into an Anglo-Saxon formation. Morant Bay confirmed the abolition experiment to be a failure. Its fallout affirmed the re-racialization of the imperial family into an Anglo-Saxon family hierarchically differentiated from non-white colonial subjects. From this viewpoint, as the deserving English working man became enfranchised, they also became racialized as Anglo-Saxon. It is telling, in this respect, that from the 1860s onwards, and except for the case of workers' abolitionism, the public discussion over the meaning of citizenship focused less on the rights of the propertied individual and more upon the duties owed by the enfranchised to community, nation, and empire. McClelland and Rose 2006, 84. In sum, the making of a working-class constituency was firmly an act of political domination, with elements of the workers' movement complicit in its conscription. The eugenicist defense of the Anglo-Saxon family. The question remains, though, as to the position of England's undeserving poor in this bifurcated empire. In the 1830s debates over poor law reform, those considered undeserving by choice or imposition were blackened via the slave analogy. Those debates focused upon the rural parish, artisan, and agricultural worker. By the 1840s, attention had shifted towards the urban setting and industrial occupations. Yet even as it shifted away from the classic parish poor, the deserving/undeserving distinction remained racialized. By the 1850s, for instance, mining had come to be classified as the occupation of a race apart. Arthur Munby, barrister and famous diarist, fetishized the English colliery women considered amongst the lowest occupation by sketching them as black, heavy-framed men. McClintock 1995, 108, 114-15. 47. Despite its relative lack of industry vis-a-vis Birmingham and Manchester, London emerged as a prime location for investigating the undeserving poor. Perhaps the predominant reason for this focus is due to the predilections of London's middle classes who undertook ethnographic investigations. Many sought to replicate in their household the paternalistic hierarchies of the rural manor, even though London living stretched these hierarchies across wider effective and geographical distances, see Jones 1983. In fact, these hierarchies were also willfully stretched beyond their past interpolations. For instance, it will be remembered that in the debates over abolition the difference between a master/servant and master/slave relationship was fundamental. The latter, unlike the former, was believed to break the paternalistic hierarchy. Notoriously, Arthur Munby married Hannah Colwick, a housemaid resident in London, and the two secretly married. Their relationship was marked by Colwick blackening her skin and playing slave to Munby's massa, see Todd 2009. Aside from this striking instance, there is quotidian evidence to suggest that some of the urban middle classes nicknamed their servants slavies. Lorimer 1978, 106. Greater distances also affected the composition of Victorian London's working demographics, with small workshops instead of large factories predominating in its industrial topology. Hence, as the middle classes separated from workers, so did enfranchised workers divide from a vast array of semi- and unskilled laborers, many working irregularly, piecemeal, or hardly at all. Jones 1983, 223. In the urban milieu, these poor who were believed to demonstrate undeserving characteristics whether by fate or by fault took on a new name. In 1854, Sir George Nichols, 1899, 4, a Poor Law Commissioner appointed in the 1834 Act, spoke in the London context of a residuum, something that had been left behind. These classes of men, Nichols claimed, remained in a condition of primitive poverty, ignorance, and subjection, all the more aggravated because it can be contrasted with the higher possibilities of the civilized life. John Bright, in his arguments in Parliament over the Reform Bill, also deployed the new term to identify those whom even intelligent and honest working men disavowed. Himmelfarb 1966, 126. I argued above that deserving working men were enfranchised in 1867 not as a class per se, but as a national constituency and, moreover, a racialized one that could claim an Anglo-Saxon filiation. 48. So too did commentary on the London residuum rely not so much upon class distinctions but far more upon racialized distinctions. For instance, in his observations in the late 1840s, Henry Mayhew, co-founder of the satirical magazine Punch, noted that when it came to visiting London's working poor, it seemed as if we were in a new land, and among another race. 1861, 233. As one Saturday Review essay put it in 1864, the residuum existed as a caste apart, a race of whom we know nothing, whose lives are of quite different complexion from ours. Lorimer 1978, 101. Take also the definition provided by Helen Bosanquet, née Dendy, leading light of the charity organization Society, a race living with no specialized skill, who yet have only the minimum of physical strength and a low order of intellect, and a degradation of the natural affections to something little better than animal instincts. Boson K. and Dendy 1895, 84, 89, Boson K. 1902, 332. Through these imagined cartographies the residuum was placed outside of and in some ways presented as a threat to the Anglo-Saxon family. In general, areas occupied by the residuum were regularly described in ethnographic commentaries as wilds, dens, and a dark continent populated by wild races and wandering tribes. Bonnet 1998, 322-3, Jones 1983, 183. The obsession of many such commentaries with the East End Docklands is especially telling. The port areas, as evidenced in Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, were apprehended as the threshold space between industrialism and empire, civilization and savagery. McClintock 1995, 120. The slave analogy had previously been mobilized to pursue the salvation of parish poor who were being cast into either the workhouse or the factory. The analogy accompanied the poor as they became the urban residuum. Sidney Webb, prominent intellectual of the Fabian Society to which we shall soon turn, described the hardest working and most cruelly treated labourers as London's wage slaves, reminiscing that the horrors of the white slavery which made the fortunes of Lancashire have become terribly familiar to us. Webb 1891, 73-4. Oscar Wilde's biographer, Robert Harborough Sherard, 1897, 20, wrote about the white slaves of England and the abominations in our midst which should make one ashamed of the name of Englishman. In a forceful Jeremiad, William Booth, founder of the Salvation Army, challenged his reader to consider that a darkest England existed just as did a darkest Africa, and 49. He agitated for Christians to attend to the colonies of heathens and savages in the heart of our capital. Booth 1890, 11-12, 16. But moral categorization of the urban poor was increasingly overtaken by the pursuit of a purportedly more objective methodology linked to the study of urban demography. Charles Booth's extremely influential and magisterial survey on life and labour of the people in London is a case in point. Categorizing residents into 7 classes, Booth described the lowest parts of the residuum as barbarians or as living an almost savage life. Booth 1897, 9:421, Brown 1968, 351. Moreover, during this period the very study of race was being innovated in ways that would impact upon the assessment of the residuum and its relationship to the Anglo-Saxon family. While there are precedents dating back to the 1840s, the key intervention in the development of a science of race heredity was made by Francis Galton. In 1883 he introduced the term eugenics. By the end of the decade, eugenics had become commonplace in public debate. Mackenzie 1976, 504. Galton himself was an early proponent of the idea that urban living quickened the degeneration of a population's stock, and he utilized the categories provided in Booth's Life and Labour of the People in London in order to arrive at a demographic distribution of inherited civic worth. Mackenzie 1976, 513, 515. However, as Dorothy Porter, 1991, argues, eugenics did not necessarily promote a Nazi-like aim of eradicating gene pools. Just as important as the extreme positive eugenics of this kind was a negative eugenics, a position that Galton progressively subscribed to. Mackenzie 1976, 512. Negatively, eugenics aimed to prevent the degeneration of stock through social hygiene interventions into education, health, sanitation, habitation, and food. See Jones 1986. If eugenics implied one thing, it was public intervention into the social and economic dimensions of urban living. Social Darwinism, with its partial dependence upon Malthusian logic, resonated strongly with commitments to economic laissez-faire. Alternatively, eugenicists fundamentally distrusted nature's given design. For this reason, eugenics became especially attractive to debates over poor relief, the language of which already resonated with the science of race. For example, 2 years before Galton coined the term, one speaker at a poor law conference claimed that vagrants were a pedigree bred, a race which has the very genius of not working in its 50 bones and sinews, Vorspan 1977-72. Fabianism, with its project to achieve socialism through top-down, gradual, and enlightened reform, also found the interventionist logic of eugenics attractive. So much so, in fact, that some Fabians such as Eden Paul confidently asserted that unless the socialist is a eugenicist as well, the socialist state will speedily perish from racial degradation. Paul 1984, 568, Mackenzie 1976, 50711. The eugenicist case for intervening into the lives of the residuum was made primarily with reference to the family and reproduction. To be fair, many eugenicists were ambivalent over the straightforward genetic inheritance of undeserving characteristics. Rather, they understood inheritance to be just as much transmitted through the intellectual aptitude of the mother and her educational level. But whether by nature or nurture or both, eugenic interventions were designed to reinforce the old patriarchal concern for moral parenting, which had been so central to the Poor Laws. For example, the charity organization Society can hardly be said to have eugenicist origins. Set up in 1869 to help identify those deserving of outdoor poor relief, the Society pioneered fine-grained case study work into poverty-stricken families. Nonetheless, charitable interventions of this kind could easily be made to serve the eugenics impulse. Later, the Society worked with the Eugenics Education Society to agitate for parliamentary reforms in mental health provision, Jones 1986, 27. At the same time as eugenics pressed for more public intervention into family life and reproduction, debates over the prime cause of poverty, irregular or insufficient employment, mooted the necessity of national-scale interventions. James O'Grady's presidential address to the Trades Union Congress, TUC, in 1898 argued that if the national prosperity depends on the well-being of the worker, the necessary corollary is that the state should care for him in sickness. Mall Alley 1950, 56. What is more, the entry into parliamentary politics by the Labour Party was accompanied by demands for a national right to work, see especially Hannigan 1997. Additionally, the idea that unemployment had to be addressed as an impersonal, national problem, grew in favor across the political spectrum and partially displaced the traditional focus upon moral character, see Taylor 2015. The strongly interventionist science of eugenics was deeply implicated in the movement from provincial poor relief towards a 51 system of national insurance and welfare, as demonstrated by the early work of perhaps the most influential British welfare reformer of the 20th century. It was the dysgenic effects of the less civilized urban industries that, in the opinion of a young William Beveridge, produced a degenerate posterity. Harris 2003, 104. By the 1920s, whilst director of the London School of Economics, Beveridge was so convinced that social scientists should learn from the biological sciences that he pushed for a department of social biology, see Renwick 2014. As part of his intellectual development, Beveridge also shifted his concerns from the moral character of the unemployed towards unemployment as an impersonal problem of industry which required nationally coordinated and eugenicist policy interventions. Harris 2003, 95-7, Hannigan 1997, 466. This shift from moral to impersonal considerations carried with it the deserving/undeserving distinction. Beveridge worried that if skilled laborers lost their jobs they would have to fall back upon casual work that bred undeserving attributes. This degradation of work would also degenerate the English stock, Taylor 2015, 163. In many ways, Beveridge's concern for eugenics and for national regulation combined. For instance, instead of paternally addressing the unemployed man's moral character, Beveridge promoted the use of labor exchanges as an impersonal mechanism that might nonetheless discipline the work-shy. Harris 2003, 133. When insurance and welfare provisions were mooted on a national scale, they necessarily attracted considerations regarding imperial order. The last decades of the 19th century witnessed an intensification of inter-imperial competition, increased continental alliances, and a rise in protective instruments, such as the U.S. McKinley Tariff Act that impacted upon British metal exports. Above all, the Boer War clarified the way in which the eugenicist interventions described above articulated with the defense of empire's integrity, see Thompson 1997. At the start of the war in 1899, Joseph Chamberlain, Secretary of State for the Colonies, declined to force direct rule over the breakaway Transvaal, Quinault 1985, 637. But when hundreds of thousands of troops from across the empire saved Britain's dominion in South Africa, Chamberlain came to a realization of that great federation of our race which will inevitably make for peace and liberty and justice. 52. Zeeble 1967, 141. Chamberlain was referring to the Anglo-Saxon family. Above all, it was widely believed that up to 60% of English volunteers were rejected due to physical fitness. Mackenzie 1976, 515, see in General Semmel 1968. The realization, in the context of inter-imperial competition, that British rule had to count on the vitality of its imperial stock shocked most parties of the political establishment. In this way, the condition of the working class and its residuum in Britain was increasingly perceived as a threat to the integrity of empire, see in General Bonnet 1998. Concern over the virility of Anglo-Saxon manhood accompanied the war. Robert Baden-Powell wrote his famous Scouting for Boys after encountering Lord Cecil's Boy Scout troop, formed during the Mafeking siege. Unapologetically promoting pioneer attributes, Baden-Powell's scouting argued that every boy ought to learn how to shoot and to obey orders, else he is no more good when war breaks out than an old woman, cited in Mackenzie 1995, 176. But strong manhood required a strong patriarchal family. With the war in mind, Karl Pearson, protégé of Galton and creator of the academic field of mathematical statistics, lectured in 1900 on the connection between domestic eugenics and imperial integrity. Selection of parentage, he argued, is the sole effective process known to science by which a race can continually progress. Stone 2001, 409. In 1907, John Frederick Sykes, medical officer of health for St. Pancras, London, claimed that if we intend to remain an imperial race, we must restore to its imperial place the dignity of motherhood. Porter 1991, 170. Miscegenation was an unavoidable concern when it came to motherhood and racial integrity. This had been the case during the years of abolition as well as with the disputes over William Gordon's execution at Morant Bay. A few years after the end of the war, Robert Rentowel, another eugenicist and member of the Royal College of Surgeons, reminded his profession of the terrible monstrosities produced by the intermarriage of the white man and the black. According to the learned surgeon, the Negro culminates his sexual furor by killing the white woman, sometimes taking out her womb and eating it. Stone 2001, 399. Hence, the Boer War clarified the extent to which eugenicist interventions were necessarily national and imperial in their import and extent. In 1904 the Interdepartmental Committee on Physical Deterioration reported on their inquiry into the deterioration of 53. Certain classes of the population as shown by the sizable percentage of rejections for physical causes of recruits for the army. The language of the report, ostensibly addressing a national problem, was in fact principally addressed to the deterioration of the race. The report explicitly refuted the social Darwinian position of letting the unfit die, and instead embraced the utility of eugenicist interventions. Interdepartmental Committee on Physical Deterioration 1904, 81. On this point, the report argued that urbanization had produced consequences prejudicial to the health of the people, and advocated social hygiene policy in terms of housing, environment, and employment. The war therefore quickened proactive interventions into the reproduction of the British poor. Some argued that the state should treat as motherless those children who would only be brought up into a life of pauperism. Porter 1991, 167. After all, the maternity wards of workhouses were often associated with prostitution. Thane 1978, 39. In 1908 a royal commission introduced a new category, the feeble-minded, that addressed the danger of those incapable of competing on equal terms for jobs or of managing their own affairs. Of special importance were women in receipt of poor relief and who had given birth to illegitimate children. Jones 1986, 29. Questions to do with marriage and fertility were thereafter included in the census, starting in 1911, the year of the National Insurance Act. The Act itself was a cornerstone of social reforms pursued by liberal governments from 1908 to 1916. David Lloyd George, then Chancellor of the Exchequer, was especially influential in these pursuits, and was further propelled by a desire to match the industrial vitality and stability of Imperial Germany. The health provision of the Act included all manual workers and anyone who earned less than £160 per year. The unemployment provision was more particular, focusing on specific industries: building, construction, shipbuilding, mechanical engineering, iron founding, and construction of vehicles and sawmilling. Porritt 1912, 279. These trades were not only cyclical in nature, hence lending themselves to the necessity of insurance, but just as importantly were capital-intensive and required high skill levels from their laborers. The employees and employers of such trades were able to form alliances in support of the Act, unlike labor-intensive and less skilled sectors. Helwig 2005, 119. 54. 54. Most importantly, the actual provisions in Britain's first national system of social insurance accorded to the eugenicist logic developed in the decades before. The negative eugenics established in the Act sought to guard against a degeneration of the working stock in two ways: first, that the less skilled worker could benefit from basic social hygiene; second, that, due to the cycles of industry, the skilled laborer would not become destitute and degenerate into the residuum. Alternatively, married female laborers were excluded from nearly all provisions on the assumption that their earnings were supplementary to their husband's wage. Thane 1978, 33. Women in general were subject to a suspicion of idleness that men were not, for as Lloyd George stated as justification for their exclusion, there was no way of checking their malingering, cited in Porritt 1912, 263. This act of omission ensured that laboring women would not be able to recuse themselves of their imperial patriarchal duty to raise good English stock. In sum, the 1911 National Insurance Act established the principle that employee, employer, and state would contribute collectively to insurance against sickness and unemployment. But the Act did not dispense with the poor laws, nor with the distinction between those deserving and undeserving of social security and welfare. More accurately, the Act's logic sought to mitigate against the degeneration of deserving characteristics among English workers and ensure the reproduction of deserving stock. In these ways, the Act guarded against the race degradation represented by the urban residuum. National welfare manifested as a eugenicist enterprise, an act of political domination in service of empire's integrity. Conclusion. The argument presented in this chapter suggests that it would be spurious to talk of an English white working class even at the high point of industrialization and empire. It would be more accurate to present Britain's division of labour at this time as bifurcated along racialized lines drawn in the 19th century as abolition humanitarianism was refuted and eugenics embraced. Those skilled and settled workers who had demonstrated deserving characteristics were inducted, through the franchise, into the English genus. But 55. 55. With the fallout out from Morant Bay, the English genus had taken on a decisively imperial formation as the Anglo-Saxon family. The nation was part of an imperial family. So even this enfranchised working class was not an indigenous constituency but was claimed as an orderly constituent of empire. It remained so for as long as there was an empire to substantively defend. And the undeserving poor? As the abolitionist experiment fell apart under the professed weight of evidence that free blacks could not cast off their slave essence, the Anglo-Saxon family separated itself from an agglomeration of non-white colonial subalterns. Even at this moment, the undeserving in England did not magically become white but were apprehended as a residuum, a stock that would corrupt the Anglo-Saxon breed. The residuum was not a colonial population, but its filiation to the Anglo-Saxon family was of a negative kind, a degenerative influence. The enfranchisement and racial salvation of the residuum would have to wait until the 1948 National Assistance Act formally revoked the poor laws and the moralizing distinction between those deserving and undeserving of social security and welfare. Yet, as we shall now see, the celebrated welfare state did not emerge as an island affair. It, too, was conceived in relation to empire and in distinction to colonial development. 56. 57. 57. Chapter 4. National Welfare and Colonial Development. By distinguishing between good stock, the enfranchised, skilled worker, and bad stock, the urban residuum, the National Insurance Act of 1911 institutionalized the eugenicist distinction between deserving and undeserving stock. In this chapter I explore the further racialization of the deserving/undeserving distinction through debates over colonial development and national welfare from fin de siècle to the Second World War. This chapter seeks to demonstrate that a quintessentially national arrangement, Britain's welfare state, was actually bound up in imperial determinants that racialized those deserving and undeserving of social security and welfare. In the first part of the chapter, I discuss how the 1867 Reform Act prompted a re-narration of the English genus such that organised labour could be considered amongst its little platoons. I show how those who supported labour's advance argued that the provincial and patriarchal roots of 19th-century friendly societies had provided labour cooperation with the spirit of self-help, that is, of orderly independence. I then turned to debates over poor law reform between the charity organization Society and the Fabians. At stake was the viability of transplanting labor's cooperative spirit from its provincial wellsprings into an unforgiving urban environment, there to improve the character of the residuum. I demonstrate that central to these debates was the tension between the personalized nature of 58. Cooperative enterprise and the impersonalized nature of eugenicist interventions organized on a national scale. In the second part of the chapter I turn to Britain's colonies. There, labor's cooperative spirit was looked upon with far greater suspicion. I detail how some Fabians initially turned towards the Caribbean and there identified the cooperative spirit in rural smallholdings outside of the plantation complex. These observations were then generalized into a policy for colonial development, which encouraged self-ownership via smallhold farming in opposition to the dependencies created by working on large plantations and in extractive industries. I chart how the latter model came to ultimately predominate in the interwar period. I consider how social anthropologists identified in the accompanying urbanization a dissolution of tribal order and a potential for resistance to colonial rule. For similar reasons, the British government looked upon the possibility of transplanting labour's cooperative spirit to the colonies with increasing skepticism. In the third part of the chapter I bring together two contemporaneous reports, William Beveridge's 1942 report on social insurance and allied services, and Baron Moyne's 1940 recommendations on colonial development in the Caribbean. I demonstrate the eugenicist basis of Beveridge's report, with its principal aim being the reproduction of good Anglo-Saxon stock. I then examine Moyne's wish to turn the institutions of colonial development towards the cultivation of deserving characteristics amongst their black populations. I specifically focus on Moyne's desire to induce Caribbean women into a proper patriarchy. I argue that both reports work together to defend empire's integrity. However, they do so by racially differentiating aims and expectations. On the one hand, England's cooperative spirit, being conservative and progressive, is conducive to the provision of universal insurance and welfare. On the other hand, the tribal spirit, being conservative and regressive, is not. This argument expands the claim I made in the last chapter that national welfare manifests as an act of political domination. In this chapter, I once more conceptually extend the argument. While the deserving working man is affiliated to the Anglo-Saxon family with the 1867 Reform Act, by the end of the century organized labor is now affiliated on account of its orderly cooperative spirit. In subsequent chapters we will see how labor's cooperative spirit is disassociated with the English genus under neoliberalism, but then 59 becomes reaffiliated in the years leading up to Brexit, when the white working class is redeemed as a deserving constituency. Labor's cooperative spirit. During the first half of the 19th century, the cooperative spirit of labor was by and large considered a force for disorder. For instance, the Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800 prohibited trade unionism for fear of the anarchical influence of revolutionary Jacobinism. But in 1859 ex-Chartist Samuel Smiles wrote a popular self-help guide for the skilled and settled working man. With his old movement in decline, Smiles preached not just industriousness and prudence but also the cultivation of better habits, rather than greater rights. Moreover, it was through enriching the collective character of a nation that Smiles, 1897, identified the new providential movement of the age. In 1867 the Second Reform Act enfranchised skilled and settled labor into the nation and Anglo-Saxon family. Come the 1870s, self-organized skilled labor had been granted de facto associational privileges in the halls of parliamentary governance, McKibben 1984, 320. At this point, elites had rhetorically reconciled the cooperative principle of labor organization, self-help, with political order. Such an embrace necessitated a reimagining of the English genus. Edmund Burke had believed that genus to be carried by the little platoons, local and personalized chains of paternalist filiation. William Cobbett identified these platoons in the paternalistic hierarchies of the cottage economy, including its rural poor. But by the 1860s the platoons were also being identified with the workers' cooperative movements, friendly societies, and albeit more guardedly trade unions. Take, for instance, John Ludlow, head of the Christian Socialists. In his Progress of the Working Class, Ludlow imputed a special significance to the growth of benefit societies, building societies, industrial and provident societies, working men's colleges, working men's clubs and institutes, etc., all of which generated an ever-increasing number of meeting points, material as well as moral, between class and class, which are gradually binding each to each by closer links of fellowship. Ludlow and Jones 1867, 282. Far from intensifying class struggle, cooperative 60. Values, for Ludlow, Ludlow and Jones 1867, 283, were responsible for the growth of loyal national feeling among the working class. There are two elements to this re-narration of the English genus that I wish to highlight. The first is reflected usefully in the work of Charles Fay. Nowadays a somewhat forgotten Cambridge economic historian, in the first part of the 20th century, Fay was a public intellectual, enthusiast of cooperatives and friend to influential economists John Maynard Keynes and Alfred Marshall. In his popular economic history of Britain, Fay approvingly cited Austrian politician Joseph Bernreither's description of friendly societies and cooperatives as the most conspicuous examples of English self-help, Fay 1950, 406. Importantly, Fay located the wellspring of such organizations in provincial towns and villages, which were led by a local spirit. Fay even argued that in the very large towns, where workers did not know each other so intimately, the development of such self-help organizations was relatively backward, Fay 1950, 425, 427. This was especially the case in London, the centre of which, Fay argued, was barely touched by this spirit even as late as 1914. In his estimation, the embrace of labor's cooperative spirit was at the same time a geographical embrace of the personal, local, and/or provincial wellsprings of the English genus. Fay was an advocate of women's rights. On this note, we should not forget that the cooperative movement had initially opened a radical space for non-patriarchal sexual and economic relations. But, and this is the second element, that space was quickly shut down. As they came together, artisans tended to defend their crafts by arguing that work demeaned women's morality, reduced men's wages and prevented the provision of a breadwinner's wage, see in General Clark 1997. The integrity of skilled labor was presented as a bulwark of domesticity, thereby playing into the politics of patriarchal respectability, Rose 1993, 155. Take, for instance, one contributor to the Trades newspaper in 1825 who agitated for the withdrawal of women and children from the labor market so as to establish the authority of fathers and make each man responsible for the comfort, respectability, and the education of his family, Clark 1997, 203. Such arguments were given extra strength by the factory movement's use of the slave analogy, which, as we have seen in Chapter 2, identified in female and child factory labor the arrival of black anarchy. 61. Patriarchy and provincialism were often identified as the core qualities that underwrote labor's cooperative spirit, and it was these qualities that allowed proponents to advocate for self-organization as a deserving characteristic of English working men. This is the logic by which Burke's little platoons could be reconciled with labor's cooperative spirit across the ideological spectrum from conservatives to socialists. With this in mind, I now want to turn to Helen Bosanquet of the charity organization Society and Beatrice Webb of the Fabians, both of whom were key protagonists in fin de siècle debates over poor law reform. Both drew upon labor's cooperative spirit in their arguments concerning the urban residuum. In 1902 Bosanquet wrote The Strength of the People, a text that underlined the importance of charitable interventions in the alleviation of urban poverty. Bosanquet framed part of the argument by reference to the contrast between town and country. Why is it, she asked, that we accept it as a sort of law of nature that in the country a man can bring up a family successfully upon half what is considered the poverty line in London? Bosanquet 1902, 103. Eschewing a straightforward economic analysis, Bosanquet focused on the malformation of the moral character of poor wives and husbands in the urban milieu. Specifically, Bosanquet, 1902, 1047, argued that, lacking appropriate experience, poor wives could not transmit the virtues of prudence, patience, and planning to their progeny. This deficit was compounded by the fact that their husbands had also missed the interests and companionship and assistance which should have come to him from his friendly society or trade union or cooperative store. Bosanquet's, 1902, 122, point was that the residuum's male had only ever been in a position of receiver rather than instigator of aid. Because of this circumstance, he had degraded his character to the point where he could not function as a small patriarch. Indeed, Bosanquet attributed much of the progress of the laborer in the 19th century to the growth of the modern friendly society, the institution by means of which a group of men combine for mutual aid in times of sickness. She also lauded the cooperative as a means of making the working man's earnings more effective. Finally, Bosanquet affirmed the edifying effect of the trade union, which proved that the workers of the country are not naturally or necessarily without the qualities which make for independence, and the strength to maintain themselves. Bosanquet 1902, 168-70. 62. While Fabians differed to the charity approach by agitating for a stronger public administration role in poor relief, they too identified in labor's cooperative tradition the source of their socialism. In her influential tract on the cooperative movement, Beatrice Webb, née Potter, directly invoked Henry Brougham's treatises on the Revolutionary Era, which, it should be remembered from Chapter 2, were distinctly negrophobic. Via Brougham, Webb compared the complete separation of the higher and lower orders, leading inevitably to anarchy and despotism with the emergence of the new spirit of association, Potter 1904, 38. Webb followed this inborn capacity of Englishmen for self-government through the religious descent of the 18th century into the mutual improvement clubs, benefit societies, and union shops of the 19th century, Potter 1904, 36-8. The spirit of cooperation, argued Webb, had one aim and one motive, the desire on the part of a majority to regulate and to limit the exploitation of their labor by a powerful and skilled minority, Potter 1904, 39. Beatrice and Sidney Webb, Web 1891, sought to transplant this spirit into the urban milieu in the form of municipal patriotism. It is remarkable the degree to which Fabianism echoed the ethical concerns of William Cobbett. Recall that in Cobbett's estimation, the parasitical interests of capitalist farmers and their urban co-conspirators threatened to turn the rural laborer into a slave, hence horrifically blackening the English genus. Now consider the musings of G. D. H. Cole, notable Fabian intellectual of the early 20th century, and biographer of Cobbett. In melancholic tones redolent of Cobbett, Cole hoped that the contemporary urban worker might not exist as a desiccated townsman, remote from the life of field and village, but as a countryman in mind, wherever he live. Griffiths 1999, 101. So, in the Fabian narrative of labor's cooperative spirit, the English genus now became identified in local and provincial self-help organizations, which protected workers from the possibility of race degeneration in their migrations to urban metropoles. At the end of the Victorian era, Fabians hoped to transplant that spirit of independence into the unforgiving urban milieu. But it was not at all clear whether a successful transplantation of labor's cooperative spirit was possible. In fact, by the late 19th century, migration to the urban milieu had emerged as a general concern for political order. A movement even gathered pace for 63. The nationalization of rural land. The Land Reform Union and other proselytizers urged government to properly utilize such land in order to attenuate the flow of poor people into cities, see in General Ridley 1987. Charles Booth, the premier urban demographer, suggested that casual workers could be removed to domestic labor colonies. In 1904, William Beveridge advocated for permanent and compulsory colonies for the undeserving unemployed, and free colonies for the genuine casual laborer. Brown 1968, 356. In 1909, David Lloyd George, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, legislated for the reclamation of rural land in England, upon which portions of the urban poor would be set to work in labour colonies. Cowan and Shenton 1991, 147. Several colonies were actually set up by charitable organizations. In eugenicist terms, the rural idyll came to be considered a conducive environment for the strengthening of Anglo-Saxon stock. But the urban milieu complicated eugenicist interventions. For, as will be remembered from the last chapter, industrialization had mooted new national scales and modes of social interventions. In this context, both Bosanquet and the Webb struggled to answer a fundamental question: would the national dispensation of welfare along impersonal, eugenic lines undermine efforts to induct the urban poor into the personal and provincial nature of labor's cooperative spirit? Debate over this question was met through the Royal Commission on the Poor Laws, which gathered evidence between 1905 and 1909. The Commission split into a majority report, effectively taking the charity organization Society's position, and a minor report espousing the Fabian view. The majority report was especially concerned with assaying the extent to which intervention into family life was warranted so as to support the self-help principle amongst the individuals concerned. Vincent 1984, 362. Considering various commentaries on the Commission, Bernard Bosanquet, husband of Helen, sought to clarify the majority position by normatively framing his argument in terms of democratic citizenship. Bosanquet envisaged a franchise wherein no class would be dependent upon another and whereby obligations and liabilities, except for within the family, would be reciprocal and voluntary. In this respect, Bosanquet circumscribed active citizenship to the male head of household, whose independence required a degree of material success but owed 64. Primarily to moral character. Bosanquet 1910, 397. To the extent that Bosanquet's vision disavowed class hierarchy, it nonetheless affirmed the Disraelian notion of one nation, or more accurately, one Anglo-Saxon family. Similar to William Beveridge's eugenicist argument for national insurance, Bosanquet proposed that to restore the weak citizen was a positive duty of social policy, while to support the independent citizen was a preventative duty. Bosanquet 1910, 399. The minority position had already been communicated in an 1891 Fabian pamphlet. According to Fabian logic, the poor law failed because it discouraged provident saving and degenerated the moral character of English people. Fabian Society 1891, 3. Fabians did not wish to do away with relief, but rather agitated for its public administration rather than rely upon the voluntary nature of private charity. Fabian Society 1891, 4. For this purpose, intervention had to be scaled up to the national level and administered to whole classes of paupers. By this reasoning, the Fabians considered the personalized case-by-case assessment model of the charity organization society to be inadequate to the eugenic challenge. Fabian Society 1891, 7. In reporting on the work of the Commission, Sidney Webb believed that the existing poor laws acted as an anti-eugenic influence, especially when considering how outdoor relief was even given to mentally and morally degenerate childbearing women. Webb 1910, 232-3. Both majority and minority reports agreed that poor laws had to be reformed. Both intellectual positions identified in labor's cooperative spirit the deserving characteristics that had to be transplanted into the urban milieu. What distinguished them, though, was the centrality that they accorded to personalized interventions. The Bosanquets saw their charitable work as intervening primarily in the cultivation of moral character. And they believed that the best method was case-specific, where regular home visits would eventuate in a conducive, paternalistic relationship that approximated the old parish hierarchies. In many ways, the social visit was designed as a substitute for direct involvement in cooperative enterprises. For the Webbs, municipal patriotism advocated a far more impersonalized administration of reform efforts. They even appealed for a functional differentiation of efforts such that discrete government bodies would address child, mental and physical health issues. Vincent 1984, 347. 65. 65. The Webb's position was far more conducive than the Bosanquets to the interventionist demands of eugenics. After all, the quality of Anglo-Saxon stock could only be addressed at the level of nation and empire. Yet the Webb's method ran counter to the cultivation of labor's cooperative spirit, whereas the Bosanquets sought to transplant this spirit into the urban milieu through personalized and paternalistic family intervention. These unavoidable lines of tension ultimately influenced the administrative structures of the National Insurance Act of 1911. The economist William Braithwaite, who was heavily involved in drafting the health provisions of the Act, conceived its administration of funds as a balancing act. On the one hand, Braithwaite understood the importance of promoting the deserving characteristics of organized labor to the rest of the working poor. On the other hand, he was aware that pursuing this aim could destroy the very basis of voluntarism and self-help. Harris 1992, 78. As a compromise, the Act placed the public administration of the insurance scheme with government-approved societies. Still, this did not stop a conflict emerging between friendly societies, exemplars of the cooperative spirit, and commercial life insurance companies who sought to leverage the provision of health services. See Allborn 2001. At stake was the eclipse of the personal and provincial provision of insurance by an impersonalized and commercialized insurance industry. The secretary of the Charity Organization Society, C.S. Locke, even pronounced the act as the death warrant of the friendly societies. Finlayson 1990, 185-6. In the last chapter I argued that national insurance in Britain manifested as a eugenicist enterprise. So far in this chapter I have examined how labor's cooperative spirit was considered central to this enterprise. The provincial and personal wellsprings of this spirit were favorably identified by most commentators as giving rise to a form of self-help conducive to orderly independence. In short, labor's cooperative spirit was presumed to strengthen the English genus. Henceforth, the transplantation of this spirit into the urban milieu was considered necessary in order to address the weakness of empire's stock that lay in the residuum, and which we discussed in the last chapter. However, in so far as the eugenicist interventions that might direct this transplantation were national in scale and impersonalized in application, they paradoxically threatened to 66. 66. Undermine the provincial and personal wellsprings of labor's cooperative spirit. As the issue of rural land reform gained some traction in Britain, cognate concerns over demographic transitions were mooted in fin de siècle colonial policy. But while the concerns were cognate, their articulation and implications were differentiated along lines of race. Let us first turn to the most famous social imperialist at fin de siècle, Joseph Chamberlain. Having undertaken a stint as the president of the Board of Trade in the 1880s, Chamberlain suggested that, when it came to the Anglo-Saxon family that was spread across empire, one should feel what the other feels, all should have a share in the welfare, and sympathize with the welfare of every part. Zeeble 1967, 133. Upon becoming Secretary of State for the Colonies in 1895, Chamberlain turned his attention to the decimation suffered by the sugar industry in Britain's old Caribbean Crown colonies in his words, Britain's Undeveloped Estates, Will 1970, 129-31. Chamberlain's apprehensions of empire implied that those affiliated to the Anglo-Saxon family should receive an equitable share of welfare, while Britain's other subjects would require development. George Bernard Shaw's contemporaneous manifesto on empire, putatively on behalf of the Fabians, suggests that Chamberlain's split between welfare and development relied upon older distinctions forged in the Morant Bay controversy. Responding to the Boer War, Shaw proposed that native races be either protected despotically by the empire or abandoned to slavery and extermination. When it came to white European subjects, Shaw ruled out long-term rule by martial law and instead agitated for the safeguarding of democratic rights in settler colonies through common law. Shaw 1900, 22, 31-3. But what course might the cooperative spirit take in developing the colonies? This was, in fact, a popular concern which initially complicated the racialized division between Anglo-Saxon welfare and colonial development. Take, for instance, the Cooperative Union of Manchester, which in 1900 passed a resolution urging the legislative and executive councils of the Caribbean colonies to encourage the growth of friendly societies there. Such a shift, the cooperative 67 Union, 1900, argued, would improve the social and economic position of the natives. Additionally, the Union noted that in comparison to the capitalist planters who cast longing eyes upon the United States, the black laborers of the British Caribbean had proven to be staunchly patriotic. Certainly, they had proved themselves to be better conducted, more habitually honest, moral, law-abiding than any other black peoples. Wolfe 1900. In partial response to the resolution, and despite supporting the sugar industry, Chamberlain agreed on the desirability of encouraging friendly societies. Minutes, 5 April 1900. The legacies of the plantation system featured centrally in subsequent discussions over colonial development and the wellsprings of labor's cooperative spirit. As did input from the Fabian Society. One Fabian, Sidney Olivier, made an especially influential contribution. Prior to joining the Society in 1885, Olivier had been a member of the Land Reform Union, there engaging with the prospect of better developing Britain's rural lands. He was then colonial secretary to Jamaica and its acting governor at various times between 1900 and 1904 before returning to the colony as governor in 1907. Olivier shared the Fabian desire for colonies to be governed for the improvement of the whole empire. He was, though, far more concerned than Shaw to address the ways in which colonial development had so far failed the native. To understand Oliver's ideological position, it is useful to turn to his slightly later reflection on the debates over Morant Bay. In The Myth of Governor Eyre, Olivier, 1933, 7, recalled that before he resided in Jamaica he too had associated the island with blackness and horror, infested by murderous natives. But Oliver's experience as governor compelled him to write against Carlyle's hagiography of Eyre and its strangely anomalous and fantastically unconvincing depiction of the peoples of Jamaica. Olivier 1933, 17. The root of the uprising, for Olivier, 1933, 1920, lay not in the blackness of Jamaica's population, but in their exclusion from land ownership and occupation. This injustice had continued post-emancipation with Parliament's consistent support of absentee landlords and the plantocracy. Strikingly, Olivier reserved special praise for those black Jamaicans who managed to subsequently erect hamlets, villages, and towns in the interior and mountains, 1933, 28, 34-5. So taken. 68. 68. Was Olivier with the industriousness and exceedingly temperate nature of West Indian country Negroes that he even considered drunkenness to be a Nordic, rather than an African, racial vice. So, when it came to Jamaica, Olivier identified a tenuous wellspring of cooperative spirit outside of the plantations, in the provincial settlements of small holdings that peppered the marginal lands of the hilly interior. It was in these sites that the Jamaican population were cultivating deserving characteristics. Olivier was adamant that no such wellsprings could arise from the plantation, an extractive system long considered to breed anarchy and indolence. For the Negro and Collie to develop at all, argued Olivier in 1898, they must come out of the plantation system and become small owners and cultivators for themselves, cited in Cowan and Shenton 1991, 152. At one point in his biography of Eyre, Olivier, 1933, 24, likened the continued exclusion of black peoples from land ownership to a practical restoration of slavery. Pointing towards the expropriation of land in South Africa and Kenya, Olivier suggested that the same process would be familiar to our own generation in African development policy, 1933, 24. In other words, Olivier posited Jamaica as a model by which to frame the pitfalls involved in developing Britain's colonies on the African continent. Cowan and Shenton 1991, 153. Smallholding encouraged the cultivation of deserving characteristics, the plantation arrested any such cultivation. Oliver's position resonated strongly with the early work of Arthur Lewis, an influential development economist hailing from St. Lucia. In a book published by the Fabians in 1938, Lewis, 1977, 48, spoke of the shadow of plantation serfdom. In the absence of a democratization of property holding, Lewis argued that the plantation would always demean the laborer's sense of dignity and independence. The analytical transposition of the Caribbean plantation to a general problematic of colonial development gained traction in the aftermath of the First World War. During its first parliamentary government, the Labour Party's Advisory Committee on Imperial Questions considered colonial development along two models. A capitalist policy was represented by the plantation economy of Kenya and the alienation of peasantry from the land by white settlers. A West African policy encouraged the native to make the most economic use of his land. Kellerman 2007, 78-9, Cowan and Shenton 1991, 163. The latter and preferable policy was buoyed. 69. 69. By Lord Luggard's thesis on the dual mandate of colonial rule for West Africa. Writing in 1922, Luggard advocated for the economic strengthening of empire and the simultaneous development of the African natives' competencies. Luggard's thesis was soon compromised by the 1929 Colonial Development Act, which provided regular funds principally for the purpose of aiding and developing agriculture and industry with a specific view to promoting commerce with or industry in the United Kingdom. In brief, the Act effectively ignored the need to develop colonial subjects themselves. By the 1930s, the Labour Party had accepted the reality that no colonial economy could be sheltered from the growth of wage labour arising from an increase in plantation projects and extractive industries. Kellerman 2007, 78. Come the Second World War, the development of the natives' character was a prospect that met with increased skepticism, see for example Ord Brown 1941. Over the course of 2 decades, growing skepticism soured hope that native communities might organically cultivate the cooperative spirit. With the arrival of the Labour Party's first government in 1923, Leonard Woolf, then chairperson of the party's Advisory Committee on Imperial Questions, suggested that colonial governments might encourage cooperative societies as an element of development. Davies 1963, 81. The next Labour government in 1929 gave the same encouragement, Kellerman 2007, 80. But by the 1930s, the national government valued the supposed stability of tribal life as a counterweight to the flux and flow of townships linked to extractive industries. This was the position taken by James Griffiths, the Secretary of State for the Colonies in Labour's first post-war government, Kellerman 2007, 85-6. Some still held out for a resolution to the tension between the development of Labour's cooperative spirit and the development of extractive industries. William Macmillan, a historian, soon to become a wartime member of the Fabian-led Colonial Office Advisory Committee on Education, published a warning from the West Indies in 1938. Macmillan shared Oliver's position that the West Indies experiment demonstrated the social problems that were introduced by the planter, farmer, settler, as the case may be, in the West Indies, South Africa, or Kenya. For Macmillan, it was the insecure economic position of this white agent that drove the 70 demand for cheap black labor, subsequently leading to both social and economic stagnation. But he also mooted the emergence of a new planter and looked towards the self-reliance of the intelligent, progressive smallholder, usually but not necessarily an owner. Macmillan 1936, 187. Attentive to the need for colonial development to economically benefit the imperial center, Macmillan, 1936, 187, argued that the real issue was how to blend the productive efficiency of the plantation model with the agency of free self-reliant workers. These paradoxes created by colonial development ran historically parallel to the paradoxes created by national insurance. For the latter, the issues were intellectually explored by charity organizations and left liberal policy makers. For the former, social anthropologists took the intellectual lead. Hence, I want to turn now to the work of Bronislaw Malinowski, a professor of the London School of Economics, as well as the most influential and representative voice of his field during the interwar years. Over the course of the interwar and war years, Malinowski and other anthropologists increasingly cast their gaze upon the African settler colonies, especially Kenya, North and South Rhodesia, and South Africa. Malinowski was especially concerned with the ways in which the increase in extractive industries around townships had encouraged native urbanization. To gauge these tendencies, he identified three broad typographies: European districts, tribal reserves, and then the urban areas. In the latter, Africans and Europeans collaborated and depended upon each other directly. Malinowski 1945, 9. Through interaction, he suggested, a new type of human being was being produced. Malinowski proposed that this westernized or educated African evolved through a number of stages. First, as the native took up waged labor and European schooling, he began to detribalize. Second, the native, overwhelmed by the superiority of European ways, would enter the European or American university system. Upon return to the colony, the native would experience a color bar in white-dominated occupations and positions. The color bar had the effect of fundamentally rebuffing the native's aspirations to assimilate, and in response, the native would try to fall back upon African beliefs and values. Failing to do so completely, Malinowski claimed, the native mutated Europe's superior political structures so 71 as to create tribal, regional, and Pan-African nationalisms, or, as he put it elsewhere, Black Bolshevism. Malinowski 1929, 25-8. It is instructive to compare Malinowski's narrative of Africa's tribal spirit to the narrative of Labour's cooperative spirit in England. Recall that the wellsprings of this spirit were identified in the personalised and patriarchal affiliations of workers, which cultivated deserving characteristics, principally self-help. In this case, the challenge was to find ways to transplant the provincial cooperative spirit into the unforgiving urban milieu. When it came to England, reformers did not laud the cooperative spirit for its fundamentally modern disposition, but rather for its potential to deliver the tradition of orderly independence into a quintessentially modern milieu, the urban. Malinowski also identified in the tribal spirit a traditional disposition, provincial and personal. But in the colonies, the traditional was coded specifically as primitive in comparison to the European-induced urban milieu. Because of this primitiveness, Malinowski assumed that the tribal spirit could only rebel when it encountered the modern urban. This rebellion signaled the degeneration of the tribal spirit. Why did Malinowski attribute degeneracy not to the urban milieu, as Beveridge and many others had done in Britain, but to the tribal spirit? Similar to many social anthropologists of the era, Malinowski assumed that the native possessed a primitive psychology. His teacher, Charles Seligman, was convinced that the division between the conscious and unconscious was specially pervious in primitive peoples, leading to a far more instinctual temperament, resulting in sudden tempestuous fits of anger, suggestibility, and sexual liberty. Seligman 1932, 204-219. In his earlier work in the Trobriand Islands, Malinowski, 1954, argued that the function of myth in primitive psychology was not symbolic but rather a direct expression of its subject matter. In other words, and cognate to his teacher, Malinowski believed that when it came to the primitive psyche, only a thin and fragile wall separated the unconscious and conscious. Hence, rather than attribute to the urbanizing African an ability for adaptation, Malinowski saw in this transplantation the eruption of black unconsciousness, manifest as unrestrained resentment. It is, then, possible to glean in the primitive psyche a social anthropological interpretation of the black license and anarchy that Burke, Cobbett and Carlyle feared so much. 72. Fear of black license became increasingly prominent in the governing mindset when it came to addressing the urban, industrial, and national dimensions of colonial development. Take, for instance, Arthur Creech Jones, founder of the Fabian Colonial Bureau. Creech Jones was especially concerned with the effect of the color bar on the ability of colonial subjects to learn the practice of responsible self-government in industry. Empire, a bi-monthly record of the Fabian Colonial Bureau 4, 1, 1941, 4. Creech Jones, 1945, 71, argued that successful development relied on the British ability to inspire in the people a great measure of social responsibility and moral integrity. Yet as Secretary of State for the Colonies in Clement Attlee's post-war Labour government, Creech Jones also warned of too quickly increasing raw material production to bolster Britain's economic recovery for fear of destabilizing tribal life. Similar skepticism was also more and more evident in plans to use white labor organizations to guide the formation of trade unionism in non-white colonies. As Secretary of State for the Colonies in Labour's second government, Sidney Webb passed the 1929 Memorandum on Native Policy in East Africa, which reaffirmed a commitment to the protection of native interests but also encouraged the registration of trade unions through constitutional channels. The Fabian concern for responsible trade unionism quickly became a fixture of colonial policy, and the TUC itself joined the Colonial Labour Advisory Committee. Subsequently, the TUC sent officials to various colonies to help focus unionism strictly on wage improvement and the amelioration of work conditions. Kellerman 2007, 84, see also Davis 2010. However, the capacity of the African to follow even this guidance ultimately came under question. In 1955, 3 years into the colonial war against the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, one member of the Royal Commission on East Africa opined that unsophisticated Africans were by and large unable to pattern their efforts on the British trade union model. Colonial Labour Advisory Committee Draft Minutes of Meeting September 29 th 1955b. All these discussions were shaded by the prospect of independence. In Britain, the narrative of Labour's cooperative spirit had served to reorient political sensibilities after the enfranchisement of skilled and settled working men into the Anglo-Saxon family. No such enfranchisement was offered to the African colonies. In 1946, George Hall, Secretary of State for the Colonies, claimed that 73. Thrift, self-help, fair dealing and above all a practical training in the working of the democratic process are all encouraged by association. Kellerman 2007, 85. Nonetheless, the Clement Attlee government, the government that would implement universal welfare for residents of Britain, accepted the utility of promoting in its African colonies cooperatives, trade unions, and limited local self-governance, but emphatically not parliamentary forms of rule. Kellerman 2007, 82-4. Again, we can contrast this locking in of political dependency to the effective independence now enjoyed by white dominions. In sum, by the arrival of the Second World War, a consensus had emerged that the tribal spirit could not be conducive to colonial development in the same way that England's cooperative spirit could be conducive to the defence of empire. In Britain, the aim of imperial defence, being the strengthening of Anglo-Saxon stock, necessitated expanded public interventions in the form of national insurance. In opposition, colonial development ended up pointing towards a distrust and disillusionment of Black/African cooperation and, as we shall now see, an accompanying curtailment of the provision of social welfare. The political salience of these divergent trajectories is testified to in the contemporaneous publication of two influential reports on welfare policy. The Beveridge and Moyne Reports. In 1942, William Beveridge published Social Insurance and Allied Services. The report backed a universalization of social insurance that had, in 1911, been partial in terms of its reach and application across industries and occupations. Mindful of the tensions that informed the 1911 Act, Beveridge trod the fine line between consolidating the national administration of universal welfare and preserving the provincial wellsprings of labor's cooperative spirit. "My plan," he emphasized, "was insurance, not charity." Beveridge 1944, 12. As a partial solution to these tensions, Beveridge cleaved strongly to the principle of a national minimum of living standards. This principle allowed for a cooperative enterprise to be struck between state responsibility and voluntary action. Beveridge 1948, 8-9. It was the stipulation of a minimum rather than maximum that incentivized 74. Each man to make extra provisions for his family by voluntary insurance or saving. Beveridge 1944, 12. Universal social insurance was to be supported by a system of allied welfare services that were distinctly eugenicist in their purpose. Beveridge's eugenicist leanings are most evident in his thinking on the family. Take, for instance, a 1942 address, wherein he, 1943, 36, responded to 5 peace points set out by Pope Pius XII. Beveridge was especially taken by one proposed principle that every child, regardless of race or class, should have equal opportunities of education, suitable for the development of his peculiar capacities. In his response, Beveridge strongly opposed the destruction of the family because, through its organization, selfish individuals learned to cultivate a sense of service to a common human heritage. He also clearly accepted the heredity principle of family and its production of inequality of opportunity along distinctly race or class terms, insofar as more capable parents will have more capable children. By supporting the family unit, Beveridge, 1943, 36, refused to accept that he was articulating a doctrine of aristocratic exclusiveness. Rather, he argued, the state had to be conceived of as the general parent of all children. Effectively, Beveridge believed that the state should intervene only when the natural family failed, therein providing opportunity regardless of race or class. Notable in Beveridge's response to the Pope was a desire to address equality of opportunity in strictly eugenicist terms. Good stock would be allowed to breed, while bad stock would be ameliorated through state intervention. This was precisely the logic that underpinned his argument in favor of a universal children's allowance. Beveridge 1943, 150. Preparing for his Galton lecture to the Eugenics Society in 1943, Beveridge noted that such allowance would support the skilled wage earners, who represented probably the largest store of heritable ability in the country and a store which it is vital to keep as large as possible. Beveridge 1943, 159-60. Addressing the tendency for the more skilled and more affluent to have fewer children, Beveridge, 1943, 152, argued that it was not so important that universal provision might support the thriftless and careless. It mattered far more that the economic system should no longer favor breeding from those who are less successful than from those who are more successful in rendering services to the community. Beveridge 1943, 161. 75. 75. Beveridge's report owed much to fin de siècle interventions eugenicist and otherwise concerning the urban residuum. But the mandate that the report gave to pursue universal insurance and welfare must be contextualized within the late 19th century imperial division between Anglo-Saxon family and colonial subject. For instance, Beveridge, 1943, 150, explicitly identified the beneficiaries of his plan as the British race. Moreover, he affirmed pride of race to be a reality for the British as for other people, who had a duty to maintain their breed at its best. Beveridge 1943, 161. Beveridge's key concern, in this respect, was that at its present rate of reproduction the race could not continue. Beveridge 1943, 150. Therefore English mothers had vital work to do in ensuring the adequate continuance of the British race and British ideals in the world. Harris 2003, 402. By this eugenicist logic, Beveridge implicated the preservation of empire in the universal provision of social insurance and welfare in Britain. Furthermore, Beveridge's geopolitical sensibility resonated with Disraeli's notion of one nation, wherein class had been subordinated to national racial affiliation. In an address at Oxford in 1942, Beveridge spoke of post-war planning in terms of prioritizing Britain's own challenges, and by addressing specifically the needs of the British worker. It's often been said, he noted in an aside to Marx, that the worker has no country. That has never been true of British workers. 1943, 94. Beveridge acknowledged that it was impossible to think of this Britain without its Commonwealth, meaning the white settler dominions, i.e. its Anglo-Saxon family. Tellingly, Beveridge also noted that certain parts of the world are not yet able or fit to govern themselves from within. Trusteeship, rather than democracy, was to be their post-war fate. Beveridge 1943, 94. But would trusteeship necessitate a similar impulse to provide universal insurance and welfare? Beveridge did not directly address this question. Nevertheless, I want to follow Denise Noble's, 2015, assertion that Beveridge's intervention should be apprehended as part of an imperial constellation of policy on welfare and development. It is towards another element of this constellation that we must now turn. The Italian invasion of Ethiopia in October 1935 impacted significantly upon the British Caribbean. A desire to defend sovereign Ethiopia against a fascist European power merged with 76. 76. Existing discontent in the islands over living conditions and political representation. Much of the resulting anti-colonial energy was channeled through, and co-opted by, local unions and continued for years. In response, a West India Royal Commission, led by Baron Moyne, was tasked with surveying social conditions in the colonies, beginning with Jamaica in 1938. The bulk of the report was considered so damning that it would aid Nazi propaganda and thus remained unpublished until 1945. But even the recommendations published in 1940 signaled a significant shift in imperial policy, one also represented in the 1940 Colonial Development and Welfare Act. Instead of the predominant focus on economic extraction, the report agitated for a much more interventionist approach towards colonial welfare. The Moyne recommendations admitted a pressing need for the imperial centre to financially support the development of social services, especially education, health and housing and land settlement. Recommendations of the West India Royal Commission 1940, 1-2. Education was considered crucial for cultivating appropriate habits with regards to speech, hygiene, and diet. A negative eugenics principle, similar to the preventative hygiene measures of fin de siècle Britain, underpinned recommendations for public health and urban housing initiatives. Recommendations of the West India Royal Commission 1940, 3-5. The recommendations also encouraged responsible unionism as a crucial factor in the regulation of wages and conditions of employment. In colonies that could afford it, unemployment insurance might be considered, albeit only in those industries that provided regular employment. Recommendations of the West India Royal Commission 1940, 7-8. In all these ways, Moyne's recommendations spoke of the need to task Caribbean institutions with the cultivation of deserving characteristics amongst their subjects. But most important, for Moyne, was the need to install an orderly patriarchy. Joan French, 1988, argues that Moyne identified the root of social problems not so much in poverty and/or land access but rather in the position of poor black women. Moyne apprehended this position in terms of a dichotomy: there was either white sanctioned patriarchy or there was black licentious anarchy. But consanguinity in the Caribbean was far more complex than Moyne could accept. Historically, extended family arrangements, including 77. Childcare, and the involvement of women in agriculture guaranteed that mothers retained a necessary degree of self-reliance and self-help. Chamberlain 2002. The Moyne Report entirely obfuscated such values and contributions by instead complaining of a lack of monogamous, nuclear family life. Against the flexibility of existing arrangements, Moyne advocated a division of labor between the male breadwinner and dependent housewife. Moyne also recommended that, relatively, middle-class Caribbean women should become voluntary social workers for poor women and might even embark on a church-supported organized campaign against the social, moral, and economic evils of promiscuity. French 1988, 9. Moyne's disciplining of Caribbean women was shared by Sir Frank Stockdale, Controller of Development and Welfare, a position set up through subsequent reforms. Chamberlain 2002, 189. Denise Noble, 2015, insightfully points out that, when read together, Moyne and Beveridge's reports sketched out an imperial patriarchy that ultimately supported the preservation of good English stock. While Beveridge commanded the white British woman to produce strong Anglo-Saxon stock for nation and empire, Moyne commanded black women to retreat to the house to raise orderly colonial subjects who would produce for empire. Tellingly, the nature of both interventions diverged along the lines of imperial differentiation between the Anglo-Saxon family and non-white colonial subjects. The welfare challenge in Britain was to provide impersonalized national services without undermining labor's cooperative spirit. In distinction, the development challenge in the colonies, and in the Caribbean especially, was to mobilize welfare provision expressly towards the establishment of small patriarchs. In the last chapter I argued that national welfare manifested as an act of political domination in service of empire's integrity. Beveridge's and Moyne's reports can also be read together as another such act of political domination, that is, as addressing perceived weaknesses in the reproduction of empire's stock. Crucially, the reports pursued different aims towards empire's Anglo-Saxon family and its developmental subjects. The political salience of this racial differentiation can be clarified by examining concerns over the reception of the Beveridge Report in the colonies. 78. The report was sent almost immediately upon publication to colonial administrators with advice from Whitehall on how best to explain its contents to their populations. Above all, London officials hoped to contain the vague but strong desire for social security across the empire that was stimulated by the report. Epps 1943. Whitehall strongly suggested a reading of the report that focused upon the importance of cultivating deserving characteristics, or, at least, checked any expectations of welfare that might encourage idleness and dependency. For instance, discussion of the national minimum would have to make it clear that insured persons must not feel that income for idleness, however caused, can come from a bottomless source. Beveridge 1942. It is useful at this point to recall that the Bosanquets and Webbs had identified the wellsprings of labor's cooperative spirit in Britain's personal and provincial idyll. Alternatively, Fabians and colonial administrators had become deeply skeptical about the possibility that Africa's tribal interiors could ever bring forth such a spirit without its importation via British agents. This difference in expectation was affirmed in Whitehall discussions over the viability of importing Beveridge's schema. London argued strongly that the universal scope of Beveridge's suggestions were manifestly inappropriate in most of the colonial world. Epps 1943. Not only did commentators unanimously point out the prohibitive cost of social security for colonial economies. Just as evident was a concern over the social readiness of colonial populations to receive such security. Social Security in the Colonial Territories, Draft, 1943, 11. While in Britain, Labour's cooperative spirit was deemed to be both conservative and progressive, in Africa the tribal spirit was increasingly seen to be conservative and regressive. This difference of opinion was evident in debates over the applicability of Beveridge's report for the colonies. Yet by the same ascription of backwardness, tribal life was presented as a bulwark against the social collapse impelled by the modern forces of urbanization. Social Security in the Colonial Territories, Draft, 1943, 10-11. Henceforth, traditional methods of social security and welfare were to be preserved in the colonies even as modern industrial methods might be carefully adopted in circumscribed areas. As one member of the Colonial 79. Labor Advisory Committee to the new Colonial Development and Welfare Act of 1955 put it, in lieu of the formation of a homogeneous society, tribal society could still provide the old-aged with security. Colonial Labor Advisory Committee Draft Minutes of Meeting 10 November 1955a. Conclusion. In the aftermath of the Second World War, any hope that labor's cooperative spirit might be universalized so as to embrace the whole of empire was largely abandoned. In its place, attention turned towards the preservation of a fractured and depleted set of arrangements in the face of precocious independence movements. Instead of providing universal welfare, attendees of the 1954 Ashbridge Conference on Social Development identified an overriding need to preserve the moral responsibility of colonial subjects as traditional values and sanctions inevitably weakened under the dull impulse of urbanization. As was the case in the Moyne and Beveridge reports, attendees targeted family life as the arena wherein these disorderly impulses would have to primarily be combated. Report of the Ashbridge Conference on Social Development 3rd-12th August 1954. Rural grandparents would henceforth take the strain of colonial development, whereas in Britain the load could at least in principle be spread through the welfare system. In Chapter 3 I claimed that the eugenics project rendered the urban residuum a different or lesser part of the race to that of the skilled and settled worker who had been enfranchised into the Anglo-Saxon family. What this chapter has suggested is that such a process of racialized differentiation within England must be more expansively contextualized within British Empire. As two world wars ground on, and as British Empire came to rely upon its colonial hinterlands outside of India, it became clear to many that labour's cooperative spirit could only be positively directed amongst and by Anglo-Saxons. Beveridge supported the universalization of social insurance and welfare in Britain because he was confident that the self-help principle was sufficiently embedded. 80. Amongst its labouring population to offset any encouragement of dependency. No such confidence could be placed in non-white colonial labour. As we shall now see, with the inauguration of universal welfare, the white working class was finally given life, but as a constituency firmly installed within imperial coordinates and their racist determinations. 81. Chapter 5. Commonwealth Labour in the White Working Class. In the last chapter I argued that William Beveridge's report on universal welfare had to be contextualized in relation to Baron Moyne's report on colonial development. In this chapter, I contextualize the implementation of universal welfare in post-war Britain vis-a-vis the racialized response to the arrival of Commonwealth labour. Up until this era, the deserving/undeserving distinction had a formalized nature, being embedded in various poor law provisions. With the 1948 National Assistance Act, the poor laws were formally rescinded. But the deserving/undeserving distinction was preserved through informalized color bars that stretched across industry and beyond. Those who contributed to this re-racialization of the deserving/undeserving distinction included conservative and labor politicians as well as trade unions. Their policies and rhetoric molded the white working class into a viable constituency. This constituency defined itself not in the opposition between enfranchised English labor and its residuum, but rather in the opposition between deserving whites and undeserving Black and Asian Commonwealth immigrants. So, in this chapter I examine how organized labor was complicit in an elite exercise of political domination that sought to preserve the fraying integrity of empire even as British society took on post-colonial coordinates. In the first part of the chapter I examine political and socio-economic responses to Black immigration in the post-war period. 82. After 1948, the universal provision of welfare formed part of a national compact between state, business, and labor. I argue that this compact was not simply national but racialized as such, and in a paradoxical way. Britain's post-war economic recovery required labor to be sourced from the colonies. However, this requirement raised the specter of an uncontrollable immigration of Black and Asian peoples to Britain. I then chart how academic responses to the growing issue of race relations drew upon existing social anthropological work. By these means, the threat of disorder mooted by Black migration from the rural to the urban in the colonies, an issue we encountered in the last chapter, informed the perception of Black migration from the colonies to Britain's towns and cities. I document how informal color bars were erected across industry and society via the mechanisms that underpinned the compact between state, business, and labor. Within this racialized division of labor, Black and Asian arrivals were considered undeserving of social security and welfare, and came to disproportionately occupy the worst jobs and receive the worst provisions of public goods. As empire underwent progressive decolonization, and as the Anglo-Saxon Commonwealth increasingly became a composite of white, Asian, Black, and other independent polities, the problem of Black immigration in Britain evolved into a problem of permanent Asian and Black presence. That is the focus of the second part of the chapter. In this context, Enoch Powell emerged as a voice of English reason. I unpack Powell's ideological position and focus upon his wish to redeem an unsullied English genus from the disaster of empire. In purifying the genus from such contaminants, Powell also implicated its degenerative attachment to labor's cooperative spirit. In other words, I argue that Powell's populist nationalism was, again, paradoxically, both racist and anti-immigrant and opposed to the national compact which relatively privileged white labor. I consider how Powell received significant support from white labor, many of whom identified in his position a defense of their racial interest against Commonwealth immigration. I finally turned to an autonomous resistance movement of Black and Asian workers who confronted the color bar with a different aspiration, to universalize social security and welfare beyond race and empire's strictures. From this position a critique of the white working class gained traction. 83. In this chapter, I introduce some new concepts. The National Compact pertains to the arrangement between state, business, and labor, necessitated by post-war recovery. The National Compact was racialized such that informal color bars were crucial to its integrity. I also add to or take away from the ensembles that I have built into concepts over the last few chapters. For instance, Powell's politics of race gives rise to a populist nationalism that in many ways replaces the older imperial Anglo-Saxon family, which had defined English belonging. Additionally, while in the last chapter I showed how labor's cooperative spirit became affiliated to the English genus, in this chapter I examine Powell's attempt to disaffiliate this spirit from the genus. This disaffiliation is key to understanding the rise of social conservatism and the Thatcher Revolution that we will encounter in the next chapter. Black immigration. As I argued in Chapter 3, the National Insurance Act of 1911 was partial in its coverage, focusing, for instance, on unemployment cover for skilled workers in industries prone to cyclical unemployment. I also detailed how the raising of some welfare functions to a national level of administration was met with concern over its negative impact upon labor's self-help principle. The 5th of July 1948 made for a striking contrast with past legislations and apprehensions. On this day, all the elements of what would be termed the welfare state became active. Henceforth, the provision of insurance and allied services was universalized, with such provisions being made principally a national responsibility, albeit administered locally. The 1948 National Assistance Act is worthy of special attention insofar as it formally rescinded the poor laws. A National Assistance Board replaced poor law governance structures, and provided maintenance for those who could not receive sufficient insurance benefits to assure an adequate level of subsistence. Oftentimes, the subjects who came under the consideration of the board were traditionally associated with undeserving characteristics, for example, families of unemployed men, abandoned wives, and single mothers, Hill 1969, 81. Still, policy makers hoped that the National Assistance Act might destroy the prejudices and free assistance. 84. From the Old and Unhappy Associations, Walton 2006, 455. The new arrangements also dramatically expanded the reach of existing arrangements. The White Paper on Social Insurance, written in September 1944, embraced the solidarity and unity of the nation which in war have been its bulwark against aggression and in peace will be its guarantee of success in the fight against individual want and mischance. Fraser 2009, 204. Here, the ideological affiliation to the nation prompted by the war spirit exceeded the strictures of the 1867 Reform Act, which had enfranchised only the skilled and settled working man. So, in 1948 a nationally administered welfare system came into effect whose constituency was no longer adjudicated along deserving/undeserving lines but was delineated, instead, in universalistic terms as the resident nation. It has since become commonplace to narrate post-war British citizenship in terms of a national compact between government, labour, and business. Universal welfare took its place in this compact as a means to socialise the cost of reproducing labour power, hence mitigating class conflict. See Walton 2006, 457, Bakshi et al. 1995. One might assume, then, that the formal dissolution of the distinction between those deserving and undeserving of social security and welfare would end the racialization of the poor. Yet this was not the case. In Chapter 3 I detailed the fallout from the Morant Bay Uprising in 1865. And I paid a special attention to the way in which the political response had the effect of affirming the different jurisdictional track of white settler colonies compared to non-white colonies. The former would progressively enjoy greater independence, while the latter would remain in dependency. In the interwar period, the racialized line that cut through empire was given even greater distinction by the formation of the Commonwealth. Comprising in the main of white settler colonies, the Commonwealth brought together self-governing polities, all of which nonetheless proclaimed fealty to the Crown. But in 1946 Canada, a Commonwealth member, introduced legislation which effectively reversed political allegiances by making subjecthood to the British Crown secondary to the possession of Canadian citizenship. Hansen 1999, 48. Indirectly, this legislation mooted the prospect that the geographical nature of empire's racial divisions might no longer be informally governed from the 85. Metropolitan Core, see Waters 1997, 212, K. Paul 1995, 245-7. Arguing that citizenship must always be equated with some homogeneity and some true community of interest and status, Home Secretary David Maxwell Fyfe responded to Canada by seeking to confer discrete citizenship on every constituency in Britain's empire. To be fair, Fyfe was only re-amplifying concerns in the interwar and wartime period over the rise of half-caste children, caused by the presence of non-white sailors in dockside cities and African American troops barracked near various towns. See Drake 1955. One might say that the mulatto figure of George William Gordon, white father, enslaved mother still haunted the corridors of power. For it will be remembered that Gordon's extralegal execution highlighted the racialized nature of the line that separated the imperial family from its non-white colonial subjects. Regardless, the contentions over Canada's legislation also held implications for the ongoing attempts to rebuild Britain's post-war economy by drawing upon its imperial preference trading zone. Fearing that Britain's imperial power might be under threat of diminution, the Colonial Office agitated in far more pragmatic terms against any legislation that might further fracture the empire. Paul 1995, 234. This concern ultimately, if temporarily, won out against the Home Office. Thus, in the same year as the National Assistance Act, the British Nationality Act of 1948 announced a new legal status, citizen of the United Kingdom and Colonies. With this act, the racialized distinction between Anglo-Saxon family and non-white colonial subject, the distinction that had heretofore premised the eugenicist innovations in national insurance and welfare, was legally dissolved. All Commonwealth and colonial populations inhabited the same legal status, citizen. Could not all citizens henceforth share in Britain's new national compact? To address this question, we must turn to the issue of labour power and Britain's lack thereof in terms of the human cost of war and the challenges related to troop demobilisation. Towards the end of the war, the coalition government appointed a royal commission on population after fears arose that the race was in numerical decline. Paul 1995, 255. In 1946 the Labour government set up a Foreign Labour Committee to examine shortages in the industries essential for post-war reconstruction: coal, textiles, steel. 86. Construction and agriculture. With the lack of workforce estimated at almost 1 million, the government turned, necessarily, towards the importation of labour power. Paul 1995, 254-5. Three sources were immediately available: continental European, Irish, and Commonwealth dependencies. See McDowell 2008. Race entered into the selection calculus, with the Royal Commission preferring the recruitment of European workers for the manning of essential industries. Paul 1995, 268. Between 1946 and 1949, the Labour government recruited approximately 91,000 European persons displaced by the war. K. and Miles 1988, 217. Cabinet-level discussions led to their initial delineation as displaced person being replaced with European volunteer worker in order to emphasize the shared heritage of Britons and Europeans. McDowell 2008, 55. Anglo-Saxon exceptionalism contoured these debates. In 1946, Home Secretary J. Shooter Ada expressed a preference to the Labour Committee for an intake from European countries whose populations shared a similar social background. Joshi and Carter 1984. For some pundits, Poles were considered too Eastern, incapable of undertaking high-quality work, partial to dubious methods of earning their living, and unable to properly assimilate into British society. The uncleanliness of the peasant woman type and her propensity to drift into undesirable ways of life was especially commented upon. K. and Miles 1988, 291. But officialdom at large tended not to attribute such classic undeserving characteristics to Poles, who were by and large presented as first-class people, suitable for intermarriage and breeding, and so of great benefit to our stock. Paul 1995, 269. Webster 2010, 154-6. Labour from Era was closer to home, albeit still tarred with a sense of degeneracy inherited from 19th-century commentaries from the right, Thomas Carlyle, and left, Friedrich Engels. But no ambiguity met the arrival of black peoples, especially from the Caribbean, even though unlike European volunteer workers and Irish workers they were already British subjects and, from 1948 onwards, fellow citizens. The prospect of a mass movement of black citizens to the mother country led Labour Prime Minister Clement Attlee, 2 days after the famous arrival in that year of Caribbean citizens on the Empire Windrush, to predict that the black presence would impair the harmony, strength, and cohesion of our public and social life. Carter et al. 1987, 1. 87. I want to contextualize Attlee's almost autonomic response to the proximity of black and English bodies in relation to ongoing debates over colonial development. In the last chapter I argued that colonial policy increasingly equivocated over the possibility that Labour's cooperative spirit could sprout from native interiors and subsequently be directed towards an orderly development project. This equivocation was especially directed towards urbanization in the African colonies and the seemingly dangerous and disorderly reactions from primitive natives who experienced the color bar. Bronislaw Malinowski and other influential social anthropologists investigated these transformative processes throughout the interwar period. But by the 1940s, their investigations of rural to urban migration were steadily complemented by cognate studies of colonial to metropole migration. Of special importance, in this regard, was the work of social anthropologist, Kenneth Little. In his wartime PhD investigation of the black community of Tiger Bay, Cardiff, Little self-consciously conceived the study of urbanization in Africa and race relations in Britain as one field joined by the methods and premises of social anthropology, Mills 2010, 135. By the late 1940s, Little had started to curate a research program in Edinburgh University's Social Anthropology Department. Edinburgh subsequently became the most important academic site for developing race relations scholarship in post-war Britain. Little supported and/or supervised a host of academics, including Michael Banton, later to become a preeminent figure in the sociology of race, and who undertook an investigation of the coloured quarter in that long-standing wild interior of London, the Docklands, Banton 1955. In many ways, the work on race relations at Edinburgh was an extension of two existing debates: 1. The means by which to transplant labour's cooperative spirit from the provinces to the urban slums, as well as, 2. The utility of the tribal spirit in the pursuit of colonial development. We might say, then, that race relations consolidated as a post-war field of inquiry by addressing a fundamental question: could the tribal spirit be transplanted in an orderly fashion to metropolitan towns and cities? The work at Edinburgh of Nigerian scholar, Io Endom, was especially pertinent to this line of investigation. Endom, 1957, undertook a study of coloured communities in Manchester, the city that had 88 hosted the 1945 Pan-African Congress, in which Endom had taken part as representative for the Calabar Improvement League. Endom wished to find out whether natives could assimilate to English social life by leaving their tribal hinterlands behind. For this purpose, he drew upon a sociological distinction between status gained by ascription, which he associated with the traditional African system, and status gained by achievement associated with the British social system. Endom noticed that Africans resident in Britain could sidestep the inferiority they might be ascribed within tribal relations by achieving beyond their status in the British system, thereby raising their class. Such aspirations for upward mobility were dependent upon whether their white class peers would accept the new status of their black compatriots. Endom pointed out that acceptance was assessed by white peers not in terms of the achievement itself, but by the degree to which the black citizen had managed to eschew inferior behaviors and norms ascribed to the native, such as raucous laughter. Endom 1957, 84-5. In short, the achievement-based British social system was informally ascriptive when it came to race. Effectively, Endom's study suggested that, while the path to civilization for the black individual lay in progression out of the colonial ascriptive world into the metropolitan achievement world, that path was in practice racialized. Key to this racialization was the color bar. In the colonies, the color bar was formally institutionalized. But in Britain, as organizations such as the League of Colored Peoples had long complained, the bar was informal, and all the more pernicious in its effects. See Rush 2002. Recall Malinowski's claim that Europeanized natives had no faculties through which to negotiate the color bar in an orderly fashion. The same fears of black disorder also accompanied investigations of Britain's informal color bar. Take, especially, the early work of Banton. Addressing a similar fear, Banton, 1953-59, claimed that the slights, rebuffs, and discrimination real and imagined which black citizens experience through the informal color bar may afterwards cause a reaction of resentment and may lead to a rejection of British cultural values and to political nationalism. Bringing Malinowski and Banton together, we could say that, whether in the colony or metropole, the black citizen was envisioned as caught between worlds, a potential harbinger of disorder and anarchy. 89. The academic debates regarding race relations mirrored concerns expressed in contemporaneous policy debates. In 1950, the Labour government convened a cabinet committee to review ways in which the immigration of coloured people from the British colonial territories could be checked, despite their legal right to move being guaranteed by the 1948 Act. After Labour left office, a confidential meeting of Conservative ministers returned to the issue in 1954. The group recognized that any case for legislation against unrestricted movement required empirical data on the degenerate potential of black immigration upon British life. As Bob Carter, Clive Harris, and Shirley Joshi, 1987, have documented, questionnaires were henceforth circulated to labor exchanges asking for commentary upon the industriousness and temperament of black workers. The Working Party subsequently reported upon the lack of stamina and volatile temperament of black workers and the slow mentality of black female workers. The Working Party concluded that black workers suffered higher rates of unemployment due to their undeserving characteristics and could therefore become a charge on national assistance as well as a force for moral degeneration as black men mixed with white women of the lowest types. No legislation was immediately forthcoming. But the pertinence of this episode lies in its suggestion that the deserving/undeserving distinction remained a key organizing principle in policy debates during the era of the National Compact. As I will now argue, whilst the 1948 National Assistance Act had outlawed its formal application, the distinction remained active informally, manifested in a color bar that ranged from the home to the street to the factory. Make no mistake, the color bar was not simply an element of the English psyche. It actively adjudicated who might be considered more or less deserving of social security and welfare. The post-war expansion of the British economy, driven by reconstruction and the development of new towns and infrastructure, produced a steady state of labour shortages such that unemployment rates rarely rose above 2% until the mid-1960s, Clegg 1979, 13, Fraser 2009, 208. Consequently, many white male workers experienced an upward mobility as they moved into the skilled manual roles made available by post-war expansion. The social grading of occupations at the time reflected such advances. In general, skilled non-manual roles were most valued, followed by skilled 90 manual roles. Crucially, at least some manual workers valued skilled manual roles specifically in terms of their usefulness to the nation, see Young and Wilmot 1956. Post-war expansion thereby allowed more English male workers to capitalize upon the prestige of skilled manual labor which had been promoted by Chartists, affirmed by Disraeli's One Nation conservatism, and favored by the 1911 National Insurance Act. At the same time, the National Compact devolved the management of class conflict to the shop steward system of industrial relations. As Satnam Verdi, 2000, 549-50, explains, trade unions occupied a strong position in Britain's post-war economy. A high demand for labour allowed competitive collective bargaining for increased pay and better work conditions. Such bargaining, as industrial relations expert Alan Flanders told the Royal Commission on Trade Unions and Employers in 1968, was largely informal, largely fragmented and largely autonomous, Clegg 1979, 16. Here, the shop steward occupied a key role, securing local standards in excess of the national average. Closed shop negotiations with foremen and managers covered safety, overtime, dismissal, transfers, and disciplinary actions, Clegg 1979, 1925. In the last chapter I argued that the enfranchisement of skilled and settled working men promoted the need, from the 1860s onwards, to identify in labor cooperation the principle of orderly independence. In the post-war period, marked by a consistent demand for labor, the shop steward exemplified the self-help principle of labor's cooperative spirit. The closed shop modus operandi usually bypassed national fora wherein the state would have to expressly intervene in confrontations between capital and labor for a set of localized and tacit arrangements between stewards and management, Joshi and Carter 1984. In this respect, the shop steward was largely responsible for the depoliticization of the labor/capital relationship. Such depoliticization did not only ensure labor's orderly independence, it was also through the depoliticized nature of this arbitration system that the informal color bar could coalesce and racialize the post-war division of labor anew. Trade unionists were amongst the first to protest against the movement of black and Asian citizens to Britain, arguing that their labor was cheap and could be mobilized to undermine collective bargaining. Wrench 1986, 2-3. Numerous examples exist of local 91. Unions undertaking protest actions against increases in the employment of black and Asian labor. Verdi 2000, 551-2, Wrench and Verdi 1995. Shop stewards regularly agitated for a localized quota system that restricted black and Asian labor to around 5% of the workforce, and established implicit understandings with management that black and Asian labor would be first to be fired in the case of redundancies. Insofar as black and Asian labor was generally employed in the lower paid and menial positions, the convenient argument could always be made that a specific line of work was being rationalized rather than black and Asian labor being discriminated against. Via the informal color bar, black and Asian labor was disproportionately channeled into either existing low-skill sectors that experienced labor shortages, as white workers upgraded into new sectors, or into desk-filled roles created by the introduction of new technology. Joshi and Carter 1984, Ward 1978, 466-7, Sivanandan 2008, 67, Ginsburg 2000, 33. Data from the mid-1970s demonstrates the persistent effects of this racialized division of labor. Black and Asian male workers remained disproportionately represented in semi- or unskilled roles compared to white male workers 42% to 18% respectively. And black and Asian workers still disproportionately occupied undesirable roles characterized by shift work, unsociable hours, low pay, and unpleasant working condition. Fizzacoli and Miles 1980, 1819, see also Ramdan 1986, 262. The same racialized divisions were applied to occupations that serviced the welfare state, especially in the staffing of the National Health Service. By 1948, local selection committees had been set up in 16 colonies to attract nurses and ancillary workers to the mother country. Ginsburg 2000, 82. Upon arrival, women from the Caribbean were pushed into low-grade work requiring heavy labor, long and anti-social working hours, and providing the poorest pay. This remained the case even if female workers' skills were more advanced and their aspirations higher. Ginsburg 2000, 83. Fizzacoli and Miles 1980, 19, Noble 2015. The NHS was partially underwritten by the recruitment of such relatively cheap labor, wherein the cost of training was in good measure outsourced to the peoples and governments of the colonies. Williams 1998, 179-80. Remembering Beveridge's and Moyne's commitments to an imperial patriarchal order, it can be argued that the initial function of black 92 female labor in the welfare system was to support the cultivation of good white stock. Alternatively, there was little earnest factoring in of the needs of black and other non-white commonwealth when it came to early welfare provision. Take, especially, the case of housing. It is fair to say that, in general, the government regeneration of slums and bombed areas had never caught up with post-war demand in general. Fraser 2009, 209. Still, the majority of black arrivals and their families were compelled to rent substandard and overcrowded accommodation in the private market. When black citizens sought to claim social housing, they were met with officers who tended to judge their standard of civilization as inadequate to the task of caring for properties. Granted a fairly wide power of discrimination in allocations, officers often saw themselves as protecting public resources against reckless black clients. Mama 1989, 31. For fear of opening a floodgate of black residents in predominantly white council estates, many officers dispersed black clients to less desirable and less modernized estates. Ginsburg 1992, Henderson and Carn 1990, 311. In sum, the 1948 National Assistance Act formally dissolved the distinction between those deserving and undeserving of social security and welfare as part of the new National Compact. Meanwhile, To support Britain's fragile recovery from war, British citizenship became formally homogenized across empire, thus undermining the segregation between an Anglo-Saxon family and non-white colonial subjects. However, black immigration into Britain, a necessary condition for post-war reconstruction, demonstrated how the racialized distinctions that had, in the past, primarily depended upon geographical distance now had to be remade upon the basis of physical and socio-economic proximity. Ginsberg 2001. The deserving/undeserving distinction became reconstituted principally as an informal color bar that ran the length of society, and especially through work and welfare. It was this informal bar that materially enabled the white working class to gain traction as a constituency. Black settlement. In 1951 approximately 74,500 black citizens were resident in Britain. By 1962 that number had risen to 500,000, Waters 1997, 209. In 93. The late 1950s, a recession in the car industry provoked increased hostility towards black residents. Joshi and Carter 1984. In 1958 mass attacks by white youths on black residents in West London and Nottingham were both, in part, instigated as reactions to interracial relationships. The race riots signaled a shift in articulating the problem of black presence from one of arrival to permanent settlement and a struggle over resources economic and sexual. The framing of race concomitantly shifted from that of a multicolored empire to a white nation, see in General Swartz 1996, Hesse 1997. This circumscription of race from empire to nation was heavily affected by three shifting modalities in Britain's global standing. First, incorporation into the European Economic Community, EEC, was considered necessary to ensure the continuation of Britain's post-war recovery. By the early 1960s, Britain's attempt to set up an alternative free trade association to the EEC had largely failed. Second, though, while trade with Europe grew faster than trade with the Commonwealth, the latter remained of crucial economic importance, taking almost 3 times as many British exports than the 6 core economies of the EEC. May 2001, 89. Support for retaining Commonwealth ties remained widespread across the political class for this instrumental reason. But third, support for the Commonwealth became fraught due to decolonization turning non-white dependencies, African and Caribbean especially, into independent members. In other words, the Commonwealth could no longer be said to comprise predominantly of the Anglo-Saxon family. The post-colonial predicament of the white nation was now defined by the prospect of either European incorporation and/or affiliation with an independent and multicolored Commonwealth. A poll taken in September 1961 provides a sample of popular opinion on this quandary. When asked which international association was the most important, a significant majority, 48%, identified the Commonwealth, while 19% cleaved to the United States and only 18% to Europe. May 2001, 90. But support for the Commonwealth was qualified by the racialized distinction made between the old members' white, Anglo-Saxon settler colonies and new members' previously non-white colonies and dependencies. Webster 2010, 174. In the same year, another national poll indicated that 73% of the public supported population controls for, specifically, colored colonial immigrants, small N Solomos. 94. 2006, 243. So much was the expansion of Commonwealth membership an issue that by this point in time Englishness was steadily being defined in opposition to the Commonwealth per se. Webster 2010, 152. For their part, the ruling Conservative Party chose to cut the black dependencies free and effectively reinstate the old imperial distinction between the Anglo-Saxon family and its non-white subjects which had been temporarily sutured by the 1948 Nationality Act. This was not without its contradictions. In delivering his Winds of Change speech to the South African Parliament in 1960, Prime Minister Harold Macmillan signalled his dual intent to facilitate the independence of majority black colonies and take a more critical stance towards white settler apartheid. Nonetheless, when Macmillan made clear in 1961 that an application to join the EEC would not be at the prejudice of Commonwealth relations, it was to the Anglo-Saxon members that he was primarily alluding. The Conservative government pressed on with Commonwealth realignment. The 1962 Commonwealth Immigration Act was a significant recusal of the rights of Commonwealth citizens to move unimpeded across realms. Specifically, the Act permitted entry into Britain only for those Commonwealth citizens with government-issued employment vouchers. In this way, the Act, and subsequent reductions in the number of vouchers issued, further entrenched Britain's racialized division of labour by effectively restricting the amount of skilled black and Asian labour that could threaten the benefits gained by white labour. Sivanandan 2008, 72. Meanwhile, the simultaneous attraction and reaction to Commonwealth ties placed the Labour Party in a quixotic position. The tradition of socialist internationalism had always partially inoculated Labour against racism. Officially, the Labour Party took a strong internationalist line on racial discrimination to the extent that in 1959, Hugh Gaitskell, then leader of the opposition, pronounced on television that those who wished to accept the colour bar could go to hell. Fielding 2003, 1:141. A class affiliation that exceeded borders and ascriptive identities was, no doubt, a precious sentiment to many in the party. But it must be said that the sentiment was pursued with more fidelity by the Independent Labour Party, ILP. Take, for instance, the address by General Secretary John Macnair to the 1945 Pan-African Congress in Manchester. Macnair admitted that 95. The English class, with the British government behind it, was the greatest imperialist class of them all. Macnair then recalled the opinion of his friend, an ILP supporter, George Padmore, famous Trinidadian Pan-Africanist. George said it was the duty of white and black workers to remember they were workers and give that mighty heave which would bring down the Colossus and break it. Shilliam 2012. In any case, despite its internationalism, the Labour Party oriented towards old imperial alignments that placed the white British worker at the apex of the Commonwealth's division of labour. Precisely this hierarchy was threatened by Britain's entry into the EEC as merely one member amongst many equals, see in General Davies 1963. In fact, when it came to the party, race forced class politics into stark duplicity. For instance, in 1965 Harold Wilson, as Labour Prime Minister, affirmed the necessity of Commonwealth immigration restrictions while also announcing legislation that would ensure that Commonwealth residents would be treated as equal citizens. By proxy of a stipulation that the migrant had to have one parent or grandparent born in Britain, the 1968 Commonwealth Immigrants Act effectively limited permanent residence to those who could claim, effectively, the old Anglo-Saxon heredity, see in General Bambra 2016b. But when it came to welfare provision and employment, the Race Relations Act of the same year made it illegal to discriminate on the basis of race. In effect, Labour endorsed imperial hierarchies and segregations at the same time as advocating for equality and integration on British soil. This was the political context in which Britain witnessed its most racist election campaign to date. By the late 1950s, an explicitly racist rhetoric had started to gain traction in local Conservative parties in the West Midlands. Lindop 2001, 80. Smethwick, on the face of it, seemed a safe seat for Labour, having been occupied for almost 2 decades by Patrick Gordon Walker, at this point the shadow Foreign Secretary. As Elizabeth Boutner, 2014, documents, in 1962 Gordon Walker published a book lauding Britain's global standing in terms of the common citizenship provided by the multiracial Commonwealth and bemoaning the imminent eclipse of this polity come the new Immigration Act. The real problem of immigration, Gordon Walker argued, was not the character of the arrivals but rather a lack of housing, and overcrowding, which produces racial tension. Boutner 2014, 62. 96. 96. Opposing Gordon Walker stood Conservative Peter Griffiths, who campaigned on a straightforwardly visceral slogan, "If you want a nigger for a neighbour, vote Liberal or Labour." Boutner 2014, 71. The local newspapers gravitated towards Griffiths' message. One would expect the nigger expletive to reference residents with Caribbean or African heritage. Yet it was Indian Sikhs resident in the West Midlands who were primarily targeted by the election campaign. At this point in time, Commonwealth residents of Asian heritage seemed to engender a special apprehension in terms of introducing to England an un-English and un-Christian culture. This cultural subversion was often contrasted to black peoples of Caribbean heritage who were supposed to have acquired the rudiments of British culture and Christianity through the gift of abolition. But recall that in Chapter 2 we witnessed how poor whites could be blackened via the slave analogy, while in Chapter 3 we witnessed how the Irish could be similarly blackened. The Smethwick election demonstrates how, during the 1960s especially, Asian Commonwealth citizens were rendered a fundamental danger to British society by being blackened as niggers. Boutner 2014, 717. Griffiths provided a major upset in winning the seat, albeit with a small margin. Yet this controversy was soon overtaken by the rise of a fellow West Midlands Conservative MP, Enoch Powell. Overwhelmingly, it was through Powell's rhetoric that Black and Asian Commonwealth settlement was rationalised in public fora as a fundamental threat, not just to the National Compact, but to the preservation of the English way of life in a post-colonial era. Powell initially turned to a political career in order to ensure the retention of India as a part of Britain's empire, Heifer 1998, 99, Nairn 1970, 10. More importantly, Powell initially came to glean the exceptionalism of Englishness from the colonial periphery, specifically, the Egyptian desert where in 1941 he worked for military intelligence, Schofield 2015, 48. In a sense, Powell apprehended Englishness as many a white settler had done so in the late 19th century from abroad, and as an Anglo-Saxon. Indeed, Powell subsequently imagined his generation to be homebound after years of distant wandering, and on a mission to reclaim an old England, Heifer 1998, 337. However, by the 1960s, Powell sought to impress upon the political class another hard reality. In 1961, he delivered a famous speech to the 97 Royal Society of St. George. The end of empire, Powell argued, has so plainly ended that even the generation born at its zenith, for whom the realization is the hardest, no longer deceives themselves as to the fact. Heifer 1998, 334-5. Earlier in this chapter I discussed how the 1948 Nationality Act collapsed the late 19th century distinction between the Anglo-Saxon imperial family and non-white colonial subjects. Powell now sought to reclaim this distinction, not by the more discerning methods of the Conservative Party, but by situating the entire Commonwealth edifice, white and non-white, as an unorganic growth upon Old England. The mother country, he audaciously claimed, had remained unaltered through it all, almost unconscious of the fantastic structure of empire built around her. Heifer 1998, 337. To be clear, Powell presented this distance in normative terms. Many Commonwealth countries, he reminded his audiences, governed along lines repugnant to the English basic ideas about liberty and democracy. Powell 1970. Powell measured this distance through racialized coordinates. For instance, the legal fiction created by the 1948 Nationality Act bizarrely rendered Britain's nearest European neighbours aliens to be strictly excluded, while the myriad inhabitants of Asia, Africa, and the Americas were treated in ways indistinguishable from native-born inhabitants of these islands. Powell 1970. Therefore, although Powell disavowed the Commonwealth, including its white polities, he never considered their Anglo-Saxon sojourners to be the same fundamental threat as visibly colored immigration. Schofield 2015, 175. What might be left after Empire and Commonwealth? Powell's answer was simple: the true England. Nairn 1970, 5. When Xerxes sacked and destroyed ancient Athens, mused Powell, a sacred olive tree remained standing. So might there also be found amid the fragments of demolished imperial glory an oak tree, her sap still rising from her ancient roots to meet the spring, England herself. Heifer 1998, 336. The kernel that Powell alludes to is consonant with what I have termed the English genus. To retrieve the English genus from amongst the imperial debris, Powell drew upon an interwar aesthetic tradition that had elegiac ally turned to the rural idyll. As part of this movement, William Cobbett experienced a small revival from the pens of Fabian historian G. D. H. Cole, whom we briefly encountered in the last chapter, and G. K. Chesterton, a literary critic. 98. 98. Whom we shall meet in Chapter 7. Powell read Cobbett's rural rides as a child and was especially taken by the work of Richard Jefferies, a 19th-century nature writer known for his attention to the details of English rural life, Heffer 1998, 71. Powell's mobilization of this aesthetic tradition was indeed redolent of Cobbett's defense of the cottage economy. The vocation of politics, by this understanding, was to safeguard from foreign corruption an English genus that was distinct and exceptional to humanity in so far as it encouraged independence while also supporting the patriarchal order. Yet Powell's project distinguished itself from previous ones. His desire to purify the English genus implicated not only the impact of Commonwealth migration but also that of labor's cooperative spirit and the National Compact. In Chapter 4 we witnessed how reformers celebrated labor's cooperative spirit as part of a reconciliation of skilled and settled working men with the nation and the imperial Anglo-Saxon family. The wellsprings of this spirit were clearly identified in the provincial cooperatives that practiced self-help. But Powell's rhetoric of Englishness ignored labor's cooperative spirit. Instead, he returned the wellsprings of orderly independence to the parliamentary tradition and, more specifically, to parliamentary sovereignty, Whipple 2009, 723, Heffer 1998, 339. In line with Edmund Burke, Powell argued that Parliament expressed the genus of English national consciousness as a gift transmitted from generation to generation by a process analogous to that of inheritance, Schofield 2015, 182. Powell's negative valuation of organized labor was resonant with Burke's late 18th-century apprehensions of the anarchical influence of Jacobinism. It will be remembered that the Combination Acts of this era had prohibited trade unionism on the grounds that its pursuit of the self-help principle was fundamentally disorderly. Put simply, Powell's glossing of England's little platoons brooked no labor organization. For this reason, Powell viewed the National Compact to be an unorganic growth upon the English genus akin to empire. Despite universal welfare being a key pillar of the National Compact, Powell considered this experiment, except for the NHS, to be an aberration insofar as it degraded the moral character of English people. Welfare was not to be celebrated for abstract universalism but critically assessed by the degree to which its arrangements aligned to the peculiarity. 99. 99. Of the English tradition, Lewis 1979, 31. We shall come across this argument later when we investigate the contemporary rise of the blue labor tradition. For now, it is important to note that Powell attributed the growth of undeserving characteristics to welfare's abrogation of the principle of self-help and orderly independence. For this reason, Powell was a firm proponent of the principle of means testing, which had been central to the Venerable Poor Law distinction between the deserving and the undeserving, Lewis 1979, 33. 1948 was the year not only of the National Assistance Act but also of the Nationality Act. As I argued in Chapter 3, national welfare and colonial development articulated as a defense of empire, and more specifically, of Anglo-Saxon patriarchy. To rebuke any one part meant to rebuke the whole. Similarly, when Powell decided that the English genus had to be purified of empire, race, the logic of purification necessarily required a removal of all mutations, class. In fine, Powell considered the indulgences of empire and state socialism to be conjointly responsible for the sullying of the English genus. Consider, in this respect, Powell's speech to the Southwest Conservative Association in Wolverhampton, just 1 year before Smethwick. There, he took issue with the imperial delusion that allowed the British people to consume what we have not produced, as well as the old superstition of the Labour Party that they would be better off if only our existing wealth were differentially distributed, Powell 1970. These delusions and superstitions, in Powell's opinion, induced undeserving characteristics into the nation's moral compass. They also ran counter to what ordinary people knew without being lectured, namely, that on our own ingenuity, effort, and husbandry alone depends what this nation, and every class within it, can achieve and enjoy. Powell 1970. For this project of recovery Powell offered his electorate neither servitude, nor the safety, ease and irresponsibility of servitude but freedom. And the responsibilities and the opportunities, which are inseparable from it. Powell 1970. Servitude to welfare dependency and servitude to empire conjoined, as did freedom from both. All these logics are present in Powell's infamous Rivers of Blood speech, delivered to another conservative association meeting in Birmingham in April 1968. Powell, 2007, frames his address by quoting correspondence from a quite ordinary working man. This man, whose ordinariness Theresa May would recognize, worries. 100. For his children's sake that in 15 or 20 years' time the black man will have the whip hand over the white man. The issue, for Powell, is not the temporary migration of Commonwealth citizens to Britain but their ever-increasing settlement as a British-born alien element. Invoking fears of miscegenation, Powell singles out the arrival of unmarried persons. Keen not to undermine the principle of patriarchal order, Powell agitates for the return of individuals to their places of origin so as to reunite with their kith and kin. Powell then argues for the reasonableness of the ordinary white man's fears by focusing on the pressures that social services are placed under by Commonwealth immigration. To this end, Powell conjures images of wives unable to get hospital beds in childbirth, children unable to get school places, and homes and neighborhoods changed beyond recognition. One might be reminded, here, of referendum campaigning in 2016 and Vote Leave's arguments against immigration. This said, Powell's comments should not be interpreted as support for universal welfare, another resonance with at least the right wing of Vote Leave. Rather, Powell makes these comments as a rhetorical strategy designed to dismiss the need for the 1968 Race Relations Bill that has recently been enacted, LNDOP 2001, 81. Equalities legislation, for Powell, impinges upon the free will of the citizen and their ability to discriminate in the management of their own affairs. Schofield 2015, 213. In other words, rather than the welfare state, it is principally the moral character of the English that Commonwealth immigration has been undermining. Once more resonating with contemporary assertions of the left-behind status of the white working class, Powell, 2007, even presents the ordinary working man as the victim of equalities legislation. In truth, he argues, the English majority have been minoritized so as to find themselves made strangers in their own country. Powell is adamant that he and his supporters must not be considered racialists, just as the United Kingdom Independence Party, UKIP, presently asserts. Alternatively, Powell claims to be making a common-sense argument about cultural fit and the limits of integrating alien values, Whipple 2009, 721. But Powell's position is willfully disingenuous insofar as he explicitly racializes those who did not wish to integrate, their color marks them out. Similar to the race politics of the Smethwick election, Powell's principal concern is with the integration of Asian Commonwealth. 101. Citizens, see Schofield 2015, 219. But his speech is full of racial analogy, blackening the disorderly and disintegrating alien elements in society. By Powell's, 2007, own admission, he was moved to imagine the river Tiber foaming with much blood after he had looked on at horror at the United States. Here, Powell is referencing the tumult that accompanied the assassination of Martin Luther King and the turn towards black power. In numerical terms, muses Powell, the social disorders sown by Commonwealth settlement will be of American proportions long before the end of the century. Powell increasingly discussed his political conjuncture in a Marshall Register of War and Invasion, Waters 1997, 223, Gilroy 2010, 45. Take, for instance, his speech to an election meeting in Birmingham in the summer of 1970. Britain at this moment, claimed Powell, was under attack, its future at risk just as much as when Imperial Germany had begun to build dreadnoughts or when Hitler began to rearm. There was one difference, mused Powell, the enemy intent on the actual destruction of our nation and society was now invisible or disguised. Powell then drew immediate attention to the 1968 student rebellions, a proxy, in his mind, for state socialism and the urban riots and uprisings by black peoples across the United States. With regards to the latter, Powell was once again especially concerned to link migration to destruction, the material for strife provided by the influx of Negroes into the northern states, and their increase there, was flung into the furnace of anarchy. In all these ways, Powell identified Commonwealth immigration as the key process which defiled the English genus. That much is obvious to any discerning mind. But I am making a further argument that, in this identification, Powell necessarily blackened the national compact as well as the means by which conflict between business, labor, and state was to be mitigated, that is, the principle of universal welfare. Surveys indicate that Powell's Rivers of Blood speech resonated with those who benefited from the racialized division of labor that gave the national compact its integrity. It is worthwhile situating this response in the context of a global economic crisis that had eroded the ability of industry to maintain near full employment amongst Britain's working populations. Skilled manual workers, those who benefited the most from the compact and had the most to lose in relative terms from its erosion, were most likely to develop favorable. 102. Attitudes towards Powell, Whipple 2009, 727 Note 45. Amongst trade union members, those in lower-ranked occupations, and, structurally speaking, in closest proximity to black labor, tended to support Powell the most, King and Wood 1975, 247. This evidence suggests that, in general, downward mobility was associated with a fear of being leveled to the position of black workers, which in turn influenced support for Powell, see Schofield 2015, 230. Interestingly, trade union membership did not affect attitudes towards Powell, suggesting that the Brotherhood of Man had not tackled racism amongst its ranks. Indeed, several strikes involving 10,000-12,000 Midlands workers broke out in the aftermath of Powell's speech, in response to his immediate sacking by Ted Heath, at that time leader of the opposition. Strikes by one-third of London dockers especially caught the public mood. London dockers were somewhat peculiar in the post-war division of labour insofar as they had managed to ensure unskilled workers received the same wages as skilled workers. Furthermore, because employment was only made possible through nomination, the informal colour bar was especially exacting in this sector such that almost all dockers were white. Even if unskilled, dockers nonetheless benefited from the national compact. But job insecurity for dockers was not a major concern at the time of their actions, and neither was there any tangible threat of more black workers joining the docks. For all these reasons, this industrial action was extremely unusual to the extent that it was not called over the standard economistic issues of wage and work conditions, but was, precisely, political in its subject matter. As Fred Lindop, 2001, argues, in his forensic account of the strike, the source of its politics seemed to be more populist than formal, with most union officials having recused themselves from active involvement. Of course, the foment of a specifically populist form of nationalism was Powell's aim. He argued that public outrage should be directed not towards colored immigrants but first and foremost towards the politicians who supported or acted upon the logic of national suicide, Barker 1982, 1517. Crucially, Powell sought and to some extent succeeded in weaponizing what Theresa May would later call the ordinary working class into a popular will that Parliament would have to take notice of. He succeeded in good part because he played to the interests of white workers who wished to defend the 103 racialized division of labor against Commonwealth immigration, interests that were threatened to the extent that race equalities legislation targeted the integrity of informal color bars. Does support for Powell demonstrate the fundamental racism of white workers? Let us take stock of the evidence. Powell's defense of the ordinary working man was not made through the grammar of class but of national self-respect. In the most salient strike, that of the dockers, we can also identify a populist defense, not instrumentally of the racialized division of labor, but of a racialized nation confronting the settlement of black and Asian bodies. In the 19th century, Disraeli's one-nation conservatism had incorporated the skilled and settled working man into the Anglo-Saxon family. Powell remixed this conservatism for the end of empire. The white working class effectively became the prime national constituency of post-colonial Britain. This is perhaps why Powell's popularity endured, even though he overtly sought to disestablish the national compact that the racialized division of labor was embedded within. Powell's populist nationalism demonstrates that, in this post-colonial context, class is race. As I have argued above, workers racialized as white were disproportionately more likely than workers racialized as black and Asian to occupy secure, well-paid and desirable jobs. This is not to claim that all workers racialized as white occupied such jobs, of course not. The point, though, is that the racialized division of labor disproportionately favored whiteness, and that it did so not in a haphazard but institutionalized way, albeit informally. Any defense of the extant division of labor necessitated at least a tacit support or willful ignorance, Lord 1984, of the racialization of those who deserved secure, stable and relatively respectable jobs. To claim deserving status was to claim whiteness, and Powell had reinvented whiteness as the core pillar of national belonging in opposition to the colored flotsam of empires past. In other words, the racism that I am attributing to Powell's supporters is one constitutive of class, a defense of the ordinary, deserving working class as the white working class. Tellingly, the resistance to Powell's populist nationalism gathered primarily outside of organized labor. This should come as no surprise considering the fact that since 1955 the Trades Union Congress, TUC, had followed labor's duplicity by officially opposing color prejudice while still accepting the necessity for curbs on black. 104. 104. An Asian Immigration, Fielding 2003, 1:154, Fizzacoli and Miles 1992, 34. 1. By the early 1980s, the TUC began to actively campaign against racism in its ranks, and this transformation should not be ignored. Satnam Virdi is right to challenge any interpretation of labor organization at this time, especially militant labor organization, as homogeneously racist. Still, racism was so commonplace in the 1960s and 1970s that, in the aftermath of Powell's Rivers of Blood speech, a Black People's Alliance was inaugurated to assist Black and Asian workers make effective representations to their unions. Verdi 2014, 119. By the time that organized labor had begun to attend to its own racism, Black and Asian workers had already begun to undertake an independent collective resistance. Verdi 2000, 554. In 1976, women workers predominantly of Kenyan Asian background walked out of Grunwick film processing laboratories in protest at exploitative, racist and sexist practices. Upon picketing outside, the women were advised to join a union to represent them. And so they turned to the Association of Professional, Executive, Clerical and Computer Staffs, APEX, which promptly announced the stakes at play to be the right to form a union. While this focus sidelined the actual reasons that caused the workers to walk out, Bryan et al. 1985, 36, the strikers persisted for almost 2 years. During this time, Grunwick attracted a heretofore unseen level of support from white union members across the country. As it snowballed, the Grunwick strike became emblematic for some of the combined enemy presented by Powell in the form of state socialism manifest in the form of totalitarian trade unions and the anarchy of black or blackened Commonwealth immigrants. Keith Joseph, an influential conservative MP who we shall return to in the next chapter, considered the strike to be a make-or-break point for British democracy and the freedoms of ordinary men and women. Joseph described labor politicians who supported 1. The aborted attempt by Wilson's government in 1974 to produce a social contract, whereby wages would be national controlled, in principle undermined the power of shop stewards and so in principle disturbed the practical application of color bars. But this short-lived initiative depended on the support of the TUC, which at this point in time, had shown little capacity to engage with the racism internal to its ranks. 105. 105. The action as moderates behind whom red fascism spreads, Whitehead 1987, 219. The point is that, in these years, race invoked a political sensibility that class, strictly speaking, did not. Take, for instance, the first strike in 1971 by agency night cleaners, wherein black women featured prominently, Bryan et al. 1985, 36. This strike in many ways preempted the challenge that non-unionized temporary workers in service sectors currently face in pursuing social justice. Take also the strike in 1972 of largely black and female ancillary workers who sought to break the old paternalistic and hierarchical labor relations of the NHS. In so doing, these workers began to politicize the management structures of the most beloved of universal welfare services, long before New Labour's managerial revolution. See Bryan et al. 1985, 46, Mama 1992, 784-5. These were emphatically not struggles driven by identity politics. The closed-shop system of labor relations disproportionately advantaged those workers who were racialized as white. In so doing, this system quarantined the struggle over capital accumulation, redistribution, and labor exploitation from the political sphere. Alternatively, as Joshi and Carter, 1984, argue, whenever black and Asian workers took leadership and/or were numerically prominent, their actions challenged the national compact at its weakest points. Black and Asian collective actions had no choice but to politically defend the working class at its most vulnerable points, i.e. in those labor occupations and conditions that lay on the edge or outside of the protections of the national compact. In doing so, black and Asian struggles made visible the future struggle that waited after the dissolution of the national compact, a future that has subsequently attracted the label of neoliberalism. Let us consider one final aspect to this independent collective resistance. Powell had urged his fellow Englishmen to disown empire and commonwealth. Black and Asian peoples could not. They drew, instead, from living traditions of struggle inherited from the Caribbean, the African continent, South Asia, and elsewhere. In doing so, they contextualized their struggles within the legacies of empire, inflected by Cold War realities, and which enflamed the global South from Vietnam to South Africa to Grenada. Aware of this global context, many British black and Asian intellectuals charged those white workers who wished to preserve their racialized 106. 106. Benefits with complicity in the violence and exploitation of the post-imperial division of labor. As I mooted in the introduction, this is the political and intellectual genealogy that precedes the discovery, around 2008, of the indigenous white working class. Conclusion. When discussing the history of labor organization in the 1970s from the viewpoint of the 1990s, it is hard not to presume that all roads inevitably led to Thatcherism. But before we turn to the Iron Lady in the next chapter, I want to conclude by contextualizing her rise to power in struggles over the National Compact and its racialized inclusions and exclusions. After all, Thatcher was not a prodigy of Powell, but she did inherit and utilize the populist nationalism that he had engineered. Just as Powell had blackened the National Compact along with its universal welfare system, so too did Thatcher, albeit more tactfully. 1 year into her leadership of the Conservatives, an immigration dominated Thatcher's post-bag. In 1977, she defended the common sense of ordinary, white, citizens who held genuine fears and concerns about the subject. In 1978, she famously observed that people can feel rather swamped by immigration, Butler and Kavanaugh 1980, 78, Schofield 2015, 339-41. At the same time, Thatcher identified the key agent of state socialism in the undeserving figure of the loafing, fractious and idle shop steward, along with his irresponsible picketers. In her 1979 manifesto, against a background of winter strikes that affected transport and waste, Thatcher promised to dismantle Labour's militants' charter. In her estimation, such a compact had tilted the balance of power in bargaining, away from responsible management and towards unions, and sometimes towards unofficial groups of workers. In 1867 Disraeli graciously enfranchised the skilled and settled working class into the Anglo-Saxon family. Thatcher's victory confirmed their return to the conservative fold. Skilled workers swung 11% towards conservative, which was more than unskilled workers, who nonetheless swung at 9%. Contrast this with a small swing away from conservative by the managerial class. Tellingly, trade union members swung more towards conservatives. 107. 8.5%, than non-members, 5.5%. Butler and Kavanagh 1980, 343. Yet Thatcher's victory should not be mistaken as proof that the working classes wished to disestablish the social security and welfare elements of the National Compact. True, voters overwhelmingly expressed support for Thatcher's promised tax cuts. But when asked to balance cuts against reduced health, education, and pension provision, the majority accepted the present tax burden. Butler and Kavanagh 1980, 340. The point is that despite the wishes of such electorate, Thatcher's victory lay the groundwork for precisely such a disestablishment to proceed over the course of the rancorous 1980s. Stuart Hall and others famously argued that, as the 1970s wore on, unionism and blackened Asian communities were increasingly articulated as the problem of law and order. Young black men of the Rastafari faith were particularly singled out as ruthless muggers of elderly white English women and as harbingers of anarchy. Solomos et al. 1992, 23, Cashmore 1979. As Thatcherism intensified this war against an internal enemy, the protective covering of the National Compact for all workers and vulnerable peoples was removed. Insofar as the Labour Party and the Union movement had tacitly or otherwise supported informal colour bars, they, too, eased the path towards the dismantling of social protections against the vagaries of the market. In this chapter I have detailed how Black and Asian sufferers confronted the deserving/undeserving distinction that had been preserved, post-war, in the shape of informal colour bars. Against the conceit of the National Compact, Black and Asian collective action necessarily focused upon non-unionized, unrepresented or casualized workers in lesser valued and/or unskilled roles. Even as they had been disproportionately excluded by the racialized National Compact, Black and Asian sufferers nonetheless signaled a global warning over the diminution of public goods and the deepening of marketization. As such, their collective actions logically defended the interests of the white poor who existed on the margins of Britain's racialized division of labour. Some of these struggles even pursued an alternative social global compact, wherein no distinction between deserving and undeserving could be allowed to compromise the universal principle of security and welfare for all. Workers who were racialized as white and who acted on behalf of a white working class constituency could not but be agents in their 108 own demise. They were complicit in the retention of the distinction between those deserving and undeserving of social security and welfare. Their defense of a racialized division of labor demanded such complicity. Their preference to defend their race over their class unintentionally helped to inaugurate the neoliberal era wherein the deserving/undeserving distinction was wielded by political elites to cut apart this constituency. Even if partially self-authored in this era of British history, the white working class lived and died as an artifact of political domination. 109. Chapter 6. Social Conservatism and the White Underclass. In the last chapter I examined how the deserving/undeserving distinction was formally rescinded in the 1948 National Assistance Act but informally reintroduced through colour bars that moderated the National Compact between state, business, and labour. At this moment in British history, a short to medium-term material benefit ensued from membership of a white working-class constituency. But when Thatcherism destroyed the National Compact, this constituency lost its institutionalized albeit informal advantage within Britain's racialized division of labour. In this chapter, I examine the ways in which the eugenicist concern for the residuum survived to inform social conservative thinking in the 1970s. Post-Thatcher, social conservatism influenced the reintroduction into social policy of the distinction between those deserving and undeserving of welfare. Concurrently, an obsession rose with a population group who inhabited Britain's council estates, were seemingly immune to character improvement, and were, shockingly, white. In the first part of the chapter I return to the post-war period and the continued influence of eugenicist interventions into the urban poor. I follow the way in which concerns over parenting and the intergenerational transmission of poverty no longer addressed the residuum but rather problem families. I track these concerns as they gained momentum with the importation from the United States. 110. Of notions of an underclass that lived through a culture of poverty. Such ideas were drawn upon by Keith Joseph and Margaret Thatcher to inform the social conservative basis of their economic revolution. In the United States, the culture of poverty thesis betrayed a racialized subject, the African American mother and absent father. In Britain, this subject appeared as the victim of Thatcher's deindustrialization, that is, a distinctly white underclass. In the second part of the chapter I turn to New Labour and its incorporation of American workfare into British social policy, whereby welfare was once more made formally conditional upon the ability and desire of the claimant to work. I examine how both New Labour and subsequently the Conservatives sought to mend broken Britain by returning to a paternalistic politics of improving the character of the undeserving poor. I relate these policy developments to an increased focus in public discourse on residents of council estates, who were disparaged for lacking patriarchal responsibility and industriousness. Within an era also marked by debates over immigration, multicultural values, and anti-discrimination legislation, I show how resident problem families became racialized as explicitly white, as a group whose behavior sullied whiteness. I finish by recounting how this racialization came to a head in the 2011 riots and uprisings that began in Tottenham, London. In this chapter, some existing concepts take on new life, such as the urban residuum, which gives way to problem families and a white underclass. I also introduce some new concepts. I examine how New Labour attempted to cultivate a multicultural sense of national belonging in the absence of a national compact and in the presence of long-term white poverty. The concept of social cohesion was seminal to such attempts. I differentiate between policies of national cohesion, seeking to integrate non-white sometimes immigrant residents, especially Muslims, and policies addressing national degeneration, seeking to integrate the white underclass back into the employment market. Problem families and Thatcherism. During the interwar Depression years, the means testing of welfare provision at the household level created significant public rancor. In 111. Fact, William Beveridge's 1942 report was popular in large measure due to its stated aspiration to provide insurance at a subsistence level, thereby making means testing a redundant issue. Deacon 1982, 290-295. However, conservatives in the wartime government balked at the loss of means testing and Labour members of the coalition offered no real resistance. Therefore, even as the 1948 National Assistance Act formally abolished the deserving/undeserving poor distinction, the new welfare system was not entirely absent of its normative legacies. Means testing remained under the new system, although it was never entirely arbitrary, being regulated by national statutes. Marshall 1965, 265. Perhaps more importantly, properly universal services, for example, education, health, and pensions, came to be intrinsically valued more highly than partial services, for example, housing and unemployment. Lewis 1996, 110-11. Those who accessed the latter were at risk of being presumed undeserving insofar as they were prone to being tested. Meanwhile, eugenics continued to influence debate and policy on the urban residuum, Stone 2001, 403. In the interwar years, an increase of colored children born to white mothers and colonial seamen compounded eugenicist concerns with English stock in ways that preempted Clement Attlee's post-war response to black immigration. The Association for the Welfare of Half-Caste Children sponsored the first systematic research on race relations in Britain in 1930, 20 years before Kenneth Little began his initiative at Edinburgh University, Drake 1955, 200. As will be remembered, Baron Moyne's report on colonial development and Beveridge's report on welfare in Britain both sought to put women in their proper place, the latter with a decidedly eugenicist tenor. Certainly, eugenicists had to step carefully around the horror of the show. But this did not stop the most influential post-war theorist of the welfare state, T.H. Marshall, from debating the relationship between familial inheritance and universal welfare. Famously, Marshall, 1992, argued that the National Compact had brought together two egalitarian projects which might never entirely align: an enlargement of citizenry sharing a common culture, and an economic redistribution of wealth. Marshall's suspicion had a eugenic premise. In his Galton lecture to the Eugenics Society, 1953, he admitted that a tension existed between his support of the universal principle that all citizens should be able to perform any role, and his concern that the 112 inheritability of intelligence could not be ignored, even if it could be mitigated. Marshall's argument resonates with Beveridge's concerns, recounted in Chapter 4, that the pursuit of equality of opportunity should not result in the erasure of the family unit. Perhaps exerting more practical influence than Marshall was a 1943 report, authored by the Hygiene Committee of the Women's Group on Public Welfare, entitled Our Towns. The debt the report owed to fin de siècle debates on the urban residuum was self-evident, with a quotation from Charles Booth's famous survey appearing in its introduction. The report described the residuum as an intolerable and degrading burden to decent people forced by poverty to neighbor with it, Welshman 1999, 793. Eugenicist concerns for the reproductive activities of feeble-minded women also reverberated across the pages. One influential term was introduced by the report: problem families, see in General McNichol 1987. Effectively, Our Towns repackaged most of the elements that comprised the meaning of the urban residuum into the new label of problem families. Subsequent studies addressed the educational disadvantages suffered by the children of these families, McNichol 1987, 296. By the 1970s, problem families had become a useful category for the delineation of a new social conservatism. In the early 1970s, fellow conservatives Margaret Thatcher and Keith Joseph, the more senior politician at the time, co-founded the Center for Policy Studies, CPS. The CPS advanced Enoch Powell's agenda to break the national compact between state, labor, and business, with Joseph utilizing the work of American economist Milton Friedman to develop and communicate an intellectual argument for monetarism and market self-regulation, Desai 1994. In one sense, Joseph's treatises on economic policy were radical for a conservative. In another sense, however, Joseph revealed himself to be a traditional paternalist, demonstrating a sincere desire to break what he termed the cycle of deprivation, a purported intergenerational transmission of poverty through problem families, Denham and Garnett 2001. Joseph developed his argument explicitly in the Eugenicist Register of Late Victorian Welfare Policy, as demonstrated by his controversial Edgbaston speech in 1974. There, he drew attention to the degenerative effect on our human stock caused by adolescent pregnancies and unmarried mothers rearing delinquent youths, Joseph 1974. 113. 113. Joseph voiced concern over the same moral issues debated by the charity organization Society and Fabians at fin de siècle. Lacking any impetus to help themselves, argued Joseph, the poor might lose their traditional morals by cultivating dependencies that would ruin the health of the nation. But Joseph, 1974, was far bolder than his predecessors in proposing a market solution. Economics, he argued, was deeply shaped by values, by the attitude towards work, thrift, ethics, public spirit. By this logic, Joseph anchored the principle of individual freedom, derived from the monetarist/self-regulation position, to a social conservatism that upheld the moral distinction between deserving and undeserving. The tenor and forthright nature of the Edgbaston speech, rather than its substance, made Joseph's bid for Conservative Party leadership untenable. Powell, who shared similar viewpoints, had already outed himself as far too much of a maverick to run in any such competition. Joseph henceforth supported Thatcher's candidacy. But while Thatcher shared Joseph's instincts when it came to the embedding of free market principles within social conservatism, she notably qualified conservatism's traditional paternalism. It will be remembered from Chapter 3 that, with the 1867 Reform Act, Disraeli enfranchised settled and skilled working men into the Anglo-Saxon family, a container of nation and empire. As such, familial membership connoted the end of class struggle. In 1950, in her adoption meeting as Conservative candidate for Dartford, Thatcher, née Roberts, announced her concordance with Disraeli's tenet, one nation rather than class struggle. Additionally, she praised Disraeli's characteristically British approach to the problems of industrialisation and made the argument that the old Tory had always appreciated the peculiar character of the English, Evans 2009, 1089. In other words, Thatcher entered the political arena believing that good small patriarchs would pursue orderly independence. But Thatcher was also deeply attached to the writings of a non-English, albeit naturalised, Austrian economist, whom she had encountered during her undergraduate years at Oxford. In writing his famous Road to Serfdom during the Second World War, Friedrich Hayek sought to make the case that Nazism and socialism shared a totalitarian impulse. Both endeavored to centrally organize society through the state. In opposition, Hayek argued that social 114 institutions were best shaped organically rather than by top-down ideological fiat. Thatcher wished to connect what she understood to be Hayek's moral philosophy of individual freedom to Joseph's promotion of monetarism and free market principles. Thatcher thereby came to identify in the market the mechanisms by which society could be freely shaped. But Thatcher made this connection by dispensing with Disraeli's conception of the nation as a filial constituency. The nation, Thatcher believed, had been tainted too much with the ideological design of the National Compact. Not only did this compact breed undeserving characteristics amongst its constituents, especially with their reliance upon universal welfare. It was also antithetical to true, British freedoms. In place of the nation per se, Thatcher mooted a property-owning democracy, Evans 2009, 108. It will be remembered that Powell had excised Labour's cooperative spirit from the English genus. According to him, the National Compact had robbed that spirit of its key deserving characteristic, orderly self-help. Hence, Powell affiliated the English genus solely with Burke's little platoons. Similarly, Thatcher rendered filiation to the English genus in terms of property ownership rather than labour cooperation. Interestingly, the originator of the phrase property-owning democracy, Conservative MP Noel Skelton, 1924, had in mind co-ownership of workers in the businesses that employed them. Alternatively, Thatcher returned the term to the 18th century common law understanding of liberty, the liberty to inherit private property. Rather than assemble the little platoons of property owners into a larger patriarchal hierarchy, i.e. a filial nation of Disraeli's one nation kind, Thatcher arranged them more horizontally, as equitable units all headed by small patriarchs. This vision was to a large degree compliant with Edmund Burke's, except lacking the broader paternalistic hierarchies that Burke had attached to the nobility and Christianity. Through these subtle measures, Thatcher replaced the traditional conservative deference to one nation with a patriotic defense of property-owning democracy. Thatcher's most infamous speech directly espoused this new constituency. In an interview for Woman's Own in 1987, just after her third election victory, the Prime Minister berated those who depended upon the welfare state. They are casting their problems. 115. 115. On society, she opined, and who is society? There is no such thing. Thatcher 1987. The quote has usually been interpreted as a promotion of radical individualism, indeed, a disbelief in society per se. Yet in her original interview Thatcher immediately continued. There are individual men and women and there are families, and no government can do anything except through people, and people look to themselves first. It is our duty to look after ourselves and then also to help look after our neighbor, and life is a reciprocal business, and people have got the entitlements too much in mind without the obligations. Thatcher 1987. Thatcher's point, as she later expressed in Hakean fashion, was that society was not an abstraction, but a living structure of individuals, families, neighbors, and voluntary associations. Thatcher 1993, 626. Thus, in Thatcher's estimation, the market was moral in so far as it checked the unorganic and totalitarian designs of the National Compact, its corporatist compromise between government, business, and labor, as well as its universal welfare system. Everything about the Compact, for Thatcher, not only promoted unfreedom but, crucially, also bred undeserving characteristics amongst its constituents. Instead, Thatcher praised the market in so far as its mechanisms redeemed the deserving characteristics that had traditionally underwritten the orderly independence of England's small patriarchs, and which had been debased by the enforcement of universal welfare. In disowning the National Compact and its welfare system for a property-owning democracy, Thatcher reintroduced the deserving/undeserving distinction back into the center ground of social policy. To begin with, the reintroduction was rhetorical. But over the course of the 1980s, legislation followed. Thatcher conceived of the political revolution that we now know as neoliberalism in an era where the deserving/undeserving distinction had been principally institutionalized through informal color bars. That much is evident from the last chapter. As I also argued, Thatcher drew upon Powell-light rhetoric in her election strategy, suggesting that a white nation was being undermined by Commonwealth aliens. But while Powell had turned race into fate. 116. 116. Thatcher pointed out that Black and Asian residents could aspire to assimilate, that is, to develop the deserving characteristics that were fundamental to the English genus. Take, for instance, the speech to her Finchley constituency in the 1979 general election. It does not matter what your background is, where you come from. If you want to use your own talents, be responsible for our own families, work jolly hard and be prepared to help your neighbor, we are the party for you. Evans 2009, 110. Consider also the Conservative campaign in the 1983 election, which featured one poster of a young black man, wearing a slightly ill-fitting suit, accompanied by the strap line, "Labour says he's black. Tories say he's British." As Paul Gilroy, 2010, notes, the image gives the sense of a somewhat awkward attempt by a young man to claim social respectability, in other words, to affiliate with England's little platoons. It would be fair to argue, then, that Thatcher's neoliberal revolution was ambivalent when it came to race. On the one hand, her electoral success was in good part dependent upon channeling Powell's racialized populist nationalism. On the other hand, her and Joseph's project of marketization required the destruction of the National Compact and its color bars that benefited white workers in the division of labor. Thatcher in no way sought to structurally redress the racialized inequalities, exclusions, and violences historically suffered by Commonwealth citizens in Britain. Nonetheless, her revolution had the effect of delinking the deserving/undeserving distinction from informal color bars and returning it to the general economy as a test of moral character. To explore this shift and its racial implications, I now want to turn to the influence of American social conservatism. In 1966, Oscar Lewis wrote an influential anthropological treatise on the slums of America's de facto Caribbean colony, Puerto Rico. In this work, and drawing upon his previous research in Mexico City, Lewis, 1966, identified a culture of poverty, its key characteristics being short-term calculations, a fatalistic attitude, sensual decadence, and poor family planning. Lewis was keen to point out that these classically undeserving traits were not the product of traditional culture nor of racial affiliation. They were, instead, an effect. 117. 117. Of a Western-imposed economic system. Lewis's was a careful and considered thesis. But it would not remain so on the North American mainland. There, the idea of a culture of poverty became embroiled in controversies over the pathologies of the urban black family, see Wilson 2009. In 1965, Daniel Patrick Moynihan reported to the U.S. Department of Labor on entrenched urban poverty. One of the key findings that Moynihan presented came via a comparison of the habits of relatively affluent white families and those of poor African Americans. The report claimed that in the families of the latter comparatively more marriages dissolved, more births were illegitimate, and more households were female-headed and trapped in welfare dependency. U.S. Department of Labor, Office of Policy Planning and Research 1965, 6. The racialization of the culture of poverty, represented by reports such as Moynihan's, was subsequently popularized through commentaries in magazines such as Time, Aponte 1990, 120. By the 1980s, the cultural pathologies of what had come to be known as the underclass were firmly associated with the absent black father and the single-headed black female household, Aponte 1990, 132-3. The post-war tradition of studying problem families in Britain was buoyed by the work of Moynihan and others. For instance, in his time as Secretary of State for Social Services in Ted Heath's government, Joseph sought to bring the cultural pathology approach to bear on the issue of poverty alleviation, Deacon 2003, 131. In this regard, the American influence contributed to a movement of British policy making rightward. The culture of poverty thesis buoyed the existing socially conservative emphasis on malformed character and the intergenerational transmission of classical undeserving traits such as idleness and dishonesty, Welshman 2005, 315. It was hardly difficult for the racialization of these traits to be considered common sense in Colour Britain. Or so it seemed. In 1989, social scientist Charles Murray visited London. Murray had gained notoriety in the United States by making arguments regarding the relationship between race, environment, and intelligence, which in many ways would have been common sense to Beveridge et al. Like Joseph, Murray mobilized these arguments to make the case, very influentially, that welfare only exacerbated the social pathologies that produced poverty. It should be noted that the book wherein Murray made these claims, Losing Ground, was written under the 118 aegis of America's arch social conservative, Irving Kristol. While in London, Murray publicly promoted his argument that the civilizing force of marriage was the only way to check the spreading disease of underclass single mothers having babies with absent fathers, a practice he termed essentially barbarianism, Slater 2014, 962. Writing in the Times, though, Murray disputed a presumption that he heard everywhere, from political clubs in Westminster to some quite sophisticated demographers in the statistical research offices, namely, that the underclass was a black problem, Murray 1996, 30. Such was the view, for example, of politician, sociologist, and one-time director of the LSE, Ralph de Rendorf, later to become Lord. In 1987, de Rendorf had written an article for the New Statesman in which he argued that the underclass posed a critical challenge to the moral hygiene of British society and should be understood as a phenomenon of race, just as it was in the United States, Lister 1996, 10. Yes, Murray responded, with a critique that Baron Moyne would have made back in 1938, blacks born in the West Indies have much higher illegitimacy ratios than all whites. But, Murray pointed out, such blacks formed a negligible percentage of the UK population. Murray's demographic qualification of the association between black and underclass must be contextualized within the social and economic upheavals of the early years of Thatcherism. By mid-1984, the employment base had contracted by 1.7 million. Manufacturing was especially hit by the economic downturn, with output declining 20% and fixed investment by 23%, Yindel 2003, 810. Such decline affected not only Wales and the north but also relatively prosperous manufacturing regions such as the West Midlands. Male unemployment decreased drastically in this sector, only to be partially offset by new often part-time employment in services, heretofore a less prestigious and feminized sector. So, while part-time jobs taken by women increased dramatically, the same period witnessed a growing phenomenon of long-term unemployed older men. Younger men would have to navigate a precarious, mercurial, less prestigious, and low-wage job market. While these economic contractions were part of a global recession, it was clear that the imposition of monetarist policy severely exacerbated the fallout in Britain and was responsible for approximately half of all jobs lost during the period. For its part, the Conservative government claimed that, although painful, the loss of 119 employment was necessary to shed the unproductive overmining that had plagued the previous decades. Martin 1991, 242, 258. Certainly, Thatcher's intentional program of deindustrialization was designed to break the National Compact, whose strategic site was the local union and factory-based closed shop that mainly represented skilled manual labor. But because the compact disproportionately advantaged white male workers through its informal color bars, Thatcherism had the effect of introducing a downwardly leveling trajectory for working conditions between laborers racialized as white, black and Asian. In many ways, then, as Murray wrote on the British underclass, the conditions, wages, and prospects of white male workers had progressively worsened to take on similar characteristics to those suffered disproportionately by black and Asian workers. The latter, after all, had been regularly excluded by informal color bars from occupying relatively stable and well-paying jobs that garnered social status. The line of argument that I am taking here is delicate and can be easily misconstrued. It is entirely the case that, despite Thatcher's reassurances, fear of and disdain for Black and South Asian Commonwealth citizens and their progeny never subsided during the 1980s and 1990s. Racialized discrimination remained vitriolic in the criminal justice system and in welfare provision. Yet while the job market remained discriminatory, this discrimination became more individualized and fractured in its application. My precise point is that the racialized division of labor was no longer given integrity through a national compact that impelled color lines to be informally yet systematically defended. After Thatcher, that constituency co-authored by various political elites as well as trade unions, the white working class became of rhetorical value only. Moreover, as Thatcherism ran its course, the racialized nature of the deserving/undeserving distinction shifted from a generic concern for problem families towards a specific reference point, a white underclass. Workfare and council estates. Tony Blair and Gordon Brown's renovation of the Labour Party owes much to their infatuation with Bill Clinton's winning strategy. 120. In 1994, which folded the social conservative critique of the culture of poverty into an ostensibly liberal left politics, King and Wickham-Jones 1999, 62-3. The Democrats' embrace of the conservative critique, with its infamous depiction of the black welfare queen, was arguably more crudely racist and misogynistic than the rhetoric of the Republican right. Regardless, the new Labour position owes much to two normative tenets that underlay Clinton's electoral success: a promise to end welfare as we know it, Voboida 1996, by subscribing to a policy of welfare to work, and an attenuated but pronounced defense of the principle of redistribution. Blair and Brown were especially infatuated by the Clintonite distinction between an active and passive welfare system. The former, unlike the latter, made receipt of insurance and welfare conditional on the claimant participating in work-related and work-promoting activities. Daguerre 2004, Lister 1998, 219. This welfare to work or workfare model resonated with attempts by previous conservative governments to introduce more conditionalities into welfare provision, beginning with restart interviews for benefit claimants in 1986. Upon unveiling the Welfare Reform Bill in 1999, Alastair Darling, then Social Security Secretary, explained that there was no automatic right to benefit and that people's minds had to be focused on work rather than benefit. BBC News 1999. The principle underlining the bill was one of work for those who can and security for those who cannot. After a set time period, claimants would have to choose between job placements, voluntary work, environmental work, or full-time education or training, else risk being sanctioned and lose benefits. The punitive nature of welfare reform only increased over New Labour's tenure, with the 2009 Welfare Reform Act effectively extending workfare conditionalities and sanctions to encompass the disabled and mentally ill. The weight given to conditionality in turn focused policy making far more keenly upon the behaviour of benefit recipients. The policy aspiration was for undeserving behaviour to be socially engineered into deserving behaviour through the instruments of welfare. New Labour even found inspiration in early 20th century attempts to reform the character of the urban residuum. Take, for instance, their Fabian-influenced preference to dispense benefits in kind, which could affect behaviour, rather than in cash, which would not. Lund 1999, 456. And, just. 121. 121. Like 19th-century charity organizations, eugenicists and 20th-century social conservatives, New Labour also focused its behavioral engineering on low-income and single-parent families. Opening such families up to a world of work was believed to be both economically advantageous and morally corrective. This was the thinking behind initiatives to improve childcare provision as well as tax credits to boost income, see in General McDowell 2005. New Labour accepted the fact that Thatcher had destroyed the old National Compact and that the corporatist arrangement could not return. With this ground, enthusiastically, conceded, New Labour shifted the socialist commitment to redistribution from equality of outcome to equality of opportunity. During the 1997 election campaign, Brown, future Chancellor of the Exchequer, promised that a new Labour government would not seek to raise taxation for redistribution through welfare and social services, but would rather seek to expand opportunities for social advancement through education, training, and access to employment. Lister 1998. 216-17. It cannot be denied that Blair's government actively sought to address the social inequalities suffered by those who had once been Labour's traditional constituency. But this was not guided by the language or politics of class. Crucially, the chosen language of exclusion reflected New Labour's definition of redistribution as equality of opportunity. The return of class after Thatcherism would have to wait until a global financial crisis threatened New Labour's electoral viability. In sum, New Labour abandoned any socialist commitment to the National Compact and its mediation, through universal welfare, of class struggle. In socially conservative fashion they reinscribed the deserving/undeserving distinction upon the heart of social policy. Deserving characteristics would be encouraged and rewarded through an expanded equality of opportunity. Alternatively, undeserving characteristics would be penalized through conditionalities and sanctions related to workfare. However, the New Labour strategy of reinvention was dependent upon economic growth, especially a successful reorientation of Britain's location in the global economy. It was in this respect that the deserving/undeserving distinction took on even more political weight through the contentious movement towards a multicultural national identity. 122. 122. As part of New Labour's economic reorientation, immigration became a fundamental element of macroeconomic policy. But as immigration increased, so did emigration, leading to a significant and steady rise in foreign-born residents and citizens. With an increasingly global division of labour, and in the, often muted, tradition of internationalism, a set of landmark anti-discrimination and equalities legislation came to mark New Labour's first term: the Human Rights Act of 1998, the Macpherson Report of 1999, and the subsequent Race Relations Amendment Act of 2000. These instruments sought to address the historical legacies of racism against Commonwealth citizens and migrants, thereby legislating for Britain's present and future multicultural population. To be clear, a concern for black inner-city youth and their propensity for mugging had never vanished under Thatcherism. Furthermore, under the new Labour governments, black and South Asian women were overrepresented in an increase of incarceration rates caused by various newly authored crime and disorder acts. Fisher 2006, 54. Still, early on in New Labour's tenure, Brown announced a new Britain wherein the proud internationalism of the country's past would be retrieved, consigning the Tory mistrust of foreigners to history, Richards 1999. That this retrieval was deemed harmonious to the demands of the global economy is demonstrated by Brown's comments at the 2004 Labour Party conference. There, he aligned internationalism to an enterprising culture that nonetheless renewed the British tradition of civic values, a sense of duty and fair play, Wright 2004. As New Labour entered office, the Runnymede Trust commissioned a report on the future of multi-ethnic Britain, chaired by Pikud Parakh. Although not officially sanctioned, the report was ultimately launched by Jack Straw, Blair's first Home Secretary, at the Royal Commonwealth Society in 2000. Parakh's conception of British citizenship radically displaced Powell's attempt to purify the English genus of empire by presenting devolution within the Union as part of a post-colonial forging of a community of communities. In this respect, Parakh argued for a recognition that England, Scotland, and Wales were multi-ethnic, multi-faith, multicultural, multi-community societies. Parakh et al. 2010, 2. The significance of Parakh's report was to reinvent a category of belonging, Britishness, that deracialized the filiation to an English genus. 123. 123. Despite these promising signs, New Labour's celebration of multicultural diversity soon turned back to the racialized management of those outsider peoples who threatened Britain's cohesion. Squire 2005, 55-6. Already in 1999, the Immigration and Asylum Act had repealed the provisions of the 1948 National Assistance Act for persons subject to immigration control, i.e. asylum seekers. This was the first piece of legislation that made post-war welfare provision conditional rather than universal. 9/11 and the global war on terror are obvious reference points for a turn away from Parakh's multi-ethnic embrace of Britishness. Nevertheless, the proximate coordinates were a set of riots and uprisings earlier in 2001 which occurred less than 2 weeks before Blair's second electoral victory. At one point in time, Oldham, Burnley, and Bradford had been served well by the textiles industry. But by 2001, in the aftermath of Thatcher's contrived deindustrialization, these northern towns possessed some of the most deprived boroughs in the country. Areas in the boroughs where people of South Asian heritage lived suffered disproportionately from poor and insufficient housing stock, unemployment, and low-wage labor markets. Following a march organized by the far right through some of these localities, riots and uprisings broke out over a weekend in May 2001. In the aftermath, Blair's government commissioned a report, chaired by John Denham. Despite coming soon after the Macpherson report, Denham's report focused less on institutional racism and much more on the problem of community cohesion, Rhodes 2009. 1 year after the disturbances, the Home Office set up a Community Cohesion Unit as well as a Community Cohesion Pathfinder program for utilization by local authorities. Claire Worley, 2005, 485-6, has perceptively noted how the discussion of community cohesion by New Labour politicians often slipped into a concern for national cohesion. This concern betrays a subterranean commitment, in the minds of policy makers, to retain a singular, racialized filiation to the English genus. Put otherwise, from an initial impulse to reframe Britain's constituencies within a post-imperial constellation, New Labour soon fell back onto familiar post-war framings of national belonging. In the counter-terrorism strategies that grew in intensity after the London bombings of 2005, a Powell-light vision once more took hold. Non-white immigrants, especially Muslims and refugees, were painted as threats to Britons. 124. 124. Idyllic landscape. Assimilative rather than truly multicultural directives informed cohesion policies. Citizenship ceremonies demanded a knowledge of Britain that not even the native-born possessed. And the promotion of British values through the Prevent Counterterrorism agenda even made schools a front line of national defence. See in General Back et al. 2002, Walton 2006, News Black Students 2015. Community cohesion, though, was genus-faced. The English genus faced an outward problem of national cohesion exemplified by non-white migrant religion and culture, but it also faced an internal problem of national degeneration exemplified by problem families. In 1997, Blair claimed Thatcher's long-term legacy was the creation of families with 3 generations of unemployed. That no study had, or has since, found substantive evidence of such acute intergenerational unemployment did not deter Blair from identifying a new dysgenic site associated with this legacy. See Macmillan 2011, MacDonald et al. 2014. If the urban residuum of the 19th century occupied the East End slums, the degenerate underclass of the 21st century inhabited the council estate. In pursuit of a nation of property owners, the Conservative Party had introduced the right to buy social housing for its residents in 1979. But not all residents could afford to take advantage of this offer. Consequently, 2/3 of social housing came to be occupied by the poorest 2 quintiles of the British population, Valentine and Harris 2014, 86. This progressive concentration of poverty into council estates was by and large left unaddressed during the Conservative governments, excepting the New Life for Urban Scotland initiative. However, in June 1997, Blair appeared in front of the Aylesbury estate in South London, one of Britain's largest and most impoverished agglomerations of social housing, Johnstone and Mooney 2005. Blair's appreciation of neighbourhood was remarkably similar to Thatcher's and resonant with Edmund Burke's depiction of little platoons. The neighbourhood was a site where, for Blair, bonds of civil society could solve rootless morality, and where rights and duties might be balanced, Johnstone and Mooney 2005. In effect, it was the Residents' Association rather than labour cooperatives that for the Labour leader exemplified the spirit of orderly self-help. By contrast, Blair viewed council estates as seedbeds of idleness, delinquency, and broken families. Addressing the residents of Aylesbury. 125. 125. Whom he considered to be the forgotten people of Thatcherism, Blair targeted the culture of fatalism that, in his understanding, was partly responsible for long-term unemployment and other ills. Henceforth, the council estate became the quintessential site in which the deserving/undeserving distinction would be mobilised by New Labour to inform social policies. After Blair's visit to Aylesbury, Harriet Harman, New Labour's first Secretary of State for Social Security, announced an attack upon the causes of social exclusion and made the case that employment was central to the struggle. Lister 1998, 219. The new Social Exclusion Unit was promptly set up to tackle truancy, school exclusions, sleeping rough and the worst estates. Lister 1998, 221. The resident youth of such estates suffered especially from overwhelming surveillance and sanctions. Johnstone and Mooney 2005. Still, as Murray had already intimated, poverty in post-Thatcher Britain was by no means predominantly black. Furthermore, this was an era wherein Britain's population was more and more foreign-born. Hallett 2001, 351. In this confluence, the predominant whiteness of the council estate demographic became visible in a way that signalled national degeneration. As had been the case in the late 19th century, the idea of degeneration strongly implicated motherhood. Yet now, while counterterrorism strategies placed the onus on immigrant families abiding by what would sardonically come to be known as British values, Muslim women, even if oppressed, were seen to at least occupy their station with decorum. Contrast this Orientalist image with the regular reality TV portrayals of white female benefit recipients as unhealthy, unruly, and immoral. Skaggs 2005. I would also connect these racialized and gendered apprehensions to the way in which the return of the grammar of class to mainstream politics post-2008 fixated upon the educational failures of white working-class boys. As journalists and reporters turned to investigate this white underclass, they self-consciously inhabited the persona of late 19th century explorers of the urban residuum. Take, for instance, Dark Heart, the journalistic expose by Nick Davies of Council Estates. Davies, 1998, 7-8, considered himself to be akin to some Victorian explorer penetrating a distant jungle, there to visit sprawling collections of battered old housing estates, crack houses, and shebeens. Terms such as jungle and shebeen, an Irish term for an illicit drinking. 126. 126. Establishment popularized in South Africa and Zimbabwe, demonstrate the application, once more, of anthropological language now mobilized to render the avowedly white poor as savages. One term especially provided the cognitive space for which to deposit the anxiety surrounding the whiteness of Britain's underclass. The chav emerged in 1990s Northeast England as a term that denoted a person ensconced in a culture of low-level criminality. Probably deriving from the Romani word for a small child, the chav was associated with marketplaces populated by travelers and South Asian hawkers, etc. Through these linguistic and spatial associations, the residual non-whiteness of the term was applied to white people whose behavior had degenerated to match the same non-white antisocial and subnormal groups. Being chaved even came to refer to being robbed at home, and in this respect the term also echoed older contrived fears of being mugged by black youth. Garner 2015, 4-5, Nayak 2009. To what degree was all this a novel racialization of the British poor? In 18th century debates over their undeserving nature, the rural poor had been blackened via the slave analogy. These poor had yet to be accepted into the Anglo-Saxon family, their racial affiliation was therefore ambivalent. Crucially, this was not the case for those who most keenly experienced the downwardly leveling effects of Thatcher's deindustrialization. Under New Labour, the underclass became racialized as white, precisely by being attributed the degenerative characteristics of the blackened poor. This expression of whiteness no longer signaled an enfranchisement into the Anglo-Saxon family or national compact, it marked an alienation from it. The Conservative Party struggled for some time to regroup in the face of New Labour's repeated electoral success. After his resignation as leader of the Conservative Party in 2003, Ian Duncan Smith turned his energies towards the creation of a Centre for Social Justice, CSJ, a think tank that sought to develop effective solutions to the poverty that blights part of Britain. In 2006 the party's new leader, David Cameron, asked the CSJ to write a report that might serve as a policy platform for the next election. 1 year prior, during the leadership contest, Conservative MP Liam Fox had spoken of a broken Britain. The CSJ report popularised this pithy term as part of a strategy to make New Labour accountable for the degenerative effect. 127. 127. Visited upon the nation by the existence of a white underclass. That the breaking point clearly had a geographic epicenter was affirmed by visits from both Duncan Smith and Cameron during a 2008 election to the estates of Glasgow East. The Times considered these territories to be ruled by the law of the jungle, not Westminster. Mirroring Blair's speech at Aylesbury, Duncan Smith painted the quintessential picture of a white underclass. This individual has low life expectancy. He lives in social housing, drug and alcohol abuse play an important part in his life and he is always out of work. His white blood cell count is killing him directly as a result of his lifestyle and its lack of purpose. Gray and Mooney 2011, 13-15, see also Hancock and Mooney 2013, 57. In the same year as the CSJ released its report, Jesse Norman, future Conservative MP, and journalist Janan Ganesh Co wrote another report for another think tank, the Centre-Right Policy Exchange. Also designed to guide Cameron's future election strategy, the report noted the dissolution of social ties evidenced by the popular images of crack use and hoodies on blighted estates. Norman and Ganesh 2006, 22:3. The task that only a compassionate conservatism could perform was to renew trust in social bonds and civic mutualism. Similar to the CSJ, the Policy Exchange Report proposed local government and voluntary organizations as the solution to the problem of national degeneration, Norman and Ganesh 2006, 66-7. In an effort to rid the Conservatives of their popular identification as the nasty party, Cameron presented himself as the compassionate force that would mend broken Britain, see Corbett and Walker 2013. At the Hugo Young Lecture in 2009, Cameron laid out his plan to alleviate social exclusion through the inclusivity of a big society. His address signaled a partial reorientation of the party's moral compass away from individual freedom towards the normative ground of New Labour with its emphasis on redistribution and equality of opportunity. The state, argued Cameron, needed repurposing as a catalyst of social renewal. The Conservative leader even praised the record of the welfare system during the era of the National Compact. Not only was this system well-intentioned and compassionate, but 128. Generally successful in tackling poverty and expanding opportunities. Harking back to this era, Cameron spoke of an ethos, a culture to our country of self-improvement, of mutuality, of responsibility. Cameron's key criticism targeted New Labour's perversion of the self-improvement principle. At present, he claimed, Britain's so-called meritocratic system kept millions of people at the bottom locked out of the success enjoyed by the mainstream. Cameron argued that New Labour had embraced the worst of Fabianism in its mechanistic view of the state, thereby ignoring the social consequences of economic reforms. By undermining personal and social responsibility, New Labour's policies had ended up perpetuating poverty instead of solving it. In short, state control had become substituted for moral choice. Alternatively, Cameron advocated both a focus on equality of opportunity, especially in the area of education, and on a stronger, more responsible society, one that was aggressively pro-family, pro-commitment, pro-responsibility. Cameron's Big Society initiative committed to a rebirth of moral agency along social conservative lines. To this effect, Cameron proposed significant decentralization of the provision of, and responsibility for providing, public services as well as the opening up of service delivery to local private, for-profit, and third-sector organizations, the small platoons of Thatcher's, and to some extent Blair's, imaginative landscape, North 2011, 818. Against the overbearing hand of big government, which took away the impetus of self-help and responsibility, Cameron turned towards a libertarian paternalism drawn from behavioral economics. In this new dispensation, policy makers would act as choice architects, nudging the local publics towards those decisions that would have been taken in accordance with deserving characteristics, Corbett and Walker 2013. It is fair to say that most of the principles behind the Big Society resonated with those espoused by New Labour. Social conservatism bound both parties in myriad ways. But in the event, Cameron's conservatism during the life of the 2010 coalition government was neither compassionate nor even paternalist. It was, in fact, more punitive than the Fabianism of New Labour. This was certainly the case for those communities who threatened national cohesion. In 2011, at the Munich Conference on Security, Cameron announced a turn towards muscular liberalism. Facing Islamist extremism, government, argued Cameron, could no longer passively support. 129. Multicultural policies. In fact, when it came to Muslim communities who did not fully endorse liberal values, the Big Society still required the strong hand of state. And just as heavy-handed was the coalition government's response to the problem of national degeneration. Along with the Chancellor of the Exchequer, George Osborne, Cameron ideologically embraced austerity measures as a response to the global financial crisis that had begun in the last years of New Labour. As the new Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, Duncan Smith embarked upon a welfare reform driven primarily by a demand for unprecedented cost-cutting rather than any concern to support the deserving poor. The reforms viciously targeted those household demographics that ideologically represented the undeserving single parent, council-housed, long-term unemployed. Moreover, by encouraging devolution to local authorities, the coalition reforms increasingly mapped the uneven geography of wealth carved out by previous conservative governments onto social service provision. But as Cameron, Osborne, and Duncan Smith intensified punitive measures against the undeserving poor, so did the whiteness of the underclass intensify the moral panic over national degradation. To understand this process in more detail, I need to briefly document the political apprehensions of blackness in the years following the breakup of the post-war National Compact. Recall the 1983 conservative election poster that presented a young aspiring man accompanied with a stark choice between identifying him as either black or British. Such a choice inferred that to become deserving of Britishness one would have to disavow one's blackness. The choice is a quintessentially abolitionist one. The term Black British would from here on encompass both an acceptance of the possibility of assimilation as well as an abiding fear of national degeneration. Take also, in this respect, the Macpherson Report of 1999, which inquired into the murder of a young black man, Stephen Lawrence, by racist white youth in April 1993. Stephen's terrible case eventually attracted surprising support from some quarters. The usually right-wing, xenophobic Daily Mail committed itself to supporting the Lawrence campaign, some say due to the respectable nature of the family and their upwardly aspiring trajectory. Kundnani 2008. Regardless, the Metropolitan Police still 130 orchestrated a long-term campaign to harass, discredit, and defame Stephen's parents as they pursued justice for their son, Wright 2014. Thus, in the Thatcher era and beyond, black British families who demonstrated identifiably deserving characteristics could be considered worthy of assimilation. But no matter how aspirational, their black presence always prompted a suspicion of disorder that legitimated extraordinary treatment. Let us now revisit the CSJ's 2006 report on Breakdown Britain, specifically its central chapter, which focused upon family breakdown and dadlessness, Social Justice Poverty Group 2006, 28. Picking up on the social conservative concern for problem families, the report noted that the trends towards single-mother households and youthful pregnancy were more pronounced in the UK in comparison to other European societies. The report also found it necessary to consider ethnic variation in levels of family breakdown in Britain, noting a high incidence of marriage in Indian families compared to much lower levels of male commitment in black families. While the report did not dwell on black families specifically, 2 out of 3 illustrative pictures in the chapter featured them. In these ways, the report albeit subtly blackened broken families in a manner that has its origins in the slave analogies of the abolition era. This blackening process reached a high point in the aftermath of the riots and uprisings that shook urban England in the summer of 2011. There is a specific history of racism, criminal justice, and the black community which informs the local reaction to the police killing, in August 2011, of Mark Duggan, a young black man from the Broadwater Farm Estates in Tottenham. In October 1985, another young black man, Floyd Jarrett, was arrested and charged with theft and assault, and later acquitted on both counts. Floyd's arrest occasioned a search of his mother's Broadwater residence. The violent nature of the search led to Cynthia Jarrett dying on the spot from heart failure. The next day, crowds descended on the police station in protest, and were met with baton charges. Come nighttime, rioting broke out in response to the police presence around the estates. In the disorder, PC Keith Blakelock was killed. This first killing in the 20th century of a British police officer during a civil disturbance was met with racist diatribes in the media. 131. In response, the police undertook an extremely hostile investigation, arresting hundreds of black residents, usually with little due process. 3 were eventually charged with Blakelock's murder but were subsequently acquitted. Over the years the police have consistently reopened the inquiry. Nicholas Jacobs was the latest person to be tried, and acquitted, over the murder in 2014. Some community organizers, who were present in 1985, argue that this recent trial was a reaction to the communities holding the police to account for Mark Duggan's death. The 2011 riots and uprisings were met by a political response that directly attributed their causes to antisocial behavior emanating from broken families. Cameron's reaction yearned for the order of the traditional patriarchal family. Irresponsibility. Selfishness. Behaving as if your choices have no consequences. Children without fathers. Schools without discipline. Reward without effort. Crime without punishment. Rights without responsibilities. Communities without control. North 2011, 818, see also Hancock and Mooney 2013, 47. In a further speech to Parliament, Cameron claimed that the riots were not caused by structural issues concerning poverty, but rather by a culture that glorifies violence, shows disrespect to authority. Cameron blamed parents for neglecting to discipline their children, as did Labour MP for Tottenham David Lammy, and implied that a benefit system which did not incentivize claimants to work was also irresponsible. Telegraph 2011. The gentle nudge of policy architects would, once again, need to give way to the strong hand of the state. In these ways, Cameron conjured the spectre of violent council estate youth to quicken support for Duncan Smith's welfare reforms that were, at that time, making their way through Parliament. Cameron even suggested that welfare sanctions be made against those who were caught up in the disturbances. For instance, he argued for the eviction of households whose members had received a conviction, and this measure was taken up by a few local authorities and housing associations. Hancock and Mooney 2013, 50. By late 2011, the government produced an initiative that directly responded to 132. 132. The riots and uprising. Identifying 120,000 most troubled families in Britain, Cameron promised to modify the undeserving behaviour of their members, just as the Fabians and the charity organisation Society had promised with regards to the underclass's forebears, the urban residuum. For his part, Duncan Smith reflected on the riots and uprisings thus: "We had ghettoized many of these problems, keeping them out of sights of the middle-class majority, but last month the inner city finally came to call." Hancock and Mooney 2013, 49. Duncan Smith's comments imply a kind of social contagion. Others made the point more explicitly, identifying the riots with national racial degeneration. This was the case presented by David Starkey, a television personality and popular historian of English constitutionalism. In the immediate aftermath of the summer uprisings and riots, Starkey gave comment on Newsnight about what seemed to him to be the shocking inclusion of white youth in the riots. Ever since the moral panic over mugging in the 1970s, politicians and pundits had been unsurprised when black youth apparently revealed themselves to be harbingers of social disorder. Consider, for example, Oliver Letwin, an advisor to Thatcher's Downing Street policy unit, who responded to the 1985 Broadwater Farm riots and uprisings by differentiating white and black residents of poor estates along deserving and undeserving lines. For Letwin, lower-class unemployed white people had lived for years in appalling slums without a breakdown of public order on anything like the present scale. In contrast, the rioting amongst black residents was due to bad moral attitudes. Thereafter, Letwin dismissed funding initiatives for poor black youth in the aftermath as simply enabling new entrepreneurs to set up in the disco and drug trade. Travis 2015. But what of the fact that many rioters in 2011 had been white? Explicitly referencing Powell's fear of cultural genocide brought about by the black presence, and referencing long-standing eugenicist concerns over miscegenation, Starkey bemoaned the fact that the whites have become the new blacks. David Starkey on Newsnight 2011. Utilizing a racialization of the riotous Tottenham poor similar to Letwin, Starkey blamed the actions of white youth on the transmission of a nihilist black culture to England's own. In a follow-up newspaper article, Starkey dug down on this point. It is the white lumpen proletarian, cruelly known as the chavs, who have integrated. 133. 133. Into the pervasive black gangsta culture. To become, as disaffected and riotous, Rhodes 2013, 50. Starkey's comments resonate with Powell's desire to unsully the English genus. We can, in fact, situate the historian's diatribe within a long-standing apprehension of blackness, leading us back to Edmund Burke's analogizing of Jacobins as Maroons from Haiti intent upon breaking the English patriarchal order with their black anarchy. But we must also recognize that his comments implicitly signaled a redemptive possibility for the white underclass. Let me clarify. Blackening is an adjective, not a noun. Those who become blackened are not apprehended as essentially black. They are rather believed to have degenerated. For Letwin in the 1980s and Starkey in the 2010s, black is undeserving in and of itself, while the white undeserving might still be rescued, regenerated. Conclusion. Thatcher broke the material grounds upon which the white working class had been patched together by various elites and trade unions as a meaningful constituency. Thereafter, a politically significant amount of this constituency's small patriarchs became the detritus of deindustrialization. As New Labour celebrated a financialized, multicultural, and globally connected society, the remnant socialities of the National Compact racism, sexism, provincialism, small-mindedness were rhetorically deposited into those long-term white male unemployed as embarrassing and unredeemable characteristics. Hale 2001, 359. Despite involvement by trade unions, the making and breaking of the white working class as a constituency was predominantly an elite affair. Specifically, the granting and rescinding of the constituency's deserving status was at all times an act of political domination. But in the years following the 2011 riots and uprisings, a remarkable turnaround in elite affections seemed to occur, expressed more often than not in the question, what about the white working class? The duty to redeem the white victims of deindustrialization was amplified as the furor over EU migration reached its high point in the EU referendum of June 2016. This is the point at which this book began. 134. 134. However, the path by which political elites could return the white working class to deserving constituency status was not just a conservative construction but inadvertently laid by New Labour. The Parak Report had mooted a post-colonial settlement to post-Thatcherite Britain, a society of multi-ethnic, multi-faith, multicultural, multi-community societies. Failing to engender such a change, New Labour instead carved out two distinct policy niches: anti-discrimination legislation and social exclusion policies. Anti-discrimination was necessitated by the embrace of multi-ethnic Britain as part of a post-imperial repositioning within the global economy, which in turn, at least partly, produced the problem of national cohesion. Social exclusion policies were necessitated by an embrace of redistributive justice in the attenuated form of equality of opportunity, which in turn produced the problem of national degeneration. National cohesion was apprehended as a political problem, a case of security. National degeneration was apprehended as a problem of social exclusion, a case of redistribution. National cohesion was espoused principally as a problem of order, national degeneration as a problem of social justice, albeit a weak one. National cohesion was a problem populated by foreigners, Muslims especially. National degeneration was a problem populated by the white underclass. And that the whites could be blackened in the aftermath of the 2011 riots and uprisings was also testimony of the need for their salvation. That class could return so quickly to the public and political diet was due to the already racialized grammar of social exclusion. There was never a time when whiteness and class articulated except as an artifact of political domination. 135. 135. Chapter 7. Brexit and the Return of the White Working Class. In the last two chapters I paid attention to how Enoch Powell and the social conservatives that followed him expunged organized labor from their narrations of the English genus. For Powell and others, labor's cooperative spirit had proved corrupt when it had lodged itself in the National Compact and compromised its self-help principle to the lure of welfare dependency. Margaret Thatcher identified Edmund Burke's little platoons in property owners, and Tony Blair largely accorded to this vision, adding responsible residential associations. But by the end of New Labour's tenure, the white working class had returned to elite discourse in the form of a maligned constituency deserving of some kind of social justice. This present chapter makes 3 passes through the philosophies, party politics, and rhetorics which provided for their return. In doing so, the chapter seeks to make the case that the politics of the 2016 EU referendum were deeply entangled in the historical rise and fall and rise again of the white working class as a deserving constituency. In the first part of the chapter I explore the emergence of Red Tory and Blue Labour, both philosophical responses to the perceived failures of New Labour. The Red Tory position sought to re-affiliate Labour's cooperative spirit to conservative understandings of orderly independence. The Blue Labour position sought to re-affiliate the conservative character with Labour's cooperative spirit. In doing 136. So, however, both political philosophies made claims to an English genus that distinguished itself through its tradition of orderly independence. Accordingly, within the logic of both philosophies is an identification of non-white immigration as a destabilizing and divisive influence on the relationship between indigenous working and governing classes. The first part of the chapter therefore examines how the deserving working class returned, in political philosophy, but as a re-racialized constituency. In the second part of the chapter I turn to Labour and conservative genealogies of Euroscepticism. Consolidating in the 1960s, Labour's Eurosceptical tradition mounted a defence of the working class, but in a wider political context where such a defence supported the integrity of the National Compact and its informal colour bars. In effect, I argue that Labour's Eurosceptic tradition was congenitally racialised. Crucially, it was through this tradition that the first challenge to parliamentary sovereignty was mounted by a so-called popular will in the form of the 1975 referendum on EEC membership. Alternatively, the kernel of conservative Euroscepticism has more often than not been English nationalism. Beginning with G. K. Chesterton, moving to Powell and then to the Bruges Group, I track how the working class disappeared from this nationalism such that Euroscepticism ends up as a racialized defense of national sovereignty. The lines of inquiry taken in the first 2 parts of the chapter demonstrate that, historically, Labour never eschewed its racialization of the working class based on the putative threat of immigration, while, historically, conservatives predicated their Euroscepticism on a racialized nationalism. Hence, why UKIP could take the political centre ground so effectively from both Labour and Conservative through its anti-immigration rhetoric and delineate the contours of the EU debate so influentially. In the third part of the chapter I show how the historical rise and fall of the white working class frames the demographics of the Brexit vote. It is this movement that ultimately coheres the left behind into an electoral constituency. I do not introduce any new concepts in this chapter, but work with ones explored previously. The key conceptual concern of this chapter is the contested and problematic retrieval of Labour's cooperative spirit as an expression of the English genus and in the rhetorical form of the left behind and white working class. 137. Red Tory/Blue Labour. In the aftermath of Margaret Thatcher's removal from power, David Willetts, former director of her Centre for Policy Studies, sought to refashion the Tory image by restating a conservative vision of community, Hickson 2013, 411. Rather than a singular obsession with marketisation, Willetts, 1998, argued that the conservative tradition was based on a creative tension between the belief in individual freedom and property ownership, and the commitment to maintain the institutions which hold our nation together. The Conservatives, Willetts claimed, understood the tribal drumbeat of British national identity in the countryside and metropolis. Returning explicitly to Burke's image of the little platoons, Willetts attributed the distinctiveness of this identity to the orderly independence provided by the country's constitutional arrangements. In crafting his model of compassionate conservatism in the mid-2000s, Jesse Norman was indebted to Willetts' work on civic conservatism. Norman's conservatism, like Willetts, pays homage to Burke. He celebrates the intermediary institutions that have historically lain between the individual and state: the family, church, and guild. These institutions have always helped to generate a tribal feeling of belonging, i.e. an associative spirit based on affection and friendship. Norman and Ganesh, 2006, 42-46. Formed through practice, those institutions embody the collective experience of previous generations. This experience, suggests Norman and Ganesh, 2006, 47, has often outstripped the wisdom of those who would reform them. But Norman departs from Willits in one key respect. In exempling the wisdom of tradition, Norman recalls the 19th century friendly societies that in his estimation provided for a spirit of self-reliance and mutual support, and discouraged reliance on charity and on state provision. Norman also claims that these societies were relegated to the margins, especially with the rise of the welfare state. Norman and Ganesh, 2006, 47-8. His critique resonates with the ideological positions of Powell and Thatcher. Universal welfare has been responsible for a decline in the principle of self-help. Yet unlike Powell and Thatcher, Norman narrates Labour's cooperative spirit as that which animates the English genus and has contributed to its best traditions of orderly independence. 138. 138. The conservative embrace of Labour's cooperative spirit is also evident in Philip Blonde's espousal of the Red Tory. Although originally coined in Canadian political debates during the 1960s, see Priest 1977, Blonde's usage of the term owes much more to theological debates led by John Milbank, a proponent of radical orthodoxy. Milbank's work seeks to redress the nihilism and individualism of a social world that no longer considers community as sacred. Searching for a re-enchantment of social bonds has led Milbank and others to prefer a Christian socialist tradition, predicated on moral critique and character improvement over the scientific socialism of Marx et al. With its secular prophecy of class conflict. Blonde, a theologian himself, has utilized these currents of radical orthodoxy to direct the Red into the Tory, see Coombs 2011. In outlining the disposition of the Red Tory, Blonde, 2010, 9/11, is at pains to present the working class as a moral force and an indispensable element of Britain's organic culture. Echoing William Cobbett's warnings, Blonde, 2010, 13, links the land enclosures of the late 18th and early 19th century to the collapse of a working-class civic culture. The contemporary legacies of this collapse are, for Blonde, most evident in working-class sink estates that surround our cities. In Blonde's estimation, then, the pathologies of working-class culture are not innate, rather, it is exploitation and marginalization that has historically hollowed out the culture. Alternatively, Blonde, 2010, 13-14, narrates a grand tradition of working-class organization, springing from personal and provincial associations, running through the London Corresponding Society, to the Chartists, and to the Friendly Societies and Cooperatives. Similar to Norman's narrative, Blonde, 2010, 15, also identifies the welfare state as the instrument that has produced a supplicant citizenry dependent on the state. According to Blonde, universal welfare destroyed the indigenous traditions of working-class self-help, mutuality, and social insurance. This part of Blonde's argument echoes early 20th century debates over national welfare, which questioned the degree to which Labour's cooperative spirit might be transplanted into the urban milieu. Specifically, Blonde's concerns over the nationalization and universalization of welfare resonate with those raised by the charity organization Society against the impersonalized designs of the Fabians. 139. 139. What can we draw out from these political philosophies? Norman and, especially, Blonde dared to suggest that it was not enough, as a conservative, to be pro-market and anti-dependency, one also had to be pro-labor. What is more, the Red Tory critique resonated with some conservatives who were seeking ways to resituate their party in an electoral landscape dominated by New Labour. As new party leader, David Cameron brought Red Tory sensibilities to the front line. In 2007, Cameron launched Norman's conservative cooperative movement in Manchester. In his speech, Cameron paid homage neither to the capitalist nor socialist heritages of the city but rather to the Rochdale Society of Equitable Pioneers, the first successful cooperative in the world. Cameron 2007. The cooperative principle, Cameron suggested, was an inspiration for the localist reforms to public services that he planned insofar as the history of cooperatives vindicated the role of strong independent institutions, run by and for local people. 2 years later, en Blonde was being introduced as the Conservative Party guru, Coombs 2011, 81. In his 2009 Hugo Young lecture, Cameron explicitly endorsed Blonde's Red Tory philosophy while introducing the notion of a big society that might counter the overwhelming interventionism of the state. In this regard, Cameron looked favorably towards the tradition of self-improvement, of mutuality, of responsibility promoted by the cooperatives, the friendly societies, the building societies, the guilds. Inevitably, as the Blair/Brown era ended, it was also time for the Labour Party to undertake a soul-searching of its roots. Of special importance was Maurice Glassman, a political theorist, and longtime Labour member who had risen to prominence through his work with the community organising charity, London Citizens. Just as Norman and Blonde had injected red into their Toryism, so, in the aftermath of New Labour's defeat, did Glassman, 2011, 23, suggest the need to inject blue into Labour. Glassman's philosophy expands around a core premise, that distinctive Labour values are rooted in relationships and in practices that strengthen an ethical life. He argues that the Labour Party's tradition features a strong conservative concern with the preservation of status and an attachment to place. When it comes to exemplars of such tradition, Glassman presents the cooperatives and the unions, 2011, 14-15. For Glassman, as for Norman and Blonde. 140. 140. Labour's cooperative spirit must be considered a traditional part of the orderly independence that lies at the heart of the English genus. In the preceding chapters I have demonstrated that the English genus is fundamentally patriarchal in its transmission. Although Glassman does not use such discrete terminology, it is telling that he relies upon the metaphor of a patriarchal family to demonstrate Labour's mix of conservatism and radicalism. Glassman proposes that the Labour Party was the child of a cross-class marriage between a decent working-class dad and an educated middle-class mum. The dad represents the trade unions, the cooperative movement, and the building societies and mutuals. The mum represents the Fabian Society and all the ruling class public servants connected to the Labour movement with ambitious plans for government. In the past, narrates Glassman, 2011, 21-2, Dad was a traditional preserver of the common good, Mum, a progressive idealist. Glassman claims that this balanced relationship was disrupted by the rise of the post-war welfare system. Universal benefit, he claims, replaced mutual responsibility and managerial prerogative became the fundamental principle of organization. Glassman 2011, 29. Glassman makes the same critique as his Red Tory colleagues of the national compact between government, business, and labor. Glassman expresses it metaphorically: the post-war settlement consolidated Dad's loss of power at work, while power in the home was ceded to Mum as the Labour Party became dominated by middle-class policy technocrats. In order to develop a good society rather than just a big society, Glassman argues that Labour has to give power back to Dad. Only by such rebalancing might relationships of reciprocity, mutuality, and solidarity be built all the way up and all the way down, in politics and within the economy. Glassman 2011, 27. Through this logic, Glassman effectively endorses the small patriarch as the key carrier of Labour's cooperative spirit in terms not too far removed from the Conservatives' one-nation tradition. Glassman's philosophical provocations resonated with the inclinations of a section of Labour Party MPs, most prominently Frank Field. Just months before the 2010 election that finished New Labour's run, Field claimed that the major reason why Britain is rougher and more uncivilized than it was in the early post-war period has been the collapse of the politics of character, Mooney and Neal. 141. 141. 2009, 146. In the same year, Field suggested that young men who consistently refused jobs should lose benefits, while bemoaning the breakdown of the patriarchal family, ed. Mariam 2010. Indeed, David Cameron felt comfortable enough with Field's socially conservative disposition to invite him to chair the review on poverty and life chances under the new coalition government. In fine, while Norman and Blonde were keen to give room for Labour self-organisation, red, within the conservative focus on character, Glassman was keen to give room to the conservative character, blue, within Labour cooperation. But whether conservative or Labour, in all cases Labour's cooperative spirit was baptised in claims as to the distinctiveness of the English genus. Enunciated in a firmly multicultural era, these claims were not just of a national provenance. They also subtly or otherwise racialized the wellsprings of Labour's cooperative spirit as white. Norman's racialization is relatively straightforward. His compassionate conservatism essentializes the British experience into an island story with all its indigenizing connotations including, even, the erasure of Ireland, Norman and Ganesh 2006, 53-4. Blonde's racialization of Labour's cooperative spirit is more convoluted. Through a peculiar turn of causality, Blonde, 2010, 16, argues that the welfare state bequeathed a legacy of racism and inner-city fragmentation, which shattered the vivid communal life of the urbanist white working class. In Blonde's writing, it is almost as if the national compact's informal color bars destroyed the working class rather than helped to sculpt the white working class into a constituency. More importantly, Blonde believes that New Labour's management of national and community cohesion replaced an old paternalism with identity politics, thus disengaging the New Left from the needs of working-class people. Here, Blonde parses a Powell-light logic, namely, a valorization of the sensibilities of the ordinary working man over and above the obfuscating discourses of politicians. Parsed through this logic, New Labour's anti-discrimination legislation appears almost as a wedge that separates government from its most deserving, white, constituency. By these peculiar turns of argument, Blonde effectively places race outside of the mechanisms by which the national compact was consolidated and shattered, while wedding the detrimental consequences of Thatcherism to the presence of non-white. 142. 142. Immigrants and citizens. Such argumentation allows Blonde to clarify the task of the Red Tory, to resurrect a distinctly indigenous working-class tradition of collective self-help to mitigate against long-term economic neglect and political disengagement. Effectively, the Red Tories' fundamental constituency is presented as a redeemed white working class. Even Blonde's intellectual genealogy betrays such a racialization. In coming to his philosophical position, Blonde explicitly recounts how he found the noble history of conservatism exemplified in the work of Cobbett, Thomas Carlyle, whom Cameron had also name-checked in his 2007 speech for Norman, and John Ruskin. All these luminaries, Blonde, 2010, 28, notes, decried the loss of a settled and happy economy of the self-sufficient and despised the slavish dependency now forced upon the poor. The adjective pertaining to slavery is telling. For all of these luminaries, as we have seen, contrasted the deserving English poor to the damned of the empire, especially the anarchical, undeserving black. Carlyle and Ruskin, it will be remembered, even took Edward John Eyre's side in the fallout over the Morant Bay uprising, normalizing the execution of a British subject, William Gordon, whose father was white. Similar to his intellectual forebears, Blonde draws upon a racialized image of the English genus and all those who could be expected to competently discharge its tradition of orderly independence. What of Blue Labour? I argued in Chapter 5 that, when it came to racism, the Labour Party was historically duplicitous, paradoxical, even in terms of claiming an internationalist ethos while at the same time pursuing and even enacting anti-immigration legislation. The tract of this duplicity cuts into Blue Labour's philosophy. Frank Field, for instance, has repeatedly embraced the conservative tradition of Labour while arguing that immigration has detrimentally affected the traditional red, White Working Class, ed. Mariam 2010. Immigration and anti-immigration sentiment is more subtly mobilized in Glassman's philosophical defense of this tradition. On the one hand, Glassman, 2011, 18, positively embraces immigration from Europe to Britain, albeit in so far as it constitutes the grandparents of the labor movement with the arrival of non-established churches. Notably, in recounting his work on the living wage campaign with London citizens, Glassman does acknowledge the impact of Muslim as well as nonconformist faith groups in the 143 scoping out of the project. But on the other hand, as I shall now demonstrate, immigration is negatively implicated in Glassman's criticism of New Labour's ability to communicate to the traditional working class. While deriding New Labour's attenuation of the redistributive ethic to mere equality of opportunity, Glassman, 2011, 14, bemoans the abstract and implicitly out-of-touch nature of values linked to this ethic, such as freedom and equality. At the same time, Glassman, 2011, 24, claims that New Labour embraced abstract concepts that were integral to globalization, for instance, moving from a valuing of specific vocational skills to general transferable skills. Reflecting on these shifts in register, Glassman, 2011, 24, claims that New Labour replaced the specific language from within the political traditions of our own country with generic notions of justice and fairness that would resonate in any country. The substance of tradition, for Glassman, is best supported by the integrity of family life and the upholding of the common good. And tradition is precisely what is undermined when abstract, rootless principles of plurality and diversity are promoted in the service of economic globalization. Glassman 2011, 26-7. Glassman's argument implies that New Labour's refusal to provide a meaningful politics of redistribution also denied the party an ability to communicate with its core constituency, the traditional working class. So, it is not unfair to say that within Blue Labour's appeal to tradition can also be gleaned a Powell-light argument, one shared with Red Tories. The language of parliamentary politics is one that no longer speaks directly to the indigenous population. But what, we might ask, of the bearers of these so-called abstract values, immigrant workers, the majority of whom at the time Glassman was writing in 2011 were non-white? The logic of Glassman's argument, unless specifically corrected otherwise, infers that non-white immigrants undermine English tradition. For instance, he makes a strong plea for the labor movement to return from managerialism and neoliberalism back to the value system of the grandparents, that is, to a faith base. Glassman 2011, 23. Only with this return might love and reciprocity be rekindled between mum and dad. But despite Glassman's practical knowledge to the contrary, the faiths of non-white immigrants, especially Islam, are excessive to this English/European faith-based lineage of labor tradition. 144. 144. The racialized anti-immigrant sentiment that can be identified in Blue Labour's philosophy is best exemplified in the writing of David Goodhart, a self-describing post-leftist post-liberal who has in part been influenced by Glassman. In 2004, drawing upon arguments made previously by Willits, Goodhart presented a progressive dilemma that had come to light through New Labour's tenure. In his estimation, progressives wished for both solidarity, social cohesion, and a generous welfare system and diversity, respect for a wide range of people, values, and ways of life. Goodhart 2004. Solidarity and diversity, asserted Goodhart, tended to contradict each other. More recently, Goodhart has divided society along the lines of two value clusters that, in fact, map closely onto those provided by Glassman. Goodhart, 2017, takes his own tribe as emblematic of the anywheres well-educated, socially and economically mobile, and who value autonomy and fluidity. Standing aside from this tribe are the somewheres, the more rooted, less well-educated, who prioritize group attachments and security. Goodhart demands that the mobile anywheres not look with derision upon the rooted identities of the somewheres. In this way, Goodhart valorizes the ethnic attachments of Britain's white majorities over their uprooting by non-white immigration. In Goodhart's schema, and despite his many protestations to the contrary, race fundamentally informs the logic that he uses to resolve the immigration problem presented by the progressive dilemma. For instance, there is no logical place for immigrant peoples and their progeny who are not from Goodhart's own tribe yet whom nonetheless value achievement as a way of integrating into British society. Nor is there any logical place for considering how, in principle, the ascriptive identities of immigrant peoples and their progeny cannot be utilized for rooting into British society. The gaps in and twists of logic in Goodhart's work demonstrates that the racialization of somewhere is not incidental to the argument but fundamental. I do not charge Norman, Blonde, Glassman or even Goodhart with visceral racism or with an aversion to immigrants' rights. But I am arguing that the red in Tory and the blue in Labour reference a small c conservative working class tradition of orderly independence, a cooperative spirit of labour that intrinsically affiliates to the English genus, thereby racializing the ordinary/traditional working class as white. This racialization is fundamental to the way in which 145. Red Tory and blue Labour fantasize the working class as a moral agent deserving of redemption from the ravages of the global market, including its coloured avatars in the form of immigrants. See Gilbert 2017. The fantasies of political philosophers are all too often rudely confronted by political practice. This was exactly what transpired during the coalition government of 2010-2015. Red Toryism was quickly sidelined by Cameron and Osborne's austerity program. Ironically, their decimation of much local council funding undermined the capacity for any local wellsprings of cooperative spirit to develop. Meanwhile, Blue Labour could muster no convincing response to the surge of anti-immigration rhetoric provided by UKIP, which, despite its visceral nature, resonated deeply with Glassman and Goodhart's logics. That Labour's northern bases of support could be captured so relatively easily by the right in the 2015 general election was worrying testimony as to the indistinctiveness of Blue Labour's message. Most importantly, Euroscepticism came to frame debates over Britishness and immigration such that on the eve of the 2016 referendum it was almost impossible to disaggregate the political case against the EU from the moral case for Britain's indigenous left-behinds. So, in what now follows, I examine the political history of Euroscepticism, a history that runs before and besides the Red Tory/Blue Labour debates. Euroscepticism, left and right. When it came to the first unsuccessful attempt at British accession to the EEC in 1963, the Labour Party's position was clear. If accession damaged the economic interests of the Commonwealth, then it would be opposed because Britain, according to the party's National Executive Committee, was the centre and founder member of this much larger and still more important group. Grob Fitzgibbon 2016, 292. Although Labour depicted the Commonwealth in internationalist terms as a multiracial association of 700 million people, often that association was conceived as a racialized hierarchy. For instance, 1 year before the accession attempt, Hugh Gaitskell, Labour leader, proclaimed that we at least do not 146 intend to forget Vimy Ridge and Gallipoli, Wellings 2014, 101. In popular memory, white Canadian and Australasian troops had made the blood sacrifice in both battles, although it is forgotten that not all their soldiers were white. In other words, in defending the Commonwealth, Gaitskell was primarily thinking of his Anglo-Saxon kith and kin. Still, economic considerations relentlessly tilted the political calculus towards EEC membership. By the mid-1960s, Britain was faced with an enormous balance of payments deficit. The relative importance of Commonwealth trade was steadily decreasing, while one after another of Britain's non-white dependencies were gaining independence. Becoming Prime Minister in 1964, Harold Wilson, although sharing Anglo-Saxon sentiments with the prior Labour leader, had no choice but to launch another unsuccessful bid for accession. European integration was therefore increasingly considered by Labour in instrumental terms as a way to restore the global standing of Britain in lieu of empire's end. At this point, a committee of Labour members began to agitate for the 5 safeguards on the common market, as laid out by Gaitskell in 1962. These safeguards included protection of Commonwealth trade and the socialist principle of economic planning, see Forster 2002. The anti-marketeer position gained the support of the TUC in 1972, which in part led to a radical program being approved at the 1973 Labour Party conference, see Rosamond 1993, 422. There, nationalisation of industry once more took central place in policy considerations. Pressure was put upon Harold Wilson by this grouping, which made the likes of Tony Benn a strange bedfellow to Enoch Powell. In the meantime, Britain had finally joined the EEC under Ted Heath's Conservative government. For the sake of party unity, Wilson, who was returned to Prime Minister in 1974, provided a referendum in 1975 on Britain's continued membership of the EEC. Referendums were not unheard of in Britain's political history, but most had previously addressed local issues, Wellings and Vines 2016, 313. Wilson's referendum was exceptional in that it required, for the first time, a popular decision to be made on an issue of fundamental national importance, Wellings 2010, 492. It is instructive, then, to clarify the conjuncture which produced such an interruption of the popular will into the practice of parliamentary sovereignty. 147. 147. The anti-marketeer position was endorsed by the TUC during an era of marked public agitation over Black and Asian Commonwealth immigration, with the Docklands strikes over the censure of Powell's racist speech occurring just a few years prior. As I argued in Chapter 5, those strikes could be conceived as an expression of populist nationalism. Moreover, at this point in time, the TUC had yet to seriously address informal color bars, which were an integral part of the national compact between state, business, and labor. Now, remember that union involvement in the anti-marketeer movement provided its initial populist element, Laser 1976, 260, and that this populism made possible a re-radicalization of the labor position on nationalization. In short, populist nationalism, racist trade unionism and anti-marketeering implicated each other. I am suggesting that, regardless of the intentions of anti-marketeers, their opposition to the EEC on behalf of a national working class constituency unavoidably carried with it a populist racialization of that national class as white. I began this book by noting how many commentators on Brexit claimed that through the 2016 referendum a popular will had challenged the sovereignty of Parliament. What is clear at this point in the argument is that the interruption of parliamentary sovereignty by the popular will was first orchestrated in modern political history from within the Labour Party. It is possible to further argue that this interruption was in good part driven by an attempt to preserve a racialized compact between the state, business, and white labour against dilution by membership into the European Community. After 1997, New Labour used EU membership as part of its strategy for managing Britain's position in the global economy, Gifford 2014, 517. By this point in time, the anti-marketeer project had been firmly minoritized within the party. Even the TUC had shifted its position in the late 1980s, parallel to its anti-racism work, building cross-European trade union solidarity against Thatcher's incisions, and signing up to the social protections promised in the run-up to the 1992 Maastricht Treaty, Rosamond 1993, 423. Nevertheless, Euroscepticism remained a background sentiment in Labour, to be triggered again when David Cameron announced a 2016 referendum on EU membership. Subsequently, John Mills founded Leave Labour, an informal group that campaigned for a left-leaning Brexit. Mills, a businessman and Labour affiliate from the 1970s, was 148. 148. Also Secretary of the Labour Euro Safeguards campaign, the body that had taken over from the 1967 committee. In making the case for a left-leaning Brexit, Glassman, 2016, argued that New Labour's embrace of EU membership had been a deflection strategy that left Thatcher's domestic legacy unaddressed. In Glassman's estimation, by embracing a neoliberal common market, New Labour had also privileged the more general, abstract, and administrative language of EU politics over the traditional language of the British working class. Such an embrace mitigated against a serious politics of national transformation, of building the coalitions necessary to constrain capital and strengthen democracy. But in making their case, Blue Labour and others who called for a left exit never critically addressed Labour's record before Thatcher. Specifically, they did not reflect upon or confront the racialized aspects of the party's historical oppositions to European integration. Before moving to an examination of the 2016 vote, I first need to explain how populist Eurosceptic sentiment came to be driven from the right rather than the left. For this purpose, I want to track a nationalist commitment to the defense of the English genus that runs through Powell to Thatcher and to UKIP. The departure point for this genealogy is G. K. Chesterton, early 20th century writer and literary critic who laid out much of the groundwork that later accompanied conservative Euroscepticism, especially the angst over a lost or betrayed Englishness. Engaging with Chesterton also allows us to connect Euroscepticism back to some of the early 19th century concerns over the English poor, which we have engaged with in previous chapters. Chesterton committed much of his work to rescuing the dignity of the English majority from the damning aloofness and pretensions of Fabian socialists and aristocratic intellectuals. Famously, Chesterton introduced his constituency in poetic style: "Smile at us, pay us, pass us, but do not quite forget. For we are the people of England that never have spoken yet," Wright 2004. This passage has been regularly reproduced by those who worry about England's diminution via devolution within the Union and Europeanization from without. In his writings, Chesterton sought to retrieve an even older sensibility towards the English poor that had been cast aside in the late Victorian era. For this purpose, he wrote a defining biography of William Cobbett who, in Chesterton's estimation, had advocated 149. 149. For liberty, England, the family, the honour of the yeoman, and so on, Chesterton 1910, 5. In rehearsing Cobbett's critique of agricultural marketization and its degradation of the English power of self-support, Chesterton, 1910, 27, identified in Cobbett a contemporary cause. Chesterton was not afraid to exemplify the English majority as the working and deserving poor, represented by innumerable millions of cabmen, navvies, dustmen, and crossing sweepers, cited in Stapleton 2006. The reader might remember that Cobbett charged middle-class abolitionists with ignoring the plight of their own charges in England as they pursued moral righteousness abroad. In cognate fashion, Chesterton identified the bureaucrat and racialized alien, especially the Jew, as those agents set upon undermining the deserving nature of common English people, Wright 2004. It is possible, then, to identify in Cobbett and Chesterton a sense of elite betrayal of England's little people, a tradition that Goodhart and others reproduce. Furthermore, like Cobbett's, Chesterton's English majority was racialized. The reader might recall how Cobbett's politics depended on the slave analogy: poor law reforms driven by mendacious elites would reduce the deserving rural poor to black slaves. Writing in the early 20th century, Chesterton drew upon the fin de siècle racialization of the English genus as an Anglo-Saxon family, see Stapleton 2006. But he was also clear that the English genus had to be apprehended in distinction to British Empire. For instance, Chesterton took issue with the way in which Rudyard Kipling had addressed the question, what do they know of England who only England know, by distributing the repositories of such knowledge across the colonies and dominions. Alternatively, Chesterton refuted the idea that the English condition could be understood better via the study of Wagga Wagga, New South Wales, Australia, and Timbuktu, Chesterton 2011, 17. If there was any immediate geocultural context to take account of, for Chesterton, as for Glassman, it would have to be European Christendom. Mourning for the rural idol cast aside by industrial urbanization, Chesterton waxed lyrical on an English genus that had been betrayed by internal forces and sullied by imperial influence. Thus, his position was also powerfully resonant with Powell's subsequent intervention against empire, Commonwealth immigration, and the National Compact. In many ways, Chesterton's interpretation of the 150 English genus forms the intellectual link between Cobbett's and Powell's moralized, traditionalized, and racialized. There is, though, a crucial change in delineation between Cobbett, Chesterton, and Powell's elegiac England. In the case of Cobbett and Chesterton, the deserving working poor had to be affiliated to the English genus. In contrast, Powell's sensibility was distinctly Burkean. Eschewing labor's cooperative spirit, Powell situated Englishness only in patriarchal character and parliamentary tradition. It was through this sensibility that Powell developed his incredibly influential critique of European integration. By the 1960s, Powell was railing against what he determined to be a prevalent but disabling myth of national decline. Specifically, he took issue with the measurement of national decline which used the economic and political capabilities garnered from empire as a reference point. But Powell saw the present shift in Britain's global position less as decline and more as a resetting of its optimal position. Britain was finally becoming independent of the unnecessary appendices of empire and commonwealth. Especially important for Powell was his belief that precisely the rush to mitigate imperial decline had led to an unwise embrace of the EEC project. Powell had no problem engaging with Europe on an economic footing. Britain was, after all, a commercial nation. But the process of European integration would lead to a new political dependency, a replacement of its imperial handicap, and with that, parliamentary sovereignty would be fatally compromised. See Powell 1967, 1969. Hence, what was at stake in EEC membership was never, straightforwardly, British sovereignty. Powell's Euroscepticism was part of a project set upon redeeming the English genus from imperial and other geopolitical contaminants and dependencies. In this respect, resistance to the EEC was organically part of Powell's broader populist nationalism. The silent English majority were once more under threat of being minoritized not only by Commonwealth immigration but by EEC accession and, astoundingly, with the complicity of their own governing classes. The mendacity of political elites was a central topic in Powell's diatribes against EEC membership during the early 1970s. He consistently criticized all parliamentary parties for their unwillingness to engender debate with the ordinary people of their constituencies. 151. Powell thereby bequeathed to Euroscepticism a racialized populist nationalism, condensed into a defense of Englishness that no longer referenced the deserving poor as its prime constituency, which had been the case with Cobbett and even, partly, with Chesterton. True, Powell was sidelined himself because of his Euroscepticism. But ideologically, his position remained extremely influential within conservative debates. The contemporary departure point for conservative Euroscepticism lies in Thatcher's 1988 Bruges speech. Previously supportive of the European project insofar as it could benefit the project of marketization, the Iron Lady now rang the alarm at the erosion of British sovereignty. This, at a moment when the Conservatives had only just begun to disassemble the fetters that the National Compact had placed upon the market. Issues came to a head with the Maastricht Treaty of 1992, which proposed even deeper European integration and the implementation of a social chapter. This instrument extended qualified majority voting for equal opportunities issues, working conditions, and the integration of those excluded from the labour market. Conservative Prime Minister John Major opted out of the chapter due to the prospect of being unable to unanimously block all legislative developments in these policy areas. New Labour quickly opted in. The Bruges Group was established by Conservatives to take forward Thatcher's critique. By the time that Blair and Brown came to power, this grouping as well as other bodies of right-wing skeptics had begun a campaign that purposefully extended beyond the Conservative Party into business, academia, and publishing. Concomitantly, extra-parliamentary Eurosceptic groups began to proliferate, while hardcore Eurosceptics also radicalized rules of parliamentary conduct by resisting legislation every step along the way. Forster 2002, 304. LSE academic Alan Sked was a founding member of the Bruges Group. In a book that served as a manifesto for the group consisting of a foreword by Thatcher and a chapter by Powell, Sked argued in quite traditionally conservative terms that any political process of European Union had to be consistent with individual freedom, national integrity, and parliamentary accountability. Sked 1992, 6. Powell was a clear inspiration for Sked's evolving political 152 position. In 1993 Sked inaugurated UKIP. 1 year later, accompanied by future party leader Nigel Farage, Sked sought to recruit the now retired Firebrand to stand as a candidate in the European elections, Amara 2014. Powell's ideological influences are clearly identifiable in UKIP's 1997 manifesto, which linked a set of issues deemed threatening not just to national sovereignty but to the English genus. For instance, Sked linked EU bureaucracy not only to inefficiency but also to immorality in terms of promoting idleness and dependency through its gravy train. Sked argued that only by defending national sovereignty and removing regulations could Britain trade freely. And only free trade could create employment. By this logic, Sked's manifesto also described the welfare system in terms consonant with EU bureaucracy, i.e. as a producer of dependency and an abrogation of the hallowed principle of self-help. While Sked was in many ways a straightforward conservative, his party unavoidably attracted the far right, who had been occupying the terrain of English nationalism since the days of Oswald Mosley's fascist party. A.K. Chesterton, GK's cousin, was one of Mosley's troops and later established the League of Empire Loyalists which, in the 1950s, attracted ex-colonial administrators and Tories opposed to the ending of empire. John Tyndall was a young recruit to the Loyalists and subsequently founded the British National Party, BNP. In an attempt to differentiate his party from that of the BNP, Sked protested with the same spurious rhetoric as Powell that his English nationalism was not racist. To be fair, soon after the 1997 manifesto, Sked resigned in protest that UKIP had been infiltrated by the far right. Yet, as I will now explain, the issue was less to do with visceral racism and more to do with the fact that the English nationalism that UKIP ascribed to was unavoidably racialized. Just as Cobbett and especially Chesterton and Powell concerned themselves with the specifically English genus of Great Britain's exceptionalism, so was UKIP's populist nationalism predicated on a defence of England's political supremacy from both devolution and Europeanisation. See also Kenny 2015, 42-3. Indeed, despite Sked's absence, UKIP's association with Powell, the architect of populist nationalism, remained strong. As new party leader, Farage named Powell his political hero, Absolute Radio 2015, Dale 2008. In 2014, Farage defended his concordance with Powell's 1968 argument that 153. The English had become cultural strangers in their own country and were unable to access public services due to Black and Asian immigration, Mason 2014. That Powell's political presence contoured UKIP's membership is demonstrated by a 2013 Ashcroft poll, which revealed that 90% of UKIP voters knew what he stood for, compared to 58% of the general population, Ashcroft 2013. In his 1997 manifesto, Sked had at least identified the friendly societies as a source of mutual help that exemplified the British character. Farage's People's Army, however, referenced no historical working class as its core constituency. Just as Powell had not been an MP of or for the working class, neither was UKIP a party of or for the working class. Tellingly, the demographics of UKIP's support base during the 2015 general election was more middle than working class, Seymour 2016, 33. Farage's people were delineated in populist nationalist rather than class terms. An army of England's little platoons betrayed to Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Europe, and the coloured Commonwealth by the mendacious Westminster elite. In an era marked by financial crisis and austerity, UKIP rapidly moved to the centre stage of politics by channeling its defence of England into a critique of EU immigration. UKIP first enjoyed a surge in national support after the 2009 Treaty of Lisbon, signed at the height of the global financial crisis, and which also provided a formal process for leaving the EU. UKIP took advantage of this conjuncture by unapologetically aligning conservative Euroscepticism with a long-standing populist nationalism that held immigration responsible for a diminution of welfare provision and wages experienced by England's indigenous workers. UKIP's populist manoeuvrings eclipsed the political philosophies of Red Tory and Blue Labour. Both, it will be remembered, sought to philosophically rehabilitate the working class as part of a distinctly English tradition of orderly independence. Both racialized this tradition in distinction to empire's non-white multitudes. Such racialization proposed a normative division of labor: white workers deserved social security and welfare, non-white workers were undeserving of both, or at least, were significantly less deserving. Was this not precisely and viscerally the message of UKIP's populist nationalism? Electorally, UKIP's Euroscepticism put the Conservative Party on the back foot insofar as Farage had effectively taken over the 154 public space occupied previously by Thatcher's epigones. In the years leading up to the referendum, some in the party tried almost desperately to win that space back. Consider, for instance, one-time director of the Eurosceptic European Research Group, Daniel Hannan. Shortly after it was revealed in late 2014 that Sked and Farage had courted Powell in the early days of UKIP, Hannan, 2014, rushed to rehabilitate Powell's conservatism from its racist image. In tandem, UKIP outmanoeuvred the Labour Party, whose Eurosceptic tradition was grounded in a defence of the white working class. UKIP, unrestrained by any lingering internationalism, spoke directly to this sentiment. The populism originally injected into the issue of European integration by the anti-marketeers in the early 1970s was easily capitalized upon by UKIP in the 2015 elections. Brexit and the left behind. Even though Powell despised the National Compact, most of his working-class supporters were not mistaken in identifying their immediate material interests vicariously reflected in his anti-immigration populist nationalism. Thatcher channeled Powell's rhetoric to help secure a marginal victory in 1979. She then proceeded to destroy the National Compact, and with it, the securities afforded especially to white manual-skilled labor by informal color bars. I have made the argument in previous chapters that the white working class has never been a self-authored constituency but, at least in good part, an artifact of political domination. A question then arises: what comprises white privilege when that privilege no longer systematically maps onto a national and imperial division of labor? The question is germane to the politics of Brexit. For UKIP impacted upon the 2016 EU referendum principally by drawing upon a racialised melancholia that harked back to a time when the racialised division of labour could be said to defend England for the English. UKIP was not a workers' party, but for those who looked backwards it was their party insofar as it articulated a racialised rather than purely classed grievance. When, after 2008, the political and media commentary increasingly took on the deserving case of the white working class, their plight was often characterized as being left behind. We have 155 encountered this term already, in fin de siècle debates over urban poverty. Back then, the meaning of residuum referenced, part of, a race left behind by civilizational advance. By the 2010s, the sense of being left behind was gauged by comparing the economic position of the white working class to the political advances unfairly made on behalf of Britain's minority ethnic groups. This, for example, was the claim made by John Denman, in his capacity as Labour's Communities Secretary, Telegraph 2009. In 2014, political scientists Rob Ford and Matthew Goodwin introduced a framework through which to better understand the meteoric rise of UKIP and its attraction for the left behinds. Ford and Goodwin essayed the significant socio-economic and cultural shift that had occurred between the era of the National Compact and the end of New Labour's rule. In the early 1960s, almost half of the labour force was employed in manual work and over 40% belonged to trade unions. By 2010, manual labour had shrunk to 30% of the workforce and union membership had shrunk to 20%. In the early 1960s, 70% of voters had no education qualifications, 30% of voters depended upon state housing, and 98% were white. By 2010, 33% of voters were university educated, only 10% of voters occupied state housing, and minority ethnic peoples constituted approximately 13% of the UK population. Reflecting on these differences, Ford and Goodwin, 2014, identified the left behind as older, working class, white voters, lacking the educational qualifications, incomes, and skills required for the modern post-industrial economy. Ford and Goodwin's schema usefully identifies the remnant of white, manual skilled labor whose sectors have significantly declined since Thatcherism. While this contextualization is helpful, Ford and Goodwin's analytical framework mitigates against an adequate reflection of the whiteness of this class of voters. Effectively, they replicate New Labour's distinction between national cohesion, race, and national degeneration, class. That is, race and immigration is categorized as a problem of shifting values and not one of socio-economic substance, i.e. exclusion. Conforming to this analytical distinction effectively presents whiteness as a recently garnered perception of being left behind instead of an abiding feature of the post-war British economy. 156. 156. Yet such perceptions are not as new as might be presumed. Let us return for a moment to the late 1960s and the furor that erupted over Powell's speech against Commonwealth immigration. One survey in 1969 found that those respondents who most strongly perceived their socio-economic position to have declined since their childhood were most prone to support Powell. Schofield 2015, 230. From additional data gathered in 1970, one correlation stood out: the lesser the time in formal education, the greater the support for Powell. King and Wood 1975, 243. From this evidence it appears that, rather than being predicated on post-industrial decline, anxieties over a perceived economic and cultural diminution of status, i.e. being left behind, had already accompanied discussions in the late 1960s over Commonwealth immigrations. Therefore, it is more historically accurate to place the sentiment of being left behind within a defense of the National Compact that at one point granted white workers an institutionally advantaged position, with some still today enjoying its legacy benefits, for example, occupational pensions. Contextualized thus, being left behind connotes a racialized socio-economic distance, that is, an advantage attached to whiteness that has relatively diminished rather than zero-sum declined. See Bambara 2016a. To put it another way, the contemporary left behind are not incidentally white. The diminution of the benefits that whiteness once afforded is what makes them feel left behind. The vote for Brexit must be placed within the rise and fall of the white working class, a trajectory managed predominantly by political elites. With this in mind, I want to recall the regional unevenness introduced by Thatcher's intentional process of deindustrialization. This is especially important considering that throughout the referendum campaign the left behind were popularly characterized as the traditional Northern English working class. That the Northern voting base had already shifted significantly to the right in the 2015 general election only heightened this geographical sensitivity. For instance, in the weeks before the vote, Labour MP Andy Burnham, Shadow Home Secretary at the time, raised alarm that the Remain campaign had so far placed the emphasis far too much on Hampstead and not enough on Hull. Guardian 2016. So, let us consider the North. As part of her new economic strategy, Thatcher significantly rolled back regional aid, and her 157. 157. Government initially retained a regional industrial policy only because it would continue to receive assistance from the European Regional Development Fund, see Martin 1991. Under New Labour, and despite various aspirations, workfare initiatives remained beholden to national priorities, and employment strategies were never devolved to local offices. Fin 2015. New Labour's stimulation of regional economies devastated by deindustrialization resolved, in good part, to increased public spending on services, many of them being linked to welfare, especially in the Northwest and Northeast. Hazeldine 2017, 58. After the 2008 financial crisis, northern regions that had depended upon resources of this kind suffered job losses in the public sector at a rate relatively greater than in the Southeast. And these self-same regions experienced some of the worst impacts of austerity, especially vis-a-vis welfare and social services. Beatty and Fothergill 2014, Hazeldine 2017, 66. At this point I want to consider an argument mooted by John Holmwood, c. 2017, see also Ornews and Zavodny 2008. It is quite possible that the lower wage economy set in place during Thatcherism effectively excluded those with dependents from participating in the job market. Subsequently, rather than redress low wages, New Labour replenished public services via private finance initiatives while expanding the pool of low-wage labour via immigration from Britain's old colonial circuits and, more and more, from the EU. In 2004, New Labour allowed immediate free access to the British labour market for workers from the EU's new member states. By all measures, the migration from lower-income Central and East European states was sustained and significant, comprising almost half of the EU residential total in the 2011 UK census, Getty's 2014, 290. In 2007 the government granted a limited amount of A2, Bulgaria and Romania, visas, primarily for access to low-skilled work schemes that had previously been filled by non-EU workers, predominantly from non-white Commonwealth countries. McDowell 2008, 59. Fox et al. 2012. What effect did this migration have on voters' decision-making during the 2016 EU referendum? It would certainly be disingenuous to ignore the extent to which EU migration served as a cause for grievance. Take, for instance, the Ashcroft polls, 2016, the best array of data that is available on the vote, and collected as voters exited polling stations. The polls suggest that those issues considered most. 158. 158. Relevant to the vote, i.e. quality of life, opportunities for children, economic security, the economy as a whole, and job prospects were less likely to be those issues that polarized voters vis-a-vis EU membership, primarily, the ability to control laws, the immigration system and border controls. What is more, the white vote to leave was stronger in those areas that had seen a recent and relative, but not absolute, increase in outsiders. Nevertheless, that immigration was only a vicarious and not immediate cause for grievance is suggested by an Ipsos Mori poll conducted shortly before the referendum. The poll revealed that only 39% of potential Leave voters believed European immigration had negatively impacted upon the area where they lived, and only 36% believed that such immigration had personally impacted them in a negative fashion. Ipsos Mori 2016. What is more, negative changes in earnings over the last 15 years did not strongly correlate to a vote to leave, and this was the period of sustained expansion of EU immigration. Alternatively, historically entrenched geographical differences in earnings correlated far more closely to a leave vote. Bell 2016. These differences are better explained by Thatcher's deindustrialization, especially since the leave vote was more predominant in areas of decline, which happened to be old manufacturing centres. From the evidence presented so far, it can be argued that EU migration did not create regional inequalities within England. Rather, increased EU migration was, in good part, caused by the existing low-wage employment base, a result of Thatcher's deindustrialization project. Various sedimentations of inequality accumulated on this base, through New Labour's fragile redistribution and globalization policies, and especially by the coalition government's disastrous austerity measures. The Brexit vote bears the traces of these sedimentations. We can follow these traces by paying attention to a peculiar feature of the Ipsos Mori poll on European immigration referenced above. When asked about the national impact of such migration, 65% of Leave voters concurred that it had been negative. The difference in moral significance imputed into the personal/local and national impact of immigration is suggestive. I would argue that it demonstrates how anti-immigration sentiment, seemingly directed at EU immigration, was not only a response to prior deindustrialization. 159. But also bound to a desire to retrieve the racialized securities of the post-war national compact. To substantiate this claim, I will now account, as much as is possible from available evidence, for perceptions amongst the white, working, poor as to the relationship between sovereignty, immigration, and deserving/undeserving distinctions. First, consider the fact that, according to the Ashcroft polls, the abstract issue of sovereignty prevailed as the first choice amongst all social grades of Leave voters, while the more concrete issue of immigration came a close second. A survey undertaken by Natsen Social Research just after the referendum also found that 88% of those who identified immigration as the most important issue voted Leave, as did 90% who identified sovereignty, Swales 2016. The Ashcroft polls further reveal that approximately 51% of ABC1 voters, that is, approximately lower middle class and higher, identified sovereignty as of prime importance to their voting decision compared to approximately 44% of C2DE, working class and poor, voters, and that approximately 30% of ABC1s deemed immigration to be of prime importance to their decision compared to approximately 37% of C2DEs. It is entirely plausible to understand the preference for sovereignty displayed by ABC1s as, in fact, a proxy critique of immigration. As Steve Garner has shown, middle classes tend to engage with race and immigration on a more abstracted register, and I would associate this with the concept of sovereignty. The white, working, poor, however, tend to be focused upon tangible local conditions such that immigration becomes an issue directly imputed into, for example, housing issues, Garner 2012. Interestingly, the Ashcroft polls report that across all tenure types the highest percentage of Leave voters were those who occupied council housing. And as I have suggested in Chapter 5, of all welfare provisions, housing was historically most open to the racialized distinction between deserving and undeserving. So, the first point I wish to make is that immigration was far more apprehended by C2DE voters as a tangible problem, and one perhaps connected directly to welfare and public services. Second, in the lead-up to the EU referendum, the category of immigrant took on an expansiveness that exceeded its prior racialization as predominantly Black and Asian. Polish residents were vitriolically targeted, with one national being killed in a hate crime. But were not 160 Poles white? To pose such a question reveals a lack of historical fluency on racialization. Recall the ambiguity by which Poles were assessed in the aftermath of the Second World War. Then, their deserving nature was adjudicated according to the degree that they were racialized as compatible or incompatible with the English genus in terms of their characteristics and genes. Similar adjudications have been made since 2004 with the increase of Central and East European migration. Currently, the benefits of whiteness to these recent migrants are real, but circumscribed to their occupation of lower-skilled positions in the division of labor, see Samaluk 2014. We can better explain the logics of such racialized adjudications by turning to some recent investigations of the perceptions of the deserving/undeserving distinction held by predominantly white, lower-income communities from old industrial towns such as Nottingham and Birmingham, as well as London. These studies demonstrate the importance of respectability, a value mobilized by community members to disidentify with the label poverty and quite possibly the white underclass. Community members tend to describe their economic condition otherwise, as for example managing, Flaherty 2008, a term that Theresa May has latched onto. Understandably, then, community members tend to claim for themselves and their families deserving characteristics such as solidarity, community-mindedness, work ethic, cleanliness, strong parenting and respect for others. Garner 2012. Undeserving characteristics are associated with laziness, welfare dependency, and benefit fraud. Flaherty 2008, 194. In general, community members often use the deserving/undeserving distinction to explain inequality. See Hoggett et al. 2013, Fenton 2012. The distinction, however, is not only evaluative but moral. The undeserving who live amongst the deserving are variously classified as criminals, unmarried mothers, disabled, chavs, Poles, immigrants and asylum seekers. Hoggett et al. 2013, 10, Valentine and Harris 2014, 86, Flaherty 2008, 206. It is interesting to note from this data that the undeserving category still draws together elements of eugenics, respectability, and patriarchy. But additionally, it seems that a line runs through this articulation, sorting the undeserving according to their proximity to whiteness and to Englishness. While the white English undeserving poor might be perceived by fellow community members to be dragging down. 161. 161. The respectability of their locality, these undeserving might at least be begrudgingly tolerated by their own deserving poor. Garner 2012. In other words, a racialized, white, and nationalized, English, line sorts who might be tolerated or salvaged from those who remain more intractably undeserving. Such sensibilities resonate with David Starkey's comments on the white youth of council estates, blackened by their riotous behavior, but in need of salvation, even if by a rod of correction. Drawing together these 2 points, it can be argued that for community members of poor, predominantly white areas, the racialized distinction between deserving and undeserving is only fully activated when it comes to the issue of welfare provision. For instance, when asked a direct question about nationality, i.e. being English, community members usually respond with silence or indifference. But if the national question pertains to welfare entitlement, especially housing, they are much more likely to express their resentment regarding special treatment through a claim to Englishness. Garner 2012, see also Hoggett et al. 2013. Attributing the moral significance of welfare specifically to the national level suggestively correlates with the Ipsos Mori poll discussed above, which reported that immigration was only perceived as strongly negative when it came to its national impact. It is here that the racialized anxieties over the worth of Englishness prevalent in both UKIP and conservative quarters find a broader public resonance. Tellingly, data from a 2013 survey indicates that of those who identified as exclusively English, 63% regarded EU membership in negative terms, and that these sentiments were overrepresented in UKIP supporters, compared to 28% of those who identified exclusively as British. Hayden 2016. Similarly, the Ashcroft polls suggest that the more a voter in the EU referendum identified themselves as English, the more, 68%, they would see immigration as a force for ill in distinction to voters who identified themselves as British, 30%. Finally, a study of recent data from the UK Household Longitudinal Survey suggests that imagined communities delineated by national and ethnic belonging were more influential to referendum voters than tangible connections to local communities. Suraj et al. 2017. In other words, those who might be considered part of a white working class constituency did not vote Brexit, if they did, from a class interest but to defend a melancholic racialized nationalism. See Gilroy 2006. 162. 162. Conclusion. By the end of New Labour's rule, ideologues aligned to both Conservative and Labour parties constructed arguments by which to recover Labour's cooperative spirit and its propensity to promote an orderly independence consonant with the English genus. However, both Red Tory and Blue Labour racialised the deserving/undeserving distinction insofar as they attributed to non-white immigration a destabilising effect on the English labour movement's relationship to its own governing class. These attempts at ideological renewal were in many ways disarmed at birth by both Labour and conservative traditions of Euroscepticism. If one favoured the working class, it did so to preserve the white benefits granted through the National Compact and its racialised division of labour, while the other discarded Labour's cooperative spirit in favour of English nationalism. UKIP took control of the Eurosceptic tradition by drawing from Powell's populist nationalism its rhetorical force with none of its philosophical depth. When it came to the EU referendum, immigration was primarily held responsible for the loss of social security and welfare provision, which had given the white working class constituency an ostensibly class interest. Remember that Thatcherism devastated old industrial towns, and recall that New Labour replaced the racialised benefits of the National Compact with investment into public services. Through all these twists and turns of social and economic policy, the interest of the white working class became detached from the labour market to run vicariously through public service and welfare provision, albeit through a reintroduction of the distinction between the managing poor and the white underclass. Those of the poor who cleaved to respectability sanctioned the behaviour of their own white English undeserving. They also charged immigrants with unfairly taking precious housing and other means-tested forms of social assistance. Such perceived injustices were only intensified as the coalition government decimated public services through its austerity policies. Farage confidently claimed that the Westminster elite, who were busy sacrificing public provisions on the altar of austerity, were also betraying the forgotten people of England by encouraging even more immigration. It did not so much matter that these migrants 163 were increasingly white. What mattered was that Central and Eastern Europeans were not white English. In any case, as Farage bravely intonated, behind every Pole was a Muslim and/or African waiting to invade the heartlands. See also Augie 2010, Verdi and McGeever 2017. The vote to leave cannot be considered a rational choice made by a working class, if by rational we mean a forward-looking cost-benefit analysis. Except that the calculation was not made on personal or class interest. Rather, it was a melancholic racialized nationalism that in large part carried the Brexit vote. So, perhaps we should not dismiss the populist resentment of the left behind too hastily. Instead of an irrationality, I would argue it is the logic of class as race. And to clarify the political stakes at play in this logic, I will now conclude by considering Brexit from the perspective afforded by Grenfell Tower. 164. 165. 165. Chapter 8. Conclusion, Brexit, viewed from Grenfell Tower. On June 14, 2017, a fire took hold of Grenfell Tower, a 24-storey high-rise in the Lancaster West Estate in North Kensington, London. At times approximating the temperature of an incinerator, the building smouldered for days afterwards. The tower comprised 129 flats, most of which were social housing managed by the Kensington and Chelsea Tenant Management Organisation, CTMO. The official death toll of 71 residents remains hotly disputed by many witnesses and community members. But even this number still makes the event Britain's deadliest structural fire since the beginning of the 20th century. So appallingly inept and callous was the local government response to the fire and its aftermath that within 5 days the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, RBKC, one of the richest local councils in the country, had been sidelined at the highest level of government in favour of a Gold Command, which then coordinated the response. The intensity and spread of the fire, seemingly starting in one fourth-floor flat, is widely attributed to the flammability of the cladding that was attached to the exterior of the building as part of an insulation upgrade between 2015 and 2016. An original contractor had been dropped by the Tenant Management Organisation, CTMO, in favour of a cheaper competitor. Building experts warned in 2014 that the material scheduled for Grenfell Tower had to be used in tandem with non-combustible cladding, Prescott and Renwick 2017. Nonetheless, a cladding that featured superior 166. 166. Fire resistance was ruled out due to cost, and a substandard type fitted instead. Ultimately, RBKC's building control team certified that work complied with relevant provisions, Prescott and Renwick 2017. Many community members, leaders, and activists have criticized the proposed terms of the public inquiry into Grenfell Tower, which focuses on the immediate causes of the fire, the responsibilities of the local authority, and the local and national response. They argue that the wider context of gentrification must frame any investigation. Taking this prompt, I want to connect Grenfell to the racialization of the undeserving poor that I have presented in this book. It will be remembered that as far back as the second half of the 19th century, middle-class philanthropists and policy makers had become obsessed with the dysgenic effects of urban slums and poor housing. Fast forward to the post-war National Compact, and housing had become the prime element through which the provision of social assistance was politicized and racialized, with black Commonwealth citizens considered incompetent to look after public stock. By the end of the Thatcher era, the council estate had become synonymous with the white underclass and in more general terms with the undeserving poor. Tony Blair subsequently chose to launch his war against social exclusion from the Aylesbury estate in South London. While Philip Blond's high-minded Red Tory philosophy identified in estates the civic collapse of indigenous working-class culture. In the aftermath of the 2011 uprisings and riots, Cameron intonated that estates bred cultures that glorified in violence. Originally, social housing was intended to be occupied by a cross-section of society. But Thatcher's introduction of a right for residents to buy social housing in 1979 induced a trend whereby the poorest who could not afford to buy have remained in occupation whilst at the same time expenditure on social housing has consistently declined. This trend has only intensified in the years of austerity that have accompanied the global financial crisis. Between 2009 and 2015, capital commitment by government towards building homes has decreased from 0.7%, £11.4 billion, to 0.2%, £5.3 billion, of GDP, National Housing Federation ND. Nevertheless, local councils still retain a duty to find accommodation for vulnerable residents. Housing benefit paid to private landlords for this. Conclusion. 167. 167. Purpose has risen dramatically despite costs to local councils being approximately 23% or greater. Not only the physical stock but the very principles of managing social housing have transformed. When New Labour introduced the Decent Homes Standard, leading the way to the refurbishment of most social housing between 2000 and 2010, they introduced a conditionality. In order to fund their upgrade, residents would need to agree to the management function being transferred from the direct control of their local authority to a housing association or registered social landlord who could then access private funding. Hanley 2017. More recently, the Localism Act of 2011 has enabled local government to set its own guidelines as to how to manage waiting lists. Some of the new innovations at local level have included workfare elements, such as making volunteering a criterion for registry, Coxall 2014. Meanwhile, the government has pushed to fix tenancies between 2 and 5 years, making provisions far more mutable and much less certain, Stevens et al. 2016. Additionally, the government has recently introduced a new affordable rent category that offers housing associations lower grants but permits them to raise rents to up to 80% of market levels. These changes have empowered/compelled social housing management organizations to make resident selection more contingent on deserving/undeserving distinctions at the same time as shortening tenancies and increasing rents. I would argue, then, that the social housing sector can be considered exemplary of the wider shifts in welfare provision authored by New Labour and Conservatives and described in Chapter 6. Grenfell Tower's management organization must be assessed as part of this broader context marked by increased contingency and moral adjudication of public provisions alongside their steady marketization. CTMO was formed in 1996 with the transfer of the borough's entire social housing stock, approximately 9,700 homes at the time. Although CTMO is non-profit, as an arm's-length management organisation it has absorbed millions of pounds a year in management fees and interest charges, leaving approximately just £1 in 3 collected from rent for maintenance and repairs. Ibrahimi 2017. What is more, in an extremely unequal borough such as Kensington and Chelsea, CTMO helps to functionally separate provision for the poor, social housing, from resources for 168. 168. The affluent. Indeed, Grenfell residents report that CTMO usually treated them with contempt, even going so far as to issue cease and desist orders against the most persistent critics of its management practices. Prescott and Renwick 2017. Of especial importance is the Grenfell Action Group, which for many years called attention to the problems that ultimately led to the catastrophic fire. Grenfell Action Group 2017. In all these ways, CTMO provides an extreme example of the way in which public accountability between tenant/citizen, local authority, and national government has been significantly compromised by the long-term decline of and more recent management transformations in social housing. The fatal malmanagement of Grenfell Tower must also be contextualized within longer-term processes of gentrification and social cleansing. This is no conspiracy theory. A Freedom of Information request revealed that in 2010 RBKC put together a redevelopment plan that proposed bulldozing the entire Lancaster West estate on which Grenfell sits. Prescott and Renwick 2017. More recently, the council leased North Kensington Library to a private school, and has planned to demolish the building which houses the Kensington and Chelsea College of Further Education in order to build a private housing development. Gentleman 2017. All these issues, managerial, governmental, economic, etc., have led to a deterioration in accountability for the provision of public goods. And such accountability has especially been eroded by national government's desire to cut regulation. Since the creation of Tony Blair's Better Regulation Task Force, better has meant less. Cobham 2017. The most recent Conservative manifesto in 2017 affirmed a continued commitment to the same project. The one-in two-out rule endorsed by the manifesto espouses the principle that for every new piece of regulation introduced, 2 existing pieces should be rescinded. The manifesto also supported the red tape challenge, which effectively claims that excess regulation has eroded the self-help principle practiced by responsible citizens. The challenge encourages individuals and organizations to proactively inform government of any red tape that stands in their way. About Red Tape Challenge 2015. Prior to the June 14 fire, the Grenfell Action Group had become concerned with the findings of the Lakanal House fire in 2009. Conclusion. 169. 169. Where 6 people, including 3 children, died in a 14-story South London social housing block. The inquest found that a number of renovations had removed fire-stopping material and that safety inspections by Southwark Council had not identified the problem. Wainwright and Walker 2017. At the time, the coroner of the Lakanal House case called for a review of Part B of the building regulations, which covers fire safety. This part was last reviewed in 2006, even though the intervening years have seen constant innovations in building technology and materials. Housing Minister Gavin Barwell reported to the House of Commons in October 2016 that the government would indeed be reviewing Part B, Barnes 2017. But no review was forthcoming up until the events of June 14. Once partially comprised of slum housing, North Kensington now includes some of the most valuable real estate in Britain. The network of community activists and organisations in the local area who have resisted malmanagement, gentrification, social cleansing and deregulation are part of an historical struggle over meaningful community control of the area's redevelopment. They consider the Grenfell fire to be a seminal and galvanising moment in this struggle. Take, for instance, the Westway, an elevated motorway originally built in the late 1960s which cuts through the borough just north of Grenfell Tower. During its construction, community members agitated against the pollution that accompanied the project and were compensated with use rights of the 23 acres that lay underneath the motorway. Amenities and resources for local lower-income residents initially predominated in the use of the land, including, until recently, stables where horse riding lessons were provided for children, especially those with disabilities. But while commercial operations were initially in the minority, they have over time come to dominate usage under the Westway. In 2015, the trust which now holds the land released Destination Westway, a plan that seeks further commercial redevelopment. In response, Westway 23, an organization chaired by Niles Hailstone, Ras Ashaber, a noted Rastafari elder, and administered by Mz Haywoodi, a performing artist and tutor, disputed the trust's plans. They even occupied part of Aklam village, a food and entertainment area under the motorway. The village subsequently became a key logistical and planning node for the local effort to support the 170 survivors of Grenfell Tower. Its large hall was filled 3 times over with donations in the weeks that followed the fire. The point is that neither CTMO, nor RBKC, nor national third sector and charity organizations can be said to have driven the local cooperative spirit fantasized by Thatcher, Blair or Cameron. When it comes to Grenfell Tower, this spirit has been driven first and foremost by the predominantly low-income community. What is more, this little platoon is neither pure white nor purely indigenous. Provision of social housing in Britain continues to be racialized. Black and minority ethnic residents are still more likely than white counterparts to suffer from overcrowding and poor quality housing. One geographer, Danny Dorling, has recently argued that black and minority ethnic social housing tenants are disproportionately housed in flats such that the majority of children who live above the 4th floor of tower blocks, in England, are black or Asian. Hanley 2017, Gulliver 2017. These racialized inequalities are pertinent to Grenfell Tower. According to 2011 census data, just over half of residents in the Grenfell postcode were born outside of England. White residents were in the minority, albeit the biggest minority, with the majority comprised mostly of Black, African and Caribbean, other Asian and other. As far as can be presently ascertained, a significant amount of those killed in the fire on June 14 were Muslims with North African backgrounds, especially Moroccan. Prescott and Renwick 2017, Horton 2017. Just as important as race is occupation. A majority of residents in Grenfell Tower's postcode were either semi-skilled or unskilled workers. Half of residents were employed, with 1/4 in full-time employment and a small percentage being unemployed. The rest were retired, carers, students or sick and disabled. The area was in the UK's top quintile of deprivation when it came to income, barriers to housing and services, and in the top 2 quintiles of deprivation when it came to employment. In contrast, the postcode was halfway in the deprivation index when it came to education, skills and training. Snowden et al. 2017. From this statistical disjuncture between high deprivation in income and jobs, and medium deprivation in education, skills and training, it is reasonable to suppose that a notable percentage of the postcode's working population occupied positions below what they technically deserved. Plenty of data suggests that racism is still a major factor in the job interviewing process. Runnymede 2017. Conclusion. 171. 171. By most measures, then, and taken collectively, the residents of Grenfell Tower were deserving, poor, industrious, aspirational, orderly. Regardless, being associated with a council estate, these residents were first and foremost assumed to display all the characteristics of an underclass: lazy, dishonest, parentally irresponsible. Now, compound this association with the fact that Grenfell Tower did not stand in a predominantly white suburban sink estate, in need of salvation, but in a multicultural inner-city one, accompanied by expectations of terminal disorder. It was not hard, for instance, to catch the muted surprise amongst many media pundits when it was revealed that an up-and-coming artist such as Khadija Say lived and died in Grenfell Tower. It has been even harder for many liberals and leftists to appreciate that the area shared in a North Kensington tradition of informed, articulate and critical citizenship, Goodfellow 2017. There is a profound learning moment tragically afforded by the Grenfell Tower fire. The distinction that renders some deserving of social security and welfare and others not is racialized so as to classify collectives in order to judge individuals. This classification is made before and despite the facts being known or even required. To repeat, even if we accept the appropriateness of such classifications, I do not, then we would still have to admit that by most measures the residents of Grenfell Tower, as a collective, were deserving poor. And, they were multi-faith, multinational, black, Asian, Arab, other as well as white, with nuclear, extended as well as single-parent families. Grenfell's working class, a metropolitan stone's throw from the seat of government, was not the white northern working class of Brexit lore. Yet Grenfell Tower, more than any other event in recent history, revealed the plight of the left behind, which had been so comprehensively appealed to in media and parliament. Grenfell Tower singularly demonstrated the callous abandoning of Britain's working poor by mendacious elites who have pursued marketization over redistribution, gentrification over social security, and contracting out over public accountability. Infamously, Theresa May, a Home Secretary and subsequently Prime Minister obsessed with immigration numbers, could not even meet the motley crew of Grenfell residents during her first visit in the aftermath of the fire. She preferred, instead, to stand at a distance with emergency services and local government. May is also a firm 172 proponent of Prevent, a counterterrorism program which has disproportionately targeted Muslim residents in its surveillance measures. Could May conceive that if it was not for Muslims, up late at night observing Ramadan and immediately raising the alarm, that many more might have perished in the fire? Horton 2017? Is it of any surprise that according to BME lawyers for Grenfell not one individual took up the government's initial paltry offer of a one-year immigration amnesty for undocumented residents inhabiting the tower? Snowden 2017? In his Ode to Grenfell, award-winning Nigerian author Ben Okri writes, "Sometimes it takes an image to wake up a nation." It was the charred tower, blackened in the immediate aftermath of a general election, that spoke directly to the renewed focus on social justice and redistribution that gained remarkable national traction through Jeremy Corbyn's Labour campaign, and which finished just weeks before the fire. For all its merits, the Labour campaign was strategically silent upon Brexit and as such sidestepped the issue of immigration. Unlike May, Corbyn did meet with the people of Grenfell face to face, and with obvious empathy and sincerity. Still, just over 1 month later he appeared on the popular Andrew Marr television show arguing against the wholesale importation of underpaid workers from Central Europe in order to destroy conditions in the construction industry. Instead, Corbyn advocated advertising jobs in the locality first. BBC News 2017. Corbyn has never comfortably occupied the Blue Labour camp. But this does not change the fact that he took on leadership of a party that had yet to adequately reckon with its historical complicity in upholding the racialized deserving/undeserving distinction. Indeed, members of his party were responsible for entangling populist nationalism and its racialized sentiments with the first referendum on EEC membership in 1975. Corbyn should have known that his comments could easily be translated into an admittance that immigration detrimentally affects the living standards of England's indigenous/ordinary/white working class. How might we think differently about Brexit after Grenfell Tower and beyond conventional left and right? This book has catalogued some of the key moments through which the distinction between those deserving and undeserving of social security and welfare has been racialized and re-racialized. Initially directed towards the parish poor, the distinction quickly expanded to include working classes, colonial natives, and even whole nationalities. As the chapters demonstrate, it was never primarily the poor who created these distinctions or modified them. Even if elements of the working classes sometimes oriented their interests vis-a-vis this racialized distinction, it was state functionaries, politicians, power brokers, pundits, and intellectuals who ultimately decided on the degree and direction of enfranchisement political, socio-economic, cultural and otherwise into the imperial order and its post-colonial afterlife. Deservedness is a racialized discourse and rhetoric that works to consistently offset the disorders necessarily engendered in the pursuit of empire's capital. Put another way, political domination in post-colonial commercial society leaves its trace in the racialization of the undeserving poor. In documenting the racialization of the deserving/undeserving distinction, I have focused on one crucial thread, the black thread, for a substantive historical reason. The morality of the poor was racialized through the single most important economic enterprise of the late 18th century, African enslavement. Moral sanction was embedded in the difference between free and unfree labor, a fundamental grammar in the tradition of political economy. Soon, this sanction exceeded a technical concern for poor relief. For on this sanction depended the precarious maintenance of political order in what was called, at the time, commercial society, but which we have since labeled capitalism. Of course, the black subjects of empire were part of a much broader kaleidoscope of peoples violently integrated into empire's order and sharing its fate in distinct ways. In this respect, I have also recounted how Irish, South Asian, and even white subjects have at times been blackened as they were made to collectively bear undeserving characteristics and the stain of disorder. If there is an ethos to be derived from this book, then, it is one that cannot accept a simple reversing of the terms so that black and minority ethnic working classes are considered deserving in distinction to the undeserving white working class. It is the categorical and collective distinction itself which must be destroyed. Finally, then, we must turn to the present-day architects of this distinction. Nigel Farage, alongside a host of others ranging from blue left to red right, all wielded the Brexit vote as proof of a populist will cast. 174. 174. By the unfairly excluded and forgotten. Most importantly, they identified the wellspring of this will in the northern white working class. But it was not this deserving class who authored the Brexit vote. Yes, the Ashcroft polls, 2016, clearly demonstrate that the lower the social grade, C2DE, the standard proxy, albeit problematic, for working class, the more likely one was to vote Leave. Nevertheless, as would be expected, turnout amongst the upper social grades, ABC1, remained higher than for C2DE. Roughly 68% of the C2DE population eligible to take part in the referendum did not, for whatever reason, vote to leave, flood 2016, and this was despite the participation of 2.8 million usually disengaged citizens who overwhelmingly buoyed the leave vote, Sing 2016. In fact, 59% of the leave vote was cast by ABC1 social grades and 41% by C2DE, Dorling 2016. 2. Furthermore, because of differential turnout, approximately 52% of respondents to the Ashcroft polls who voted Leave were from southern constituencies and not from the north, Dorling 2016. The Leave vote did not even map neatly onto topographies of poverty, and at local authority level, indices of deprivation did not strongly correlate with a Brexit disposition, Ray 2016. To these considerations we must add differences within the urban environment, Rosenbaum 2017. Peripheral, predominantly white urban housing estates tended to vote Leave, inner-city areas with significant percentages of black and minority ethnic peoples tended to vote Remain. With Grenfell Tower this point has gained poignancy. Note also that black voters overwhelmingly cast a ballot to Remain, and Britain's black citizens are twice as likely to live in poverty than their white counterparts, Institute of Race Relations 2017. The vote to Leave cannot, therefore, be characterized in straightforward terms as a revolt by the working class and certainly not of the traditional white working class. But if not an authentic popular will drawn from the little people / the left behind / the silent majority of England, which interest predominantly drove Brexit. To address this question, I want to briefly return to the Eurosceptic tradition. Conservative Eurosceptics broke with one cardinal principle of Powell's populist nationalism, the imperative not to resurrect empire. A retired Margaret Thatcher proposed in 1999 an alternative to the EU, drawing upon an idea by historian Robert Conquest of an Anglo-Oceanic Association, Bell 2017. Likewise, many conservative Eurosceptics who supported Brexit believed that global Britain needed to be released from the fetters of EU bureaucracy so as to resurrect the Commonwealth. This geopolitical melancholia was especially notable amongst UKIP politicians. Tournier Sol 2015, 144, Hayden 2016. Indeed, the notion of an Anglosphere, a collection of English-speaking polities predominantly composed of Anglo-Saxon ex-settler colonies, with India occupying an uncomfortable place on the margins, gained much traction in Brexit circles among figures such as Nigel Farage, David Davis, Michael Gove, Daniel Hannan, and Boris Johnson. Through the Anglosphere, they imagined, Britain might retake the imperial heights. Wellings 2014, 93-4, see also Vucedic 2011. Of course, the prospect of reforming the Anglo-Saxon family in the era of Chinese globalization is impractical, to put it politely. But it is nonetheless a delusion that has served the ideological purpose of carrying forward a far more practical project. And that is to forge an ever closer relationship between UK and North American social conservatism. In Chapter 6 I examined how the predicates of social conservatism speak to the morality of marketization insofar as the market mechanism alone encourages the deserving characteristics of industriousness and self-help. With respect to social upheavals that might accompany marketization, conservatives depend upon the sacrosanct principle of inherited private property that would provide an orderly and patriarchal independence. Throughout the book I have argued that the patriarchal root of the English genus has been variously racialized since abolition via slave analogies, Anglo-Saxonism, eugenics, populist nationalism, and Euroscepticism. 176. 176. Those on the right who promote a geopolitical realignment away from the EU primarily wish to utilize the deserving/undeserving distinction to drive through an intense marketization of heretofore sacrosanct public goods. Key architects of the Conservative Leave campaign were Thatcherites, see Worth 2017. Prominent Leave campaigners were also prominent Atlanticists, such as Liam Fox, head of the Atlantic Bridge Charity, now defunct, but whose president when it was founded in 1997 was Thatcher. Many prominent welfare reformers, such as Ian Duncan Smith, were also key Leave advocates. In sum, the movement for Brexit amongst political elites is in large part defined by its combination of social conservatism, welfare reform, and market-friendly Atlanticism. It is here that the question of regulation, raised in the Grenfell Tower atrocity, returns to the fore. Consider the following pieces of evidence. Thatcher's 1988 Bruges speech framed the issue of British sovereignty by reference to a historical conjuncture. After having rolled back the over-regulations embedded in the post-war compact between government, business, and labour, Thatcher implored that now was not the time to return the British state to another compromising compact at the European level. Boris Johnson, the predominant personality of Vote Leave, was largely responsible for popularizing Thatcher's position in the early 1990s through his journalistic lampooning of European over-regulation in the pages of The Telegraph, Helm 1995. The same newspaper made the same Thatcherite argument in the aftermath of Brexit as it launched its Cut EU Red Tape initiative, Rayner and Hope 2017. Despite having been a soft Remainer, Theresa May shared with Leavers from her Home Office days a visceral disdain of the European Court of Justice, ECJ, ultimate arbiter of EU regulations. UKIP, the Daily Mail and other right-wing voices presented the Supreme Court as traitors of the people when it ruled that Parliament had to legislate on Article 50, the instrument for withdrawing from the EU. The court's legal reasoning, however, revolved around the fact that the recusal of people's rights in domestic law, i.e. those provided by the 1972 European Communities Act, could not be enacted by the government's prerogative powers. Such rights and regulations covering labour, environment, and consumer protection, many of which were buoyed by the EU's social chapter, all intersect through the ECJ. I would argue, then, that at the heart of right-wing Euroscepticism there lies less an abstract concern for sovereignty and far more a practical concern for social and economic deregulation. Any combination of quotes can confirm this fact. Take Liam Fox, 2012, currently Secretary of State for International Trade, who wrote back in 2012 that to restore Britain's competitiveness we must begin by deregulating the labour market because it is too difficult to hire and fire and too expensive to take on new employees. Writing for Forbes magazine just after the referendum, Tim Worsthall, 2016, economic journalist and UKIP supporter, enthusiastically looked forward to a deregulated City of London that could restore large bonuses for bankers. Jacob Rees-Mogg, a conservative backbencher and hard Brexiteer who in 2017 experienced a surge in popularity, projected a growth in Britain's economy, once freed from the single market. He did, however, note that such a positive outcome of Brexit would only be possible if regulations were reduced and taxes lowered, especially corporation tax, Walker 2017. I should add that many of these imperatives can be found in Alan Skedd's 1997 UKIP Manifesto. Deregulation is the mechanism by which the aims of social conservatism, welfare reform, and Atlanticism are pursued. They have been pushed forward through a moralizing rhetoric that identifies in marketization the rejuvenation of the English genus and its exceptional propensity for orderly independence. This rhetoric has instrumentally promoted a popular will that deeply racializes that genus, reforming once more the distinction between those deserving and undeserving of adequate social security and welfare. Undoubtedly, the white working class is an artifact of political domination, and the racialization of the deserving/undeserving distinction has deadly implications, as suggested by the following story. In April 2017, mild Eurosceptic Oliver Letwin launched the Red Tape Initiative. Letwin, who, it will be remembered, responded to the Broadwater riots and uprisings in 1985 by claiming that poor whites unlike poor blacks didn't riot, had previously been Cameron's short-lived director for exiting the European Union until being culled by Theresa May. The purpose of Letwin's Red Tape Initiative was to help to forge a consensus on regulatory changes that could benefit businesses and boost jobs in a post-Brexit Britain. Although an independent organisation, Business Secretary Greg Clark offered the initiative the cooperation of his officials. In May 2017, 1 month. 178. 178. Before the Grenfell Tower fire, the initiative received a report it had commissioned from Hanbury Strategy, which suggested dismantling EU regulations on fire safety of cladding and related construction materials. Hanbury Strategy was set up by Paul Stevenson, Communications Director for Vote Leave, Lawville 2017. What, then, of the reinvigoration of a public ethos post-Brexit, post-Grenfell? The message of this book is that, no matter how painful, a double critique of progressive politics is required. Criticism of marketization, deregulation, and austerity is not adequate without a critique of the racialization of these processes. Moreover, the racialization of those deserving and undeserving of social security and welfare precedes and structures neoliberal times. It has structured abolition, imperialism, eugenics, colonial development, even the welfare state and its national compact, as well as Thatcherism, workfare, and our austerity era. There is no golden age of public goods to return to that was not already racialized and because of this fact contained the seed of its own destruction. We must face the fact that the white working class is not and has never been a category indigenous to Britain, least of all England. We must acknowledge that the working class was constitutionalized through empire and its aftermaths, and in this respect, class is race. So long as that remains the case, the popular will can never be a progressive alternative to the sovereign will of Parliament. Both implicate each other in the pursuit of post-colonial capital accumulation. I finish with 2 provocations to this effect, as well as 2 related recommendations, which I address primarily to organizations and activists who consider themselves in some way to be socialists. First, Britain's division of labour has never been national in constitution or scope. This trite historical fact holds significant consequences for the openings of social justice that some hope might accompany Brexit. For a general critique see Holmwood 2017, 3140. The Parliament of Great Britain was formed in 1707 by the Union of England and Scotland, two polities that possessed colonies and colonial ambitions. In the succeeding centuries, Parliament governed over not just a national economy but a vast and shifting imperial hinterland of land, labour, raw materials, markets, and influence. Later this hinterland became a commonwealth that effectively saved the sterling economy in the Reconstruction period immediately following the Second World War. Preempting the effective loss of this hinterland, Prime Minister Edward Heath finally engineered the successful accession of the British economy to the EEC in 1973. The EU has since functioned for the British economy as a kind of substitute to the hinterlands of empire, especially in the post-Thatcher era in terms of regional funding. The significance of Brexit is that the British economy has partly depended upon hinterlands to provide social security and welfare to its general populace. At the very least, those considered deserving of adequate security and welfare have usually been considered beneficial to empire's integrity. Brexit marks the ultimate loss of empire's protective hinterlands. For the first time ever, the geopolitical coordinates of Britain's economy will be primarily national. It is thus entirely reasonable to suppose that post-Brexit deregulation will cut into the national economy in ways that significantly deepen and widen the disparities and exclusions previously entrenched by deindustrialization, marketization, and austerity. To take this history seriously is to realize that race cannot be apprehended as a minority issue. True, in Britain, as in many other polities of the global north, the majority population is racialized as white. But this blunt demographic fact in no way infers that a broad-based left politics should play to the lowest common denominator and be led by the concerns and conditions of a white working class. There is a question beyond demography, which pertains to the operation of power. Where do policies detrimental to the living standards and securities of the majority first make their cut into the social fabric? This book provides one answer, at its weakest seam, in the racialization of the undeserving poor. For example, the first legislation to reintroduce conditionality into welfare provision concerned asylum seekers, and nowadays, welfare is conditionally granted to all. Hence, the socialist left must recognize that it is in the microsites usually colored as ethnic or immigrant that the battles for tomorrow are first won or lost. The suffering of Grenfell Tower residents should, in principle, be apprehended as the post-Brexit fate that awaits the just about managing in the north as well as the inner-city south. Justice for Grenfell is justice for all. Second, public debate since the EU referendum has almost entirely obscured the imperial and post-colonial constituencies of working peoples. Grenfell Tower placed this quotidian reality in 180. 180. Sharp and painful relief. In the current political lexicon, black citizens appear only in terms of victims of or aggressors in the criminal justice system and Muslim citizens only as victims of Islamophobia or suspects of terrorism. It is almost as if it does not matter that black and minority ethnic communities, especially their women, have in relative terms been most detrimentally impacted by austerity measures over the last 10 years. Basil and Imejolu 2016. The histories that I have woven into this book reveal that race is fundamental to political economy. But ever since New Labour, race is only supposed to make sense as political discrimination, while economic inequality is a class issue proper, to which race is safely derivative of. Remember, the popular will for Brexit has been enunciated as a moral compulsion primarily in the language of inequality, class, rather than in fact explicitly over and above discrimination, race. Those deserving of social security and welfare are currently racialized as white. But does it not matter that black voters overwhelmingly cast a ballot to remain, and that Britain's black citizens are disproportionately more likely to live in poverty than their white counterparts? Is this not, at least, a compelling correlation? There is a tendency for socialists to disparage as identity politics social movements that foreground race, as well as gender and sexuality. This tendency derives from conjoint premises. The objective structure of class gives its politics a universal reach, hence enabling a solidarity that matches the global reach of capital. Alternatively, race is a particular identity arising from ruling class ideologies, hence the pursuit of justice along race lines will always subvert the cultivation of wider and deeper solidarities. Throughout this book I have made the claim that class is race. What I mean by this pithy phrase is that there is no politics of class that is not already racialized. This reality must be confronted rather than avoided for fantastical definitions of class purified of racial contamination. Presently, socialism seems to have been rejuvenated in mainstream politics. In different ways, both Bernie Sanders in the United States, 2016, and Jeremy Corbyn in the UK, 2017, gained electoral traction, albeit not success, through an unapologetic grammar of social justice, public goods, and meaningful redistributive policies. But the fragility of this comeback is remarkable, especially in the UK. It rests upon a tactical deferral of confronting racialized nationalisms and anti-immigration sentiment in favor of a putatively neutral focus on class injustice. I have demonstrated that this cognitive arrangement is nothing new and has historically facilitated the rise of the socially conservative right. The justice pursued by socialists is premised on a universal commitment to overcome inequality, exploitation, and oppression suffered by the working class. Yet once again, tacitly or otherwise, this project is currently being pursued through and on behalf of a racialized nation whose own justice demands partiality. This partiality gains traction in the deserving/undeserving distinction, even though the undeserving should just as much be considered a part of the resident working class. An internationalism adequate for our post-colonial era therefore requires a first-order analytical and ethical engagement with class as race. Those are my closing provocations and recommendations. I write them in December 2017, at a moment in time when nothing of certainty has yet to eventuate from the Brexit negotiations. This seems to be a pivotal moment, when things that were not supposed to happen have happened, and where history's needle vacillates between total eclipse and a horizon of possibility. Despite the uncertainty, might we orient the progressive compass towards the racialized classification of the undeserving, of the unsalvageable? Less a romantic moralizing of the poor, I am pointing towards the violence of empire's commercial society, a violence that will remain after Brexit, after Grenfell, a violence that runs through New Labour, Thatcherism, universal welfare and the National Compact, colonial development, eugenics, inter-imperial rivalry, Anglo-Saxonism and abolition. Besides this violence lies a thread of resistance handed down by all those collectively punished as undeserving but who have refused such a system of classification. I have alluded to them over the course of this book: the Haitian revolutionaries, the abolitionist movements amongst British workers, the Black Baptists of Morant Bay, Black Power in Britain, Grunwick, Westway, and there are many more. This detritus of empire has rarely been considered the material from which to build new publics, and certainly not in the metropolitan core. But the stone which the builders rejected shall become the chief cornerstone.